open the Chaska City Council meeting for Monday, December 20th, 2021. We'll call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone. We definitely have a long meeting tonight, so I appreciate your patience as your item comes forward, if you're or depending where your item is. And I'm certain by the time we're done tonight, most people will be gone. So I want to just start off by wishing everyone a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, and hope that it's safe and get out of this COVID maybe sometime next year, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So, all right, with that, Nate, will you call roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Hatfield.
Here.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Here.
Councilmember Wong. Here. Councilmember Grau.
Here.
Mayor Winchell.
Here. Moves to item 4, adopting the agenda or corrections and additions to the agenda. If not, entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hatfield. Adopting the agenda. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. Moves us to visitor presentation. Is there anyone here under visitor presentation other than an action item? Kevin, anybody on phone?
Not for visitor presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 6, approving previous meeting minutes from December 6, 2021. Again, if there are no corrections or additions, I'd entertain a motion to approve December 6th meeting minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Grau. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. Moves us to item 7, consent. Probably the most consent I've seen on our agenda, maybe ever. So again, for anyone that doesn't know, consent items are items that need approval, but not necessarily a conversation, but any and all can be pulled and discussed. With that, is there anyone that has a question regarding consent?
I had a question on one. It is 7-0.
7-0.
For financing police and city vehicles. Is that really just, that's the lease agreement with the company to lease those vehicles, right? Like, that's what we're approving. I guess I was just confused on like what essentially it was generally approving.
Yeah, so it's basically approving it. You know, I'll real quickly explain. We're doing this as sort of a pilot program to sort of see how leasing could work. Not necessarily for all vehicles, but ones that are relatively easy to be able to, like our building inspection cars and our police vehicles. They're ones that we end up getting a lot of mileage on, and we switch them out quite often. And so a lot of cities have been going to the leasing model and have liked it. And we're like, well, let's you know, a lot of times we'll sell equipment certificates for those and go out and buy them. So this, in essence, is sort of another form of financing them, but gives us a way to be able to replace those cars on a regular basis. So to me, I sort of see this as a pilot program, but that is basically the agreement to basically move forward with our police vehicles and our building inspection cars that we have scheduled for this year.
And this is like the overarching lease agreement.
Yep.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure.
So are we doing the whole fleet or just the cars that need to be?
Just the cars that need to be right
Okay.
now. Yep.
Where it says it was identified 23, so there's 23 vehicles that would be in that pool of
Yep.
doing that. Okay. I wasn't clear either if it was all 23 and we're starting from.
So how long would the pilot go?
Basically, we'd revisit at the end of this year.
Okay.
And then see how is it working. Is it doing, you know, is it working the way we want to? Are there things that we don't like about it and we'll tweak it? You know, basically review it after the end of this year and see does it make sense. You can do leasing of practically any vehicle that a city has. I think there's ones that make a lot more sense than others. We started with pretty simple vehicles like this, just because they're, you know, we do replace them a lot and they get a lot of mileage. And so it's, yeah, at the end of this year, we'd review it and see how it worked.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, would you even be able to review it in a year's time?
Well,
I mean, after-
from a service perspective, we certainly can.
Oh.
Because that's going to be a big component of it,
Yeah, but we still have to do the servicing on the vehicles.
basic service. But if there's, you know, if there's major issues that pop up, you're supposed to get a replacement vehicle, and I mean, there's all kinds of things that go
Okay.
with it.
So like you're saying, if an engine were to go out, we're not paying for that, that's part of the lease?
Yes.
But then again, they're probably under warranty the first. I don't know about squad cars, I don't know how that works. So, all right, anyone else questions? Do we do a motion in a second?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved?
Motion by Councilmember McGraw,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. And into the action items we go, and we're gonna start with 8A. Adopt resolution 2021-94 and ordinance MC 2021-1007, approving a preliminary plot, preliminary site and building plan, sale of excess city land, and rezoning of Oak Ridge.
Mayor, Councilmember, this is an item that's actually coming out of the Planning Commission, not this last time, but actually 2 times ago, back at the November meeting. This is to consider the preliminary plans for the Costco site, as well as zoning for the site. It was coming to, or it is coming to you guys with recommendation from the Planning Commission to approve. And I don't know if Liz or Kevin is taking this, and Liz, if you want to take it from here.
Yep. I'm going to share my screen here. Can you all hear me okay? Great. So as Matt mentioned, we have a preliminary site and building plan, preliminary plat, and rezoning request this evening for the Oak Ridge site. So the site is highlighted in orange on this aerial. It encompasses approximately 67 acres in size. It holds the existing conference center and hotel building on the property today. There is one private drive that accesses the site off of Highway 41. The rest of the site is vacant, so we're looking at a plan moving forward to develop the remaining acreage on this site. So I'm going to whip through things a little bit quickly here, but feel free to stop me at any time. So in terms of the background, I'm just going to highlight kind of the more recent approvals that have occurred with this property. So in March of 2020 is when we saw the concept plan come through for the overall area, and that was approved for the conference center and hotel remaining, an area for a big box retail type use, multifamily, as well as a senior campus. And then in August of 2021, a concept plan amendment came through to modify the multifamily and senior campus pieces of that original concept plan, which then were switched to both stormwater ponding and multifamily. So since that time and since 2020, the staff has been working pretty closely with MnDOT and the development team as well to ensure the access into the site is developed in a safe and efficient way. So it has taken some time, but we're certainly at a point where we're getting the go-ahead from MnDOT to proceed with the project in terms of an overall design. So what we're seeing now is the main access, which lines up with Peavy Road, is being proposed as a multi-lane roundabout, which you'll see in some subsequent exhibits here. So the current request that we're looking at this evening is for preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat for the preservation of the Oak Ridge Conference Center building, multifamily housing that's being proposed by Continental, and then a site for Costco. In addition to that, they are asking to rezone the site to a new planned multi-use district, specifically PMD 22. In terms of how these uses fit in with our comp plan, they are consistent with what is laid out for our 2040 plan. This is just another existing conditions exhibit. It's flipped, so it's not north to south, rather east to west here. So again, this is a 67-acre site, mainly open with some wooded areas on the north, west, and south sides. You have the Twin Cities and Western Railway that abuts the south side here. And then that existing access off of Highway 41 will remain to some degree, as I'll note in future slides here. So the site is being broken up into 3 separate lots. Lot 1 will encompass the conference center building, and that will be roughly 23 acres in size. Lot 2 will encompass the Costco building, and will be approximately 16 acres in size. And then the third lot will be for the multifamily being proposed by Continental, and that will be approximately 28 acres in size. So the main access, again, will provide a roundabout lining up with the PV Road access just to the east. A private ring road would essentially bring access and full movement through the development for all 3 lots. And then we'll provide a 3/4 access out by the existing access that is there today. So 2 main accesses into the site, but the main one would be on this northeast portion lining up with PV. So in terms of, I'm going to kind of break this down by lot. As we look at the conference center site, so again, the building is staying. I think the only major change is the overall parking lot layout, what's being proposed out there. So they are proposing 306 parking stalls. They do not have an end user identified at this time, but if that changes, they have identified or analyzed the potential for it to change to office, and if that were to occur, based on the size of the building, it would generate or require 684 stalls on the parking lot area. They're not showing that today, so it will be important to note that as an end user is identified, that the proper next steps, planning steps will be taken in order for us to review and understand the site planning pieces. And then as we get into Lot 2, which is Costco, Costco is the northeast portion of the overall site. They're showing 2 accesses into this area from the ring road. The building will be approximately 165,000 square feet in size, which is pretty typical for what they've been building lately. In addition to that, they'll have a fuel station situated on the northeast side. In terms of parking, they are proposing 779 total parking stalls, which actually falls below the city's normal requirement or parking requirement for this use and size of building. So they're at 4.7 stalls per 1,000 square feet, where our code requires 5 stalls per 1,000 square feet. We did do some due diligence in between the concept and this portion of the planning stages to really understand and analyze if that's enough. We did some field studies out in Eden Prairie, Egan, and St. Louis Park to really understand the parking counts out there, which their parking proposals were well under what they're proposing out here today. And based on what we were seeing out there is they were at a total stall count that was sufficient to serve this square footage of building. So what they're proposing is adequate or well sufficient to what we've seen in the field. Just a couple exhibits indicating or showing the berming technique adjacent to Highway 41 here, which would help screen the loading dock area as well as some mechanical equipment area, so if we need to refer back to that for any reason, we can. These are some architectural drawings of the proposed building. So they'll be utilizing some brick, limestone, architectural metal paneling, and glass, and very well tying in some details that are existent on other Chaska buildings. So they did a great job of including some architectural details that you'll see within the city of Chaska. So it really does feel like a Chaska building. Just a couple more pictures of that as well. Another big piece with the site plan of Costco is the overall landscaping. So they also fall under our required provisions for landscaping. Kind of hard to tell in this drawing, but they're basically landscaping every square inch of green space that's on this property. So the perimeters, the planting islands, every square inch is basically used for landscaping in the green space areas. They've also bulked up some of the trees on site to, again, get closer to that caliber inch requirement. Moving on to Lot 3, which is Continental's proposal. It's a multifamily type use out there, which very much looks and feels like a townhome type development, but these will be rental units that they're proposing. So they have a total of 14 buildings that will be market rate apartment use. 20 units will encompass each building, so there is a total of 280 dwelling units on the overall property. These buildings will be 2 stories, so they will be stacked. The units will be stacked on top of each other. All these buildings will have attached garage provisions within them, but in addition to that, there will be detached garages and plenty of surface parking space to serve this area. So they do meet our parking code requirement for multifamily. In addition, they'll also have a clubhouse building kind of oriented on their northeast portion of the site, so really towards the main entrance of the overall multifamily area. So their entrance is, again, towards the northeast portion, closer to that 3/4 access onto Highway 41. The clubhouse will also have some interior space that people can reserve and utilize, an outdoor pool, a tot lot, and then there will be some pet playgrounds throughout the site as well. They do get a lot of people with pets within this area, so their amenity areas definitely serve the demographic that they have occupy their development. There will also be provisions to access the public trail around McKnight Lake and Big Woods Lake, so that'll provide a continuous system through this development, and then you'll see in other exhibits later on just how everything connects. But there is an existing trail stub or connection where they're showing their proposed connection, so that will help provide continuity all the way through. One of the comments received from when they went through their concept plan for Continental was providing enough covered parking provision for the site. They typically see that their residents only need about 50% of the units to have a covered parking stall. Our advisement back to the applicant was to look into additional provisions for that. They have noted 3 separate areas on their site plan that could be converted into covered detached garage space, which would then bring their site up to 57% covered overall. Another big item that came out of concept was being able to provide some design details within the buildings themselves, as they do read more townhome-like, to provide different designs that would help break up the type of buildings that these are. So they have worked on that and provided 4 separate and colorized variations to provide variation in all of the buildings out there. And then this is the clubhouse, so designed to fit in with the design of one of the craftsman-style buildings. And then I think one of the bigger site planning pieces with this site is the landscaping provisions. So they're proposing 531 caliber inches. So they're well below what's required out there for landscaping. They have already indicated that they will be working on that towards their final submittal. And just a couple exhibits kind of indicating the buffering or screening or separation from Highway 41. And then getting into kind of the overall site planning layout of the development itself. There are wooded steep slopes that have been delineated on the site. I would say the majority are preserved per ordinance. There's a few impact areas on the north side of the site where the ring road intersects with the proposed roundabout, and really that's an area that was unavoidable due to the geometrics that are needed for the ring road and where the roundabout is proposed. There was no way to really avoid that just from a geometric standpoint. And then with that area, there is a little piece of city-owned land that they would have to acquire in order to put in the necessary improvements for the ring road. So we'll be moving towards that acquisition as well. I'm also including this overall pedestrian system drawing. So the colorized lines are either what are existing today. So the green is the public trail around the lakes. The blue is a multi-use existing trail within the wooded steep slope area that pedestrians utilize, so that will still remain intact. There's the orange is a mode pathway, so to provide some usable open space for multifamily. They'll be including a mode path connection in with their paved path into the public system to provide more provisions for their residents. And then internally, the yellow are sidewalk systems within the multifamily, which would ultimately connect into the red, which is some private amenities or private connections around the ring road. And I apologize, it's kind of hard to see on this exhibit, but if you zoom in, you'll start to understand it a little bit more. But overall, it provides a continuous connection all the way through each of the different sites and how they connect into the overall system as well as individually. So getting to the preliminary plat and rezoning piece. So again, we're platting the property into 3 separate lots, Lot 1 being the conference center, Lot 2 being Costco, and Lot 3 being multifamily housing. And then all of those lots will be rezoned to PMD 22. We also wanted to bring up some information in regards to concerns that were raised during the Planning Commission meeting. The property is to the north of the site, so in the Pondview development primarily, did bring up some concerns with the overall traffic and what's being generated from this site and how it could or could not affect their existing access onto Highway 41. So I do have that circled here on this aerial, but we have had a couple opportunities to meet with some of those concerned property owners or business owners to understand kind of their concerns and talk over some of the traffic pieces. So a couple of those pieces relate to the overall road improvements that could occur near their site. So one thing we're currently working on is discussing with MnDOT on the potential of having a 3/4 access at their driveway point, just like the one that's being proposed on Oak Ridge's site at their existing Highway 41 access. So there's an exhibit of that shown on the right-hand side here. So something similar to this and the potential of implementing that at their driveway entrance. So we're still discussing that with MnDOT and figuring out the feasibility of that, if that could work out there. In addition to that, they did have concerns about speed within their road section near their driveway entrance, which is another piece we brought up with MnDOT to see about studying that and the effect of the speed on kind of those northern Pond View properties. So again, that's something we'll continue to work with MnDOT to see what the process is there. And then lastly, in regards to signage and overall construction management, when the improvements do go in for the roundabout and Highway 41, discussing with MnDOT on the overall plans for the roundabout and how to communicate the overall construction plan with the impacted property owners and business owners within the vicinity. So all three of those, again, we've brought up these notions with them, but we're still waiting to hear from them on some feedback and ways to move forward. So with that, we're asking you to make a couple motions this evening. So one would be to adopt resolution number 2021-94, which is approving the preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat for Oak Ridge and the sale of excess city property on the northwest side of the proposed roundabout on Highway 41. And then based on the conditions that are listed within that. And then the other motion would be to adopt ordinance number 1007, which is approving the rezoning of the 67-acre site from PMD 4 to PMD 22. I'm happy to answer any questions. We do have the overall development team in the room as well for all three sites, as well as their engineers. So if you have specific questions for them, we have a lot of people to help answer those questions for you.
Okay. All right, questions? Anything for Liz? We'll start with Liz.
Maybe Liz can answer this question. I have two. In regards to specifically just the neighborhood plot, the additional parking for Costco that's over on that side, is there going to be additional screening for those homes that are kind of butting up against that parking over there?
There will be some landscaping, probably not a humongous screening effort, but definitely trees to help buffer that area. So
Okay.
if that is an area of concern, it's definitely worth noting, as they do have a lot of caliber inch requirement to make up.
Yeah, I think, my worry is, you know, headlights in windows at night or in the wintertime and people's homes being very close and just the busyness of Costco and the in and out of it. I think that would be something that would be really well served over there. And then kind of my second question is that second proposed entrance, that right in and right out, just really speaking in regards to that neighborhood, so is there a dedicated like left-hand turn lane to get into that development then? You know, so when you take a right on 41,
You talking that one right
there's
there?
a dedicated
That one?
left to get over into the neighborhood?
I
From
think she's talking about in the ring road.
in the ring road?
What do you mean there?
Yeah,
Right
so,
here?
you know, you take a
Once
right.
you've made the turn in.
Once you made a turn in, is there gonna be a dedicated left turn lane if you needed to go into that neighborhood from that road? Because the entrance is pretty close to that turn, and Costco's a pretty busy place. I just couldn't see from all the drawings whether or not that was really specified.
Right. Can you help answer that? Because I unfortunately don't have a very
Just
clear
state your name
exhibit
and
to
address,
show right
please, so
now.
you know. Thank you.
Sure. Willie Boulay, 1 Oak Ridge Drive is the address of representing the master site developer. So thank you for having us here, Mayor and council members. There's not an actual drawn-in left there. There's going to be such limited traffic on that road. It's a private road. We do expect most of the multifamily residents to use that, and most of the Costco traffic from all of our internal analysis and our engineers' analysis to go through that roundabout site. So there, actually, we're looking at how to stripe it so that it is the most safe, and there's not exactly enough room to make that work, but something that at least all the information that we've studied haven't made it necessary, especially because the weight of the traffic going through the roundabout into Costco. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the people that do that for a living, but I just think like, if I'm coming north, that's the first entrance in that I see. And, you know, I think as Minnesotans, and we're getting used to roundabouts in general, sometimes people may avoid roundabouts and just take the left. So I echo.
You can't take a
They can't take
left
a left there.
They can only
Okay.
be going south and take a right in.
I just look at it like,
Okay,
But I
so
still
yeah.
agree.
sometimes
Yeah,
the
that's
main
what you're
entrance to
Got it. Thank
Costco,
you,
people
yes.
might want to avoid because they want to go in the back way and park. And my worry is just dealing with different roads in Chaska, not having dedicated left-hand turn lanes and having almost accidents, that if I can be a steward of preventing accidents at a part, I'm going to just vocalize that that's something that I would like to see up here, because I just feel like that's going to be a preventative measure of having a car rear-ended off of a car coming up behind it while another car is trying to take a left into that neighborhood. That's just my opinion. Yeah, I'm good.
I was gonna just piggyback on the additional Costco's parking space is on the other side of the road. When we looked at other Costco's, I just can't think of any other Costco's that do that. Is it gonna be safe to cross that road? Just, I mean, obviously, I love having extra parking to get to Costco as well, but like, it just seems odd to me to have that like extra there and then safety getting across the road and all of that.
So the main entrance is over there where it's all shaded, right?
Right here.
Right there.
Yep,
Up there?
right here, yep.
Oh, I thought it was that other corner.
Nope. That's where their loading dock is.
Okay. Yeah, you can come on up.
I could answer that question. Good evening. My name is Steve Cross. I'm Costco's development manager. My address is 1955 Raymond Drive in Northbrook, Illinois. So the 50 parking spaces that you're referencing on the other side, those are primarily going to be employee parking and peak parking. So based on the average day-to-day parking, we expect all members to be parking inside the main lot, and the employees will be over there.
Okay, so it'll be pretty minimal. I mean, people aren't gonna be coming and going often, it's employees, they're gonna
It's
come,
employees, we're not looking at.
work 8 hours. and
Yeah,
then-
people dragging carts over. There is a crosswalk there, so we have provided a pedestrian crosswalk that runs just on the kind of the west side of the Costco there, sort of lines up with that, and you walk along by the tire center area, and then you get to that corner where the main entrance is.
So that's the tire center there on, down in the corner there.
It's on the, yeah.
Right there.
Well, this is the point, that's correct, that's the tire center. We did provide a concrete kind of walk area, which typically isn't on a Costco like that, but since we were providing pedestrian walkway from that parking, we wanted to delineate it with a concrete strip there.
Okay.
But no, you said there's peak parking over there, so that means that there's sometimes a year like, Christmas holidays, for example, right?
Well, when I say peak parking, it's not really expecting members to park there. It's still employees.
Okay.
And you may end up during the non-peak time, employees may park in the main lot. And then when it gets to the peak times, the management will shove all of the employees back there and say, all right, you guys have to park in the back in that 50 spaces there. So it's just a matter of utilizing the spaces depending on the season and the customer use.
So ideally, there should be no customers parking there.
Ideally, but I'm not going to guarantee it. I'm going to say ideally.
I mean, understanding, there's always somebody who's like, I like parking there anyway.
Yeah, and we're comfortable with slightly less than 800 spaces. That's typically what we're doing, but based on the volume we think this store will do, having a total, including employee parking and member parking, just slightly under the 800 is sufficient for the Costco use.
How does this compare parking to the Eden Prairie store? Do you know?
I'd have to tell, be honest, I don't know the
Okay,
number.
the only reason I ask is that I know from experience, because I work through the facility next to that, is that during peak season, like the weekends, they move employee parking off-site to a nearby site that which works out because we don't have a weekend shift at our site. So I'm just curious, because there's nothing that would allow that in this space to do that. There's no another company, there's no another space. So I was just kind of curious. It's not something I need answered tonight, but it's just a point that I make because, and I know those happen once a year, those like, I think it's probably Black Friday weekend and then a couple weekends before Christmas are typically where we see those requests come in from them. So I was just curious if you knew.
Yeah, and typically they do that with the stores that were developed a number of years ago. They were in the 650 to 700 range. So this is just something, as the volume's gone up, I mean, the number of spaces that they're looking for, has increased, and that's why I say we're at closer to the 800. I'm probably doing 4 or 5 stores right now where we're trying to add 100, 150 spaces, because those ones are in the 650 to 700 range. So, particularly in parcels like this, where obviously, as you mentioned, it's kind of landlocked, there's really no place right adjacent where we could, rent or use some other spaces. So we want to make sure that we're comfortable. Obviously, the operators know what they need to have there, and that's the number that they're comfortable with, based on what they believe the store will do.
Okay, thank you.
While you're here, so the fuel pumps are what I call to my right up on the top there, correct? And
Correct.
where's the drive lane to go through the pumps? Is it, do you drive in and then go out that little road up on the top?
Correct. You come in from the south, you travel south to north, and then you make a left turn at the end, and then you kind of hook back into the main parking.
So are you coming out toward the store?
Yes, you'll end up in that parking field just to the
Okay.
to the west of the fuel facility, and then you'll be basically heading to that main parking lot.
I guess I just looked at, I was thinking they were coming in this way, and to me, that would be disruptive because how there can be lines. But if you're coming in from the other side, it wouldn't be as disruptive. I just couldn't tell which way you're coming in there.
the arrows are kind of smooth.
Is there
Just
arrows?
as a frame of
Yeah,
reference.
but you have to like really
Yeah.
zoom in on the design.
Just as a frame of reference, I use the Eden Prairie facility quite a bit, and the thing that I think is going to work a lot better on this site is the fact that in Eden Prairie, there's actually a main exit out of the facility on the right-hand side. It'd be on this right-hand side of it, so traffic has to cross across it to go. These are all going to be free rights that are going out of there, which I think is going to, from a traffic flow perspective, work a lot better.
That's true.
Okay, I'm concerned about that left in though, because here's the problem is that for a lot of people coming from Chaska, either the primary population center of Chaska is south of this location, as is 212. So others who are coming, a lot of people would be coming, from 212, get off 212, just head north and pop over here. And so the normal human inclination is, I'm going to take the first entrance into this and then back up going Oak Ridge Drive on the southern entrance, because then they could just whip around and make that right turn right into the parking lot. At
But
least
I thought we can't make the left there.
It
there's
looks,
a left.
yeah,
So then you
there
can't
is a
make a
left
left
turn.
Three-quarter
out.
axis.
Oh, is it
Yep.
three-quarter?
It's a three-quarters
okay.
turn.
Yep.
So it's a
Oh,
three-quarter.
okay.
So
I was thinking
yeah.
it was just
No, it's
right in,
yeah.
right out.
Yep, so as a three-quarters turn, you could do a left in, you could do a right in and a right out. The only one you can't make is a left out.
Right,
Right.
that's why I'm having a problem with that dedicated left turn lane too.
I was thinking it was a right in, right out only for
Yeah,
some
I thought
reason.
that's all. it
Yeah,
was.
and so to me, that three-quarters has a lot of potential, and we'll be talking about another part up the road as well with a similar problem, where you have a potential of a lot of rear-end collisions there. 41 gets going really fast, people don't pay attention, they're in a hurry, they just zip through, and some people are saying, I'm looking out for the roundabout ahead and not realize, oh wait, somebody stopped, bam, and then,
Well, this one will actually have a dedicated left turn lane, I believe, and I'll just clarify that with the engineers, the guys that are designing it. So this one will actually have a dedicated left turn lane, so any through traffic will move over to the right.
So the question is, how many can you stack there?
I have to ask Clark, he's the civil engineer.
I was gonna
So
say,
what we think is
that
though,
entrance has always been there in the past.
Yeah, but it's not
But
been
it's,
Costco.
but it's not, it's a
Right,
pass
but
lane.
it's the conference center.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's not like Costco, because you look at Costco in Eden
Yeah,
Prairie, they gotta
Costco's got-
put they gotta put, police out there during December pretty much, because they have so much traffic going by that they just can't.
but the other thing just to mention, about 60 to 65% of the traffic coming to the Costco will utilize the fuel facility, and it's a more direct route to go further north to go to the circle, make the left, and then the left in at the main entrance, then kind of weaving your way around. Obviously, everybody has their preference on how they like to get in and out of the store, but that's kind of the projection, is that we think that the bulk of the traffic coming in will take that straight route coming in there, but I'll leave Clark.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Clark Wickland, Alliant Engineering. With me also is Nick Grage from our office. He did all the traffic analysis, the ICE report. Just to kind of keep comments in regards to this at about 5,000 feet. The three-quarter access is as you described. It only prohibits the left out. the traffic analysis that was prepared, both the traffic analysis by Kimley Horn prior to our involvement, and then the traffic analysis and the ICE report since our involvement, considered as much as 50% of the traffic to the Costco coming in at that three-quarter access. The remaining 50% would continue north to the roundabout.
That's still a lot of traffic.
It is a lot of traffic. As a result of that, the amount of stacking for that traffic is sufficient to provide for that amount of volume of traffic at that location.
So what's the stacking that you're allowing?
I'd have to ask Nick in regards to the total amount. It's been reviewed thoroughly by MnDOT, because the main concern of theirs, of course, would be if it was not sufficient and it would begin to back up outside of the taper into the through lane.
Because, so let me, I think, okay, so I'm going to bring this up now. I was going to wait till later, but since you're up here, I have some questions about the traffic analysis. So could you walk me through how just the steps at a 50,000 foot level of how you arrived to the traffic number, the volumes you're using for like 2020, 2040?
Okay, that's going to be Nick.
Okay.
So we'll get Nick up here. I could speak
Because
to
this
it
is all
generally.
relevant. Yeah, this is all relevant to this conversation, so since we're here.
But I'll let Nick go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Nick Rage, 6258 Eagle Lake Drive, Maple Grove. Again, like Clark said, I'm with Alliant Engineering, and I did the traffic analysis. At a high level, what goes into this analysis, we do kind of historical analysis of volumes throughout the area. We look at where those volumes are going based on the counts we collected, and then we're able to kind of determine where that percent traffic is coming from. So whether that's to the north of the development site along 41 or to the south.
So if you look at the traffic volumes for 2020, 2040,
Yep.
they're based on certain assumptions of current measured volume and historic volumes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Liz, do you have the report on the traffic study available to put up on the slide? Because I have a specific question regarding it. And it's very pertinent because, so on the traffic report, let's see if I can find it here. So on the traffic report page, what was it? This is page 2 of the traffic report. There's a graph, and which shows the assumptions of the annual growth base. So the assumptions are based on 2 data points, or 2 sets of data. One is the 2040 comp plan. The other assumption is based on the historical data going from 1998 to 2019 on Highway 41.
Yep.
Still with me?
Yep.
Okay. The problem I have with it is that the historical slope shown for 1998 to 2019, which was used as one of the 2 fundamental pieces of this analysis, shows a historic slope base of negative 0.24% growth, which means a declining amount of traffic.
Correct.
My issue with that is that the sample is actually statistically incorrect because you included anomalous information, because if you look at December of 2007, Highway 212 opened on 41, like a mile and a half south. A significant drop, so all the peak volumes kept increasing up to 2007 or 2006. December of 2007, that intersection opened in 212, and then in July or June of 2008, it opened all the way out to Carver. So that pulled down the traffic volumes. So by including that decline, which effectively takes about a couple of years, as we all know, for whether it's UPS, FedEx, the trucking companies, residents and so forth, to adjust those traffic changes and shifts in directional ability to get to places, that volume decreased over the next couple of years. So by the time you actually look at 2012, that volume had decreased significantly. So the reality is that going to 2008, you're looking at something where you're looking at a peak going up because that was the trend, and then it's going back down again. But right now, there's no major plan to say we're going to build a new 212 because it's just going to continue further out. There's no major plan for another significant highway. So to me, this, in conjunction with the comp plan, and also the fact that Carver County is one of the highest growth rates in the state in terms of population, leads me to believe that your assumptions around the traffic volume is really very inaccurate right now. So the planning around there is fundamentally flawed.
Well, I think there's an important point to point out, though, is that MnDOT is not planning in the future and actually expanding 41, because where our growth, 41 has decreased in north of, especially north of the Chaska Commons area, as far as traffic. And when we see where we're going to see the growth in Carver County, the main traffic patterns are not going to come from the north on 41. Carver County is gearing up for that to come from the west on Engler Boulevard into town and then come from the south up to the north. And so I don't know that it's necessarily inconsistent with what MnDOT's been planning for either, that 41 is actually going to see a decrease when you get north of the Chaska Commons area.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, because you have to think about where this growth is going to occur. The growth is already done to the north. The growth that's going to occur is to the west. And so that's why Carver County is so keen on making sure that they get their east-west corridors opened up, because they're not going to.
82nd Street being another
82nd
example.
Street, Engler Boulevard, Pioneer Trail, the growth is not going to occur to the north. That growth is done. It's going to be to the west, and that's why they're focusing on those corridors. So it does not surprise me to see that 41 has gone down. And that's one of the reasons that MnDOT does not have any major improvements planned for 41 going to north, Matt, anytime soon.
No, it's not in there. Matter of fact, in the 5-year program with MnDOT, they actually have a mill and overlay scheduled for this section. So if that gives you any context as to where the state's priorities are, and where they see kind of their maintenance effort versus expansion, that is a dead tail.
So
Most of the time, as we look at kind of the long-term highway plan, if there was going to be an expansion, we'd start, you would see things like corridor studies and all sorts of enhancements towards looking at those particular traffic patterns. I can say, with this model, they did a very robust look, both at the county's model. So the county does a very detailed model, and Nick probably knows it better than anybody.
Sure.
And I would like to clarify a couple things based on what you discussed there. I didn't want to interrupt you, but it shows a declining historical rate, and that's just based on the data that's provided. In the same sense, that 2040 number that we're showing in that blue bar, that chart, is just more data that we have available to us. What was actually applied to the volumes along 41 is that second sentence, second to last sentence in that paragraph right above the chart, which was actually a 1% growth rate.
Right.
We didn't apply a declining growth rate. We applied a 1%.
And
that gets us a lot closer to that 2040 number, even if perhaps a MnDOT doesn't believe that it's actually going to get there. So we still assumed growth on the corridor. 1% is conservative based on historical volumes. Even if we take a smaller snapshot from, like, say, 2012 to 2019, it's still relatively flat. And that 1% is still, from our perspective, a confident growth rate to assume for this corridor.
Okay, because I did catch the 1% growth rate when I read that, but I was still concerned because, overall, it seems like, in the big scheme of things, that even with some of these improvements east-west, there's still just an increase of population. There's going to be increase in population of Chanhassen and as well as Chaska, as well as those neighboring communities. But I think the gating factor is the fact that there's still limited river crossings, which drives that sort of north-south connectivity. And as populations just continue to increase, I mean, that's just going to drive more traffic.
Yep. And that's why we incorporate the development trips on top of that 1%. We're not saying that 1% includes everything that's happening. It's just the background growth that we can apply to the corridor, assuming some sort of increases for those, additional residential developments that are happening elsewhere. Just the nature of 41 and the traffic needing to utilize it to cross the river, and then that development trips on top.
So we look at let's say for sake of argument, we look at the 2040 numbers, right, as that's the projected, like, 1% across the next, 20 years, right? And if those numbers hold true, that means that if let's say the growth was actually 2% across, 10 years, it would effectively be the same thing, right?
Yep.
And
that's annual, 1% each year.
Yeah. Then that would mean that from that point, you would still be able to, this solution would be able to sustain those traffic volumes
Correct,
for at least, at least that long.
correct.
And to me, the thing that really stands out in this whole process, because this all revolves around a process that this goes through. Nobody cares about this highway more than MnDOT. And especially when they're talking about not programming anything in for 41 to get upgraded going into the future, the last thing they want to do is to have something that's going to fail their system. And so that's why, I mean, Matt from our staff can speak to it better than I can, but I do know that that's something that's a big look that MnDOT gives is, do they feel confident in the projections that are out there to be able to say that they think that this can hold going out into the future?
I honestly, when I was looking at that too, because I was like, yeah, a lot of Chaska is south of this, but I'm like, a lot of the people probably coming to this Costco will be north, like Chaska, but as far, like Shakopee's probably gonna keep going to Burnsville. That's, south of the river, you wanna kind of stay on the other side of the river
You're not
most of the
gonna cross
time.
the
So for me, I was like, it's gonna be Victoria, they're gonna use 82nd once we get that improvement. So in my mind, I was like, we're gonna have a lot of traffic from the north, because I kind of thought the same thing, and I was like, ugh. But when I thought about it more, I really feel it, and I don't know if I saw it, if we like have an idea of what cities we think are gonna come to this Costco necessarily based on locations, but to me, it was a lot of north traffic. And I wasn't as concerned once I thought about who were the consumers coming.
Easterlies, yeah.
Right.
The one thing to add into that is, unlike a lot of retailers, this is a member-only retailer, so they know all the customers.
Yeah.
They know where they're at, and, they know that they're gonna be drawing from South Lake, Minnetonka area, all of that they know most of those customers and where they're coming from. Yes, there are gonna be additional customers that probably grow into that, but they already know a pretty large percentage of where those people are and what their shopping habits are, which is one of the things in terms of the traffic study that provides, and I know that they looked at and coordinated with Costco on, is like, how does this match up with what you're anticipating based on what's going on here? Because also a large driver on this is the unknown of what's happening with Oak Ridge, right? I mean, because they're plugging in a really high number, to give themselves some latitude, from an office use on that site. But it might be something much less than that, which happens in that facility as well, which is going to dampen some of this activity. It's easy to get focused in on the Costco, but you also have another equally large building on the site, which is that Oak Ridge facility, which you need to keep in mind as well.
But that also just emphasizes the importance of the connector between, in 82nd or Angler, and then this stretch in between here is gonna get loaded a lot more, because if people are going to Costco, they can't just cut through the lake. They've gotta go through either, through this section of roadway to get there from Victoria, from Waconia, from wherever they're coming from the west.
Angler, Pioneer Trail, or 82nd.
Yeah, they're going to, especially if they're going to Costco, or they're going to any of the uses on this site, for any of those 3 uses, right?
Yeah, but as like someone that frequently comes from Waconia, historically, you're not gonna take 82nd. That's just too much lefting, turning, left, right. You're gonna go down 5 and you're gonna go down up, and then you're gonna go down 41.
Sure, but you'll still end up on 41.
Right, yeah, I'm just saying, like, you talked about Angler and 80 seconds, like, I don't really foresee that.
Just wait till 80 seconds finished. So, anyway, but thank you. Yep.
Any other questions? I don't know who, is this, and maybe it was in the report and I missed it, but is this store size-wise, square footage, the same as maybe? I think I just heard a generic saying, yeah, they're all kind of the same size.
That's correct, yes.
So it's the same size building as the others?
It's basically the same size, yeah. There's some
Okay.
minor tweaks with the front entry, canopy, and things like that. but yeah.
Okay. And then I thought that I read in there, and it didn't make sense to me, the gas is not 24 hours a day, correct?
That's correct, yeah. The gas is not 24 hours.
It's just,
I don't think the one in Eden Prairie is so
No.
either.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
no, I thought I read it in there that said it was 24-hour gas, and I've never seen that before, that's why.
They open before the warehouse opens, and then they typically close, half an hour or so after the warehouse closes.
Okay. That's what I assumed, but I was just trying to, I mean, whatever, but it just didn't make sense, because I don't know, based on how you gotta do it, you must have to have an attendant there, or you wouldn't.
There's
have-
always an attendant, yeah, it's considered
Yes.
an attendant type facility.
Okay. All right, anyone else?
I had a comment.
Go ahead, I'm not sure who it is. Sure you give me your name and address, please?
Mayor, are you ready for public comment now?
Yeah, we'll open it up to some public comment here.
Okay, the first one to go would be Cody Braun.
Hi, my name is Cody Brett. I work out of 3700 North Chestnut Street, right there on 41. I was curious as to why there was the choice to utilize the Eden Prairie as a study point versus, for instance, like the St. Louis Park facility, mainly just because I noticed that St. Louis Park also has a liquor store as well, but the Eden Prairie location does not. And when you take into consideration some of the other shopping and whatnot locally there between Chaska Commons, the Coles area and whatnot, I feel like that probably reflects a little bit more closely as to what this area is going to end up becoming in the long run. So could we hear more about why Eden Prairie was utilized and if anything was taken from the St. Louis Park site?
I think that Liz hit early on that from a staff perspective, all three, the Eden Prairie, St. Louis Park, and Egan facilities were evaluated during multiple periods, weekends, evenings, weekdays, evenings, mornings, in terms of the traffic loading by staff.
I feel like we've heard about Eden Prairie, but we didn't hear about St. Louis Park.
Yeah, I think I used Eden Prairie as an example for some service-oriented stuff, but not necessarily that that's where we only did the study.
I think as a council, we're just more familiar with that. So when we're talking about how certain things work, that's what we're considering, not necessarily from the perspective of what's in and around it.
I honestly think probably Eden Prairie is probably the least comparable for traffic to it, and that's why there was other facilities that were looked at.
Because Eden Prairie is the top performing.
It is,
store,
and
correct?
it's a very different road connection going into that than it is that will be here. So I think that's why Kevin said, you know, when looking at it from a technical standpoint, we looked at multiple Costco's. I think sometimes we just use Eden Prairie as a reference for operational things because it's easy for us to envision that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else there, Kevin?
Yep, we have Cade. Cade, you can unmute.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I didn't see like any like, consideration for like alternate modes. Like you're building a right next to residential, but it's all planned right now. I just want to make sure that there's like considerations for making like those residents feel like they're comfortable walking or taking a carbon bike. There's other nearby residential developments that every car that can bike or walk is another car, and you don't have to worry about any traffic on the road. So I just want to make sure that that's in the discussion and being considered.
Behind, for the residents in that neighborhood, those trails that connect down to McKnight Lake, those trails are pretty extensive back there as far as being able to get out and recreate and move around. I mean, from what I can see, they go all the way.
It's a very, you
It's
said
a
it.
pretty extensive
Yes.
system.
It's connected with the trail
Yeah.
And then you
network.
can get it all
You can get,
around
like, all the way down.
lakes, yeah.
Well, and
Yeah,
I
to-
think the other point too is what Liz brought up about the connectivity around the site itself, is that there's a sidewalk network that comes out and goes around the site. We talked about the pedestrian crossing that's coming over to Costco. So I do think there's a lot of pedestrian connections there within the development, and then they also then connect out to the city trail system, which is around the ravines. You know, we sort of talked about this when residential went around like Home Depot and Cub. Unfortunately, even if you live across the street from Costco, you're probably driving your car because
You can't just walk with one little
It's like walking
aisle.
over to Home Depot and trying to carry off
Too long
lumber.
for.
You know, that when people go to warehouse foods, that they're probably going to have a bigger load than what they can actually carry. But there is very robust pedestrian connections throughout the site and then into the site as well.
Because is it, from my understanding of looking over the design again, the neighborhood is very pet focused, correct? That's going to be
Yep, but they talk
abutting it?
about 600
Because
dogs.
there's like
Yep.
pet washes and,
Yes.
so I'm assuming there would be, you know,
Trail system.
a lot of trail system and sidewalk, just in the regard of their mission statement and that development.
Liz, could you just walk us through the trails briefly?
Yeah, and I can bring up the exhibit again.
That one exhibit had
Yeah.
all the trails and sidewalks on it.
Second here.
Yeah, I know some of the trails, they're like close to any commercial development. They never like go actually to a convenient place to the commercial development.
Well, there's that connection that they got a crosswalk right to the Costco. Is that what I'm trying to understand? I think that's what you mean. So they have worked that into that neighborhood right there.
Right.
And they could, I mean, you could technically take trails and all the way down to that new underbridge connector by Lake Grace to get over to Target even.
Right.
It's a ways, but you can, I mean, Target is a ways anyways.
I think the challenge of the site, which it's hard to see in this exhibit, is with the railroad on the south there, it does kind of hinder people from being able to adequately access the south side. But I think one of the goals of this overall project is to provide funding to be able to make that connection in the near future, which would then give the residents access to a greater system overall. But they do have access to the extensive system around both those lakes with that access from the multifamily site. And it's hard to see on here, but there will be additional access on the northeast side, right off of the Costco site and the roundabout area that'll bring you into kind of that more passive system in the back there, which will ultimately connect into those other public systems.
And off of that blue trail, there's that connection right where your hand is, or
Yep,
south.
right here.
Where it goes in and comes out right at the north, or what would be the west entrance, excuse me, to the Costco. And so you would be able to get directly to the retail and to whatever happens at Oak Ridge and use the sidewalk system to get into that side of the housing development. And then also on the south side, the housing development connects into the McKnight Lake Trail system. So you do have a fairly robust internal network here to allow people, if they wanted to ride their bike and because maybe they just want to take advantage of the $1.50 hot dogs, and that they can do that.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
You know,
Slice of pizza.
So maybe they
Slice
won't take
pizza.
their car just for
Yeah.
hot dog time.
So,
Well, my
Stuff in a
gut,
cargo bike. I don't know if you know this.
what's that?
You can fit a lot of stuff in a cargo bike. I don't know.
You could.
so Liz, on the railroad crossing on 41, does that actually have a bike lane on it? I can't remember if it does.
Over here?
No. Yeah, right there.
No.
Right.
That's
the
actually-
railroad won't
Yeah.
won't give us
Yeah.
that.
Well, it's actually one that we're working on sort of internally, outside of the stuff that they're doing with the development, is to see, is there a way that we can get this development to help facilitate getting that connection across? Because to me, the biggest, well, there's a couple of big gaps in our trail system, but this is one of the biggest.
This is one of the
This
biggest.
is definitely something that's come forward off that steering committee.
Yep, and we've been looking at ways that we could use this development to help drive moving that forward so that we could get that connection through.
which would benefit this development and the community all at the same time.
Yep.
And is that, I mean, I think we heard when we were at the very beginning stages of the steering committee, I think it was in a council meeting though, you know, we even have people biking on 41 and going over that bridge, and that would
Yeah,
help
or
with
bike-
that.
Yep, Coles,
Yeah.
yeah. It was, I think you probably heard at River City Days when we were talking
Oh,
about
maybe
the
that's
map
where-
and-
yeah.
and pinning that. Mhm.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Kevin?
That was currently it.
Okay.
I think we have some in the
Yep,
audience.
and I know that we have a few people in the audience, so, again, what I like to do, if your question or whatever you had has already been brought up, with so much going on tonight, we ask that hopefully you accept that unless you have something new. So with that, if someone has something different they'd like to bring up, feel free. I just need a name and address for our records, please. Yep.
Hi, my name is Thelma Gutierrez Anderson. I am a resident of Chaska. I live on 871 Cascade Drive, just at Red Cedar Creek. I am one of the parents that normally accesses one of the businesses just north, and I think it was shown on one of the slides, that has a very difficult entrance already. And I drive there 6 days a week. There's a lot of young drivers, new drivers that are going in, parents with families. And I just wanted to understand a little bit more about the plan for the increased traffic to that business. We're going to be very close to that new roundabout, and it's already very difficult to get in and out of that location. And I'd just like to understand a little bit more about the three-quarter axis that's proposed and the speed study as well for that business.
I'm not sure who wants to handle that. Liz? Kevin?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we
Nate?
really have any answers at this point. We've reached out to MnDOT. We've asked for their understanding of kind of their long-term plan. It's not part of the scope for this project, but it's something we're definitely going to be following up with the neighbors on.
And I'm with what city administrator had stated earlier. If MnDOT sees that there's a problem, they're not gonna approve these things, and they've looked at their traffic studies, and like Matt said, they don't want this road to fail. I mean, they need to keep it active. That has always been a challenging entrance. Honestly, I'm not sure how it was ever approved in the location that it's in, but it's there, and, you know, we're gonna work with it. Personally, I think, one, the roundabout is gonna slow traffic as they come into it, because they can't be driving the 50 like they were in the past. The other thing that I think is gonna make this safer, if you need to take a left, right now, you just go right, you go down a little bit, you do the roundabout and come back out. And it's the same way if you're coming the other way, you only go up a couple blocks and there's a roundabout. I really think with the roundabout on both sides will make this a safer way if people utilize the roundabouts. And again, that's a retraining tool that, you know, we're all like everyone else. We go the shortest way we've known and the way we've always gone. But with that being a challenging intersection, I really think that this new roundabout is gonna help because it's gonna slow traffic.
It is a way that with difficult intersections, traffic engineers are trying to use the roundabouts to get people to have safer accesses. A good example of it is up on Engler Boulevard with the proposal that we see for the reconstruction of that in front of the fire station. Coming out of White Oak Drive on the north, the expectation is that you won't take a left-hand turn out of that you're gonna go down to the roundabout, take a free right, go down to the roundabout, come around and come back. So that you're never having to have people go across traffic. Now, if it's a three-quarter axis, that's gonna eliminate people being able to go across traffic, unless there's an actual lane there, sort of like we were talking about with the Costco, if there's an actual lane that people can pull over and make that left-hand improvement. And I think that's what Matt said, that MnDOT's looking at right now is to say, you know, do we rely on the roundabouts or do we think that there should be a three-quarter access there so that there's an actual lane to go left? Those are gonna be the things that they look at.
They really have some big long-term decisions to make. I mean, when you think about this section and the growth rate of what's going on, the question really is, will this section of road ever be expanded? And I think that's the challenge that they're struggling with, is to say, you know, if we were to do a project through, like, in between these two roundabout sections, what would that look like? What's the timing? What would the trigger be? And compare that to more of an interim solution, which, you know, something that we had brought up to them was, you know, providing back really what's there today, which is 3/4. And is that the long-term fix? Overwhelmingly, I think the response we've heard from MnDOT and you hear consistently is roundabouts are the safest. And so I think the best case scenario would be the 3/4. We're still trying to understand where that fits in their plan. But, you know, we will have some information back after the holidays to kind of share with the neighbors, understand what those triggers would be to do a project, and if it's a safety project or maybe a timing piece, we just don't know yet.
And I would assume that there's, so 3,700 is the northern property there, I think is where some people are here from. And that southern property there, do you know what I'm talking about? That uses the same access, right? So, and there's not really an option, I'm just clarifying, to make like a frontage road accessed from the new roundabout. Is that too hard because there's a creek there and stuff, or access, it's just not an option?
It was looked at, and one of the things that happens is, you can't really see it in this drawing, is that the frontage road would come up where there's a median in the ring road. And so if you would go south, but then you would go through the entire site and just kind of come out to 41, you can't really get back into the roundabout there.
Okay.
And so it doesn't help that much. And yes, you do have to cross a creek, you have to cross wetlands, and also there's some grade elevation challenges
and lots
there.
of trees too.
And so there's a couple of factors which, and then you're dealing with private property ownership rights as well.
Yeah.
So there's a number of things that are happening there that would suggest that trying to figure out how to best utilize their existing access point is the right solution. And that's where that 3/4 access discussion really kind of came in, and, you know, waiting for the folks at MnDOT to kind of think about that corridor and what do they see happening, and is this going to be, you know, do they see that 2-lane being the ultimate solution in the long term for them? And if so, what is the right answer at that intersection? And then being able to move forward with the residents, or the businesses, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that one's kind of an interesting one, because because there's 3 different properties on that entrance, right?
Right.
You have one that's, one's primarily commercial, another's a dance school, and I'll mention too that my daughter was actually a student at dance school for over a decade, so very, very familiar with that particular entrance, multiple times a week. And then north of that's Treehouse, which is another nonprofit, which has a lot of youth there. And so one of the challenges are that you have a lot of young, inexperienced drivers, just got their license, making left turns. I can tell you, my wife and I have heard many stories over the years of like almost got hit, scared to death, and especially when it's snowy or icy. Kids just, the parents certainly don't feel safe for their children. I think that someone else can speak to actually having had an accident there because they were rear-ended trying to make that left. And I mean, I know what that's like because I
Right, and I think that's part of the MnDOT analysis is, would a 3/4 access work, or is it going to be a right in, right out?
Yeah, that's the question. Yep.
I would just comment that I appreciate, we did get quite a few email responses in particular from the dance school participants, which I appreciate. I will agree with what the mayor says. Roundabouts do slow traffic, and I'll speak from experience. I live on Big Woods Boulevard, which went through a major reconstruction. It was a county road prior, and it was a straight shot out of town, right? And cars flew down our Bastard development passing. Now, to do that, there's 3 roundabouts, kind of blur together when I take them, and it slows traffic down. It does, right? And so, I like the fact that we're exploring other options with MnDOT, but I do think the fact that you do have to slow down, and actually in this case, being closer to that roundabout probably helps that situation because you're not up to speed again, right? Now, again, every driver in every different location is different, but I can just say I personally experienced with that, because that was probably the biggest concern that the residents and my neighbors had with the county road before it became Big Woods Boulevard, is that the speed down to town, you're going downhill, you're going uphill, and those roundabouts, they slow you down. And if they don't slow you down, you know about it next time, because you kind of hang on for a moment, you're like, okay, I approached that a little too fast. It gives you immediate feedback if you go a little fast. So just one person's experience and kind of when new roundabouts slow traffic down a little bit.
All right, anyone else? Yep, come on up. Name and address, please.
My name's Robert, Robert Brott. I'm associated with 3700 North Chestnut Street. I'm a part owner of the whole building with Chaska Chan Holdings, and my wife is the owner of River Valley Dance Academy. I want to take it from 10,000 feet down to about 12 feet, or maybe I should say 650 feet, because that's the distance from the driveway that has been part of that property for as long as anybody remembers to where the roundabout will begin, 650 feet. There's going to be a lot of decisions that need to be made within that 650 feet. And our concern primarily is twofold. One is that will we have enough room to be able to make whatever adjustments, and I appreciate Kevin and the staff's work with MnDOT, but there's still so many questions to what this is. This could have started much earlier if we would have been brought into the process or been made aware that this was even a consideration. We literally did not hear about it until the week of the Planning Commission meeting when I was contacted and said, why aren't you commenting on this? I said, well, Costco's going to come. Who's going to be against Costco? We're just going to have to live with it. No, it's not just Costco. It's these two other development pieces too, and it's a circle. And then as I started diving into it more, when you start thinking about 650 feet and whether you're accelerating or decelerating or going from 2 lanes out of the circle to 1 going north or 1 lane going into 2 going south, there's going to be a lot of decisions that are going to be literally made in that corridor, and I guarantee you MnDOT would never approve a driveway 650 feet from a circle. So my concern is that we find a way to be able to address the issues that were pre-existing. We're more than just business owners. We have been participants in the community. My children grew up in the schools here. My son graduated from the high school and teaches now photography at the Carver County Co-op. We've been an important part of this. And when you start bringing it down to that 650-foot level, do you know how many cars are going to pass during that peak time frame by our driveway? If you count both directions, it's 1 car every 1.87 seconds. I ask you, do you want to have your child pulling out, or do you want to be pulling out with your children in the car with that kind of traffic without some kind of allowance for additional safety at that intersection? Now, I know there's going to be a lot of pressure to get things approved, to get things moving for Costco. The staff has done a great job. There's wonderful flow throughout all of that. But literally, we did not hear about this before this. And I know there's some consideration for how many feet you have to be from the development. But if you look at this is the engineering plan. Literally, the plan for the circle goes right in front of our property. I mean, you can't get any closer to that. No, true, Costco's going to be over here. That might not be close enough. But to look at that in isolation and not consider the whole development and how it's going to impact. And the other piece of this is is that we are literally the only people that are affected negatively by this development. You got a railroad track on the other end, you've got lakes on the other side, and you got a highway. The fact that neither the city staff, nor the developers, nor the occupiers of those projects were ever part of reaching out to the neighbors. I've listened in on your council meetings. You require residential developers to have neighborhood meetings before things can move forward. We had nothing. So I hope this is a lesson to the wise moving forward. And all I ask is that you put some strong language in whatever you pass today, because I'm sure you're going to pass something that says we've got to figure out how to do this safely, both for the people in those businesses and for the people that are going to be passing by there, making those decisions about accelerating, decelerating, all in that same area. So that is my heartfelt plea that the council, because of this is the only place that this consideration can be made. And I don't want to have the big decisions made tonight and then this once again just kind of falling away to the wayside. And the next time it comes before the council, it's on the approval list without public comment. I want to make one last point, and that is, and I've shared this with the city staff, we have 3 small properties. The Costco development in and of itself is 4 times bigger than this little sliver of land that's here. If we ultimately have to bear the burden of the cost of highway development that is necessary due to no fault of our own, when you have a 67-acre development adjacent to us, that I think sends a wrong signal about the values that we have as a community and the little guy versus the big corporations. I'll leave it at that.
What are your thoughts on what could you do in making it better?
I would have loved to have been a part of these conversations prior to this last minute.
But what would change, what, if you were part of that, what would you change?
My original desire was to have the benefit of the PV 41 circle, just like all the other companies are going to have that are back in that. I understand why we're putting the circle at PV and not putting it farther down the road, which would be safer for us, putting it farther down, but then we'd still have
Further down, when you say further down?
further south, like where the original Oak Ridge.
But part of this is to help the PV.
Right, it benefits PV,
So,
absolutely.
I mean, we wouldn't certainly
Right.
offset somewhere up the road further. That'd be worse than what we're dealing with today.
And so what I'm suggesting is that if we could have had a way to be a part of that PV circle, I understand there's expense that would be involved in that, and that might be off the table due to that. But we are open to whatever options there are for it to be a safe thing. If we're only right in and right out, and we have to talk to our customers into always using the circles to go around, I am fine with that. Now, do I want to pay, what would that highway development cost for our driveway? Do I want to be assessed that and pay that and put us at a disadvantage in the future for the value of the property? No, I don't, because we didn't create the problem that we're now having to deal with. So we're open. I don't have any magical solutions. We are a sliver of land that only has one option, one way in and one way out.
That's why, I was just curious, because you said if I had been part of it sooner, I was just looking for if you had some thing that could have benefit from, because obviously, the idea was always to line up with PV, because PV is, again, it's a road
Right.
that's very challenging to get in and out of, and.
And if you look at the traffic report, it's an F today. That makes us about an F minus after you add all this additional traffic. And again, it doesn't affect as many people, but literally we have 750 class participants a week, times 2, that'd be 1,500. That's real. And I'll close. Mike referred to this, but my wife was one of those that was
Yep.
in
We
a
talked
terrible
about that.
accident. And only by the grace of God did she not get pushed into the oncoming traffic coming from the north. And totaled her car, tore the wheel off. And again, it was just a sense of distracted driving. And that's not going to get any better when you put circles in there. So,
Well, I also think you got to realize that nothing you're going to do is going to prevent distracted driving situations too, right? Like, I think that's fair. I guess my question I would have is, I understand the increase in traffic is a concern, and I appreciate your commentary on that. It's bad now, though, as we acknowledge.
Yep.
And so, to me, I look at this as slowing that traffic down on top of, even with the additional traffic, is probably, in my opinion, better than leaving it as it is today. Because it's not good today. And I do think, and to your comment about not being forgotten, right? I know the city doesn't, they follow through. I've never witnessed a situation where they haven't followed through. And I will say that from experience of my observations, sometimes the hardest thing is getting MnDOT to respond. Not necessarily us forgetting. So, I buy some of that patience with the city have affect that too. So that'd be my other comment too, is I appreciate the feedback. I do think your concerns are being heard tonight. And it is something we will continue to explore with MnDOT, regardless of what happens with that plan. And I hope that you believe that and trust that. And if we don't do it, you come back and ask about it.
Right.
And call us out on it. 'Cause
well, and
I think we
I,
that, right?
I will, because again, it's not just about our investment. But when I asked that question, would you want your child to be, pulling out? Would you want to do that with a child in your car? The other real question is, or would you just go find a different dance studio someplace else?
That's actually a good question that I'm always one that is careful what you ask for. So of those users, and this is me playing devil's advocate, I'm not trying to be rude, but do you feel like, so you can speak for you, the other users, that becomes a write-in, write-out. I don't know what the conversations with the state have been from MnDOT's perspective. A write-in, write-out, some would view that as less desirable for a business because it makes it harder to get to. So obviously advocating for safety is the #1 priority. So you would be fine with the write-in, write-out, it sounds like. Do the other users, have we got, I don't know what the conversations with MnDOT. Well, there's Treehouse and then there's the southernmost user as well.
Yeah, Precision Heating and Cooling is in the south building, and it's got other vacancies that aren't.
But it sounds like your building is the one that has the most consumers coming to and fro. The other, well, and
Edward
Treehouse.
Sales is part of it too.
Okay.
They're a corporation.
I just always want, I want to have a good understanding if you guys would truly be okay with the write-in, write-out, because sometimes people end up with that and then they're really sorry they do. So.
Yeah, and I think that's a real fair point as we're going forward and talking with MnDOT about this. I can't tell you how many times, when we've talked about speed studies, where we always say, be careful about speed studies, because sometimes you won't like the answer you get.
Get more speed.
I think one of the things that we need to do as we're talking with MnDOT about this is keep these pretty informal conversations and really talk with them about what's possible, what do they think should happen, keep these at a very informal level until we sort of land upon one that we're just like, yeah, okay, that seems like everybody can live with it, and then push it. Because I think if we go into these conversations assuming that something's the answer and push for it, we might just get it. and everybody might look at it later and say, boy, that was a big mistake. And so I completely hear what you're saying. I do think you have to trust that we are talking with MnDOT about this, but I want to be really careful about how we talk with MnDOT about this. Because my experience is that keep things very informal until you get to a point where you've sort of landed on something that hey, this could be something that could potentially work, and then we go forward with trying to advocate for it. Kevin or Matt, I don't know if, I mean,
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
Excuse me for interrupting.
Yep.
My concern is what is going to be that trigger, and is that trigger going to be 3 years down the road?
No.
Where suddenly we have a $100,000 highway improvement bill that we're going to have to split between.
MnDOT's going to want to deal with this at the same time that we're dealing with this traffic circle. I mean, we're going to want to deal with it at the same time we're doing the traffic circle, because we're not going to want to go back and do improvements if there are improvements later.
And to be fair, our concern about the safety is in the peak hours, because that's when we do our work. And that's, we have an adaptive dance class on Saturday mornings. And while that's not in any of these studies, because the rest of the corporate world aren't going to be using it, Costco will be plenty busy on a Saturday morning. So what's that going to look like, and how's that going to be? And again, every car coming out of our parking lot is either going to have kids in it, or kids are going to be driving.
Yep.
And that's why I am absolutely an advocate for whatever is the safest. And if my other neighbors want to weigh in, I do know that Edward Sales with us is willing to do whatever they think that we feel is the right thing for the benefit of keeping the kids safe.
Well, and I do think, I mean, it was said before that things are not good there now. And I think even just the addition of roundabouts on both sides of this makes it better than what it is before. The question is what's sort of that optimal safety?
Because the part about the right in and right out, I live on White Oak Drive, the area that we discussed earlier. We got one exit, we got 150 people, and we exit on one of the busiest county roads. We talked about, do you put a right in, right out, do you put a stoplight? But then what about all the time there isn't traffic? Now you sit and do nothing, or you can't go that way, then you gotta go around the way. So that's kind of back to where we need to go into this and look at what are the best options to make that work. Because we all know 41 can be horrible, and then the next time you don't have a car for 20 minutes. So that's why I always worry about if we're gonna go in there and push and say right in, right out, and then like Matt says, you get it, and we go, well, that's dumb, now I'm sitting here, and there's not a car in sight, and I gotta go right, and I wanna go left. So I think, let's see how things play out. The message is loud and clear, our emails have been very loud and clear, the concern about that intersection. But that intersection, like I said earlier, MnDOT would never allow that ever again. And I'm sure they're regretting that it's there. But we have to work with what's there, and I totally believe that it will be better with this roundabout than it is today. Without doing anything else, because you have to start slowing. I mean, early on, in the birth of this roundabout, it's gonna be interesting as people not aware of it. But once we get our driving habits back, I think in the long run, it might be good, and that's why maybe that right in and right out isn't a discussion to have yet.
Yeah.
But we're clearly aware of that, and we don't want to put anything in that's going to cause more problems.
Right.
We deal with enough problems. We don't want to create them besides. So.
And again, my only word is that there wasn't a lot of consideration for the one neighbor.
So help me, were they out of our range of that, or how does that work? Is there?
Yeah, so we're required to notify people within 350 feet of the subject property. So the northernmost Pondview building and Treehouse fall outside of that.
So one building was notified, but not the other?
Yes.
Even though they
That's
share,
right.
even though they all share the same entrance.
That's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I knew we had the 350 ring, and I figured it had to be really close there somehow.
Well, and I would say too, if you include the change in the traffic if you add the circle into that, then we're all within 350 feet, too. So,
350 from the roundabout versus 350 from Costco.
It depends
Just
on where you
from
measure it from.
Correct.
If you measure it from the Costco property line, 350 feet only touches that bottom building, but if you measure it from where, where the actual construction goes up the road, then it includes it, right? It depends on what your point.
again, we can't turn back the clock on that, but we,
Right.
No, it's good to learn.
but again, I think it would have been helpful to reconsider what that connection was to the neighbors. And we're the only ones.
But I will say, you kind of mentioned this now, I think that you saw it earlier in the council meetings, that this was happening. So it kind of, don't be afraid to come forward then, because then you could have been part of the process.
Well, I was at the last council meeting with a residential piece, and as I was listening, going, that would have made life a lot easier. And I would say that, and again, I don't want to, there was some interest by the planning commission. There's evidence in the minutes that there was a desire for us to be reached out to back in spring of 2020, and it didn't happen. So that's again, we're just, can't turn back the clock, got to move forward. But I'll be back, and we need to get this solved safely, and for the benefit of those businesses that are there.
Okay.
Robert, I appreciate your thoughts on that. I am a business owner myself, and with a retail space, and there have, in my community that I'm in, have been decisions been made, and I haven't been brought to the table, and it can be very frustrating, because you just kind of want to be able to be there, or at least advocate, or give perspective. So I really do appreciate you bringing that forward, because that is definitely something that just needs to be told.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing it forward.
Yep, thank you. All right, anyone else?
There, we did have one other person from Zoom.
All right, we'll take this one last person then.
Okay, Jocelyn? You can unmute.
Thank you for taking my comment. And I don't know that this can be answered tonight, but you did ask what would we have brought to the table. And I know that this is not something that the folks from the state are interested in doing, but what we would have liked to have seen would have been a light. We are the only entrance on Highway 441 from Shop to Chanhassen that is a private entrance that doesn't have a controlled entrance. And so our suggestion would have been a light at Costco and a light at our entrance. I understand and have been told that there's no way that would ever be considered. So our next plea was that when looking at the projections and the map that are planning for this, it is labeled as 55 miles an hour. Currently, why we're increasing the speed limit that we're going to mark.
You're not talking into your mic because you're disappearing. We can't hear what you're saying.
When I look at the plans, it said it's labeled for 55 miles an hour, and I believe the current speed right there in front of us is 45 miles an hour. And I've heard tonight a couple of people saying that the two roundabouts will slow things down, which I think would be great. And I would like to see the speed limit lowered. That is what I think would be helpful. So one, our preference would have been a light. Two, we definitely would like to see the speed limit that's labeled for the projected road once it's finished decreased. The third thing I wanted to say was I think it will be difficult for semis coming out of Edward's sales business to somehow ramp up to 55 miles an hour as soon as they exit the driveway, and then, in peak hours, maybe have to stop at the roundabout as they're going to enter the, the roundabout because of the backup that most likely will happen entering the Costco location. So that's a concern that I have as well. How will semi-drivers be able to ramp up to that speed and then slow back down? And the same thing with, these new 16-year-old drivers. How are they going to make those decisions, which I know was already discussed, earlier. So having a slower speed limit, if we can't have a light, I think is essential. Thank you for hearing my comment.
When the speed study was done on 41, did it include that portion? The one that was just done like 2019?
Because I think it's only
No.
50 anyways.
Was it just Hunter Mark and Pioneer, just that chunk?
Yes, that's the only section.
And actually, the speed limit was actually raised because of it, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I would be very cautious about going into this asking for a speed study, because if it's at 50 now, it won't be at 50 afterwards, it'll be higher.
Could you, and I want to make sure that everyone understands why this happens.
Yeah.
Matt, do you want to give a little explanation as to how the speed test study is conducted?
Well,
Just
I'll let the expert explain it.
So that Matt.
Yeah.
Other Matt.
State guidelines set the speed standards. Standard state highway speeds are 55. Any speed study that's conducted is set within the 85th percentile practice of when speeds are monitored. So most routinely, what we find is that in most cases, the speed limit never gets decreased. What we find is that people are generally drive the speed they feel comfortable, and in most cases, that's not what people would want.
And so let me just kind of translate to, the reality here, right? So when they did the
We don't understand them either.
So like
the likelihood of it going below 55 is extremely doubtful.
Yeah.
I would say it's something that the design team and I can certainly take up is with MnDOT is to say, where does that speed change happen? Because, the driver context and where the roundabout's going to be, it will be a change along the corridor, which is essentially why the roundabout was selected versus a traffic signal. And that's probably a good point, is for us to look at just kind of the driver context of where that speed change could happen. But it's always enforcement. It's always that, people will drive the same speed if they really feel comfortable.
Yeah, and I appreciate you following with MnDOT on that. But I think just to make sure everyone understands, like when you talk about the 85th percentile, like when it was done between Hunter Mark and Pioneer Trail, what happens, like MnDOT basically took down all of the speed limit signs, and then they just measured what the traffic was for a certain period of time, and then they just measured that speed of
We
traffic.
actually put garbage bags over top.
Yeah, they're
You
like
put garbage bags on top. It was the same difference, right? And then basically took the 85th percentile of where people are running and says, well, that's your new speed limit because that's what people feel comfortable doing, because 15% over that 85th percentile would be kind of dangerous, right?
It's not routine for MnDOT to sign state highways. Standard practice is to not sign them because every state highway is speed limit set at 55. It's kind of that narrative as development happens and as, things happen along the transportation system, it only comes into play as when certain, you have a crash incident or something that warrants kind of evaluating the speed along the corridor. The reason this section's that way is because of the curve. And it's really trying to preempt people as they drive southbound and northbound is that the super elevation part of where that roadway section is, it's not the easiest to drive in the wintertime.
All right. Thanks for that, I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt.
Any other questions? All right.
What-
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I think that this has been asked before. Do we have any idea when an end user for Oak Ridge is going to be? Is there anyone interested? It's just totally wide open right now. Okay. That was it.
It's totally wide open, is that what I saw nodding, yeah? No? Okay. But I mean, the idea is still that it would be a conference center of some sort, or is that wide open too?
It's wide open at this point.
I mean, because it says a conference center, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is.
That's just how the building's set up today. So,
I can't hear you, Liz, sorry.
Sorry. That's just how the building is set up today. So effectively, that same type of user could occupy the building, but they're still looking at other potential users to
Okay.
reutilize
I
that
thought-
building.
I thought the way I read the report that it was kind of going to find a new user of that, so. okay.
So I think the only other thing I'd just comment on is just to, I think that the only ask of staff would just be to make sure to engage the property owners of, Treehouse, the 3700 building and the other building, to make sure that, as you guys develop, conversations with MnDOT, that, they're engaged in that in some way, so that way, they have some input into that process.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. I'm open to what you want to do. We have multiple motions, and I'll just, to get something started, Resolution 2021-94, which is the approving the preliminary plot, correct? And the ordinance is the rezoning, correct?
Correct.
Do we have to do anything about the purchase of land? That doesn't have to do anything, that's just all
It'll
legal
be
stuff?
subsequent.
Yeah, we'll have to come up with a purchase agreement.
Okay. All right, so right now, we're looking at, what's your thoughts on Resolution 2021-94, which is the preliminary plot and preliminary site and building plan?
And is that the one including the sale of the property, or is that just?
It's just authorizing and saying it's excess.
Okay.
So we're just
Right.
making a conclusion that we
Right.
that
That's
we
part
would
of-
be open to selling that,
Yeah.
but we have to come back.
But we
with a
still have to
PO.
come back with a purchase agreement.
So that's,
I think.
that's in there, but it's not really
Yeah.
part of this.
But that's the motion is to include 2021-94 and that, right? Because that's what.
I think it's-
It like allows for the purchase
I
agreement.
think it's in the resolution,
Right.
right?
It is,
You have
yep.
to actually declare property as excess before you can go out and actually get a purchase
Right.
agreement on it. And that's what the resolution does.
Okay, so it's 2021-94, preliminary plot, preliminary site,
Yep.
and sale of excess land.
Yep.
Okay, thoughts? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. So moved.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Again, adopting Resolution 2021-94, which is approving preliminary plot, preliminary site and building plan and sale of excess city land.
I'll just comment that I think every time this topic has come up or anything related to this project, we've talked about the importance of getting traffic right. And I think based on the fact that we've spent all of this conversation so far talking about traffic demonstrates our strong feelings about that. But I also understand that for me, not being a traffic study, understanding MnDOT, understanding the experts, there's a sense of trust that I have with that team that this is the optimal situation for that traffic, and I trust that, right? So like I said, I want to make sure that, all those conversations, it hasn't been clear yet, that, we know that this is a big end user site. The comment about doing things because, who's going to go against Costco? To me, it's still all about, like, let's get it right for everyone, not even just the users of Costco. And I do, like I said, I know ideally those developers wouldn't have waited 2 years to do this, right? So I appreciate the patience that they have presented as well. And then I appreciate staff and everyone working with MnDOT to get that traffic right. Because like I said, we've stressed that time and time again, that for this to be successful for all residents, we got to figure out that traffic. We've talked about the failed experiments where traffic doesn't work at other Costco sites as examples. And so I just, like I said, I just want to appreciate and state that obvious that, we've talked about it quite a bit in length. And I appreciate the patience of 2 years of planning to get to it.
And I have one super quick question for you guys. Based on the fact that, things got delayed and now we're 2 years into it, when would you be projecting like groundbreaking to opening?
that'll be the question everyone wants to know after this, right?
Yeah, because that's exactly the question, yeah.
To be honest, we still, as we've been told and counseled by all the city staff, we still have quite a ways to go with MnDOT in terms of approving the construction plans. The current schedule for us, if we stay on track with everything, is to do preliminary site work in the summer and fall of next year. Costco, we turn over the sites to Costco and Continental, and provided that MnDOT cooperates, because we need to open that traffic signal for Costco to begin operations, I believe would be spring or summer 2023. I think we have a lot more to get through with MnDOT specifically to make sure that that happens, but as of today, we're on track for that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I feel like a lot has been, I concur with a lot of what Councilmember Wong and Councilmember Gra have said in regards to the traffic and the studies and the engaging the business owners up the road. But I would like to say, I really would like to see a dedicated left turn lane into that neighborhood evaluated and really thought out, just for future traffic when turning into that development, so.
So that's, you're talking specifically on, excuse me, specifically on the ring road going into the townhomes?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so there.
That
Yes.
first one to the south.
I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the right thing.
I was thinking different, but yeah, now that, yes.
So to be specific, the one on the south entrance.
The south entrance.
Yep.
I would really like to see that reviewed and really well thought out and maybe put in place, hopefully.
Okay. No one else? I'm just gonna comment, like I said, this has been a long process, and I know everyone's really worked hard to get to this point, even though we got a long ways to go. This is a good point to be at, I think. One thing I think sometimes we forget about this is we base all of this on Eden Prairie. And Eden Prairie is probably the reason they're building this site, is it's too crowded. It's every time you go there, it's backed up. If you go to other Costco's, it's not near as crazy as that. And I think that's the idea here. So we're thinking, I mean, I know that there's gonna be a lot of traffic here without a doubt, but I don't think it's gonna be the magnitude of the Eden Prairie. It's just because of the proximity now that this is gonna take some of that out of Eden Prairie. Eden Prairie will probably be better when this is done. But I think we focus so much on Eden Prairie, we forget that this is really a different site, and altogether, traffic might not be near as bad as what we're thinking. It's gonna be a lot of cars, don't get me wrong, and I'm not trying to say that, but it might be different that when we have locked in my brain too, that it's gonna be like Eden Prairie and you can't get near anything. It's different. You go to Burnsville, you don't have any problems there. So we gotta work through this, and I appreciate all the emails that we got and the concerns, and we're looking at everything that we can possibly do, but that's a bad intersection today. I'm not convinced that this is gonna make it worse. I still believe this is gonna make it better. So, with that, I'm feeling comfortable that we should move forward with the preliminary. That's my opinion again. We'll go there and we'll continue working with MnDOT, and like I said, MnDOT doesn't wanna fail, so they're gonna look at everything and do what they feel is right as well, so. All right, anyone else? If not, I have a motion by Wong, second by Hatfield. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same side. Passes 5-0. All right, thanks, everyone.
We got the
That's-
ordinance too.
Oh, that's right, sorry, I forgot. I already forgot. Now we got ordinance 2021-1007, which is the rezoning of Oak Ridge.
So moved.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
Second?
Second by Councilmember Gra. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. All right, now I think we're done
Now you're done.
with that one.
Thank you,
All right,
everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you
Appreciate it.
and thank you for all the residents who attended this one too.
Yep. All right, we move to, are we good to keep going, folks, up here?
Yep.
Okay, we're moving to 8B, adopt resolution 2021-85, recommend approval of concept plan for Oak Creek and Clover Ridge Apartments.
Mayor and Councilmember, the item in front of you tonight is actually a concept plan that you've seen before. D.R. Horton, who is the applicant, is resubmitting a concept plan. If you remember at the last council meeting where the concept plan was considered, there was considerable discussion about connections on Sophia Drive and looking at how to look at different options for how traffic could enter this new section of the neighborhood. And so since that time, D.R. Horton has done a ton of work going back and looking at different alternatives, and now is back in front of us with a revised concept plan looking at Oak Creek, or also known as Sagewood Third. So it's the third edition of the overall Sagewood development. Liz is going to be presenting this. This did get heard by the Planning Commission at the December meeting, and they did recommend that it move forward for approval. Liz will be talking a little bit, or D.R. Horton will be talking a little bit about, they did have neighborhood meeting before the Planning Commission and got some comments, which are sort of going to be speaking to some of the changes that they're looking even in this concept plan that we think really start to address some of the bigger concerns. So I'll turn it over to Liz, and she can go through the presentation.
Thank you, Matt. I'm going to share my screen quick here. And thank you, members of the council and Mr. Mayor. So as Matt mentioned, we have a concept plan in front of you this evening for the development known as Oak Creek, which is formerly known as Sagewood Third Edition, as well as the Cloverfield Apartment Project. Both of these are being proposed by D.R. Horton and Chaska Investments. So the sites are located here on the screen. So the Oak Creek site is basically the site within Laketown Township. A little bit will extend into the city of Chaska as well, but primarily on the Kelzer owned land in the Laketown Township orderly annexation area. The apartment site is located just north of Sophia Drive and west of Clover Ridge Drive and south of the Twin Cities and Western Railroad tracks on basically a 10-acre site just off that road. And then I just have some zoomed-in perspectives if we need to refer back to those for any reason for either site. The background of both these sites date back pretty far, but the years that I really want to focus in on are dating back to May of 2018 is when the first Sagewood concept plan was approved. And then it was in October of 2018 that the final plat was approved for the first edition of Sagewood, which was essentially the Cloverfield Circle phase of the project. And then Sagewood's second final plat was approved in April of 2019, and that area encompassed the Clover Preserve Lane and two cul-de-sacs off that street. And then it was May of 2020 when we saw the original Sagewood Third concept plan, so in line with the same area, or generally the same area that we're looking at this evening. So that was approved in May of 2020. So I have that May 2020 concept plan on the screen here if we need to refer back to it and give some comparison. But at that time, 83 lots were proposed on 42 acres of land. There were concerns around the development access into the overall neighborhood, basically where they were proposing extensions off of Sophia Drive during that time, as well as Clover Preserve Lane, but mainly on Sophia Drive with the existing neighbors there. So there was a strong advisement from the council and planning commission to explore more opportunities in how to access this overall development. In addition to that, traffic was also a concern, tree preservation, and what this impact would have on school capacity. Fast forward to November of this year is when we got the original sketch from DR Horton for their updated concept plan. They took in account the comments that were received during that May 2020 date to look at an additional or alternative access into the development, which comes off of Clover Ridge Drive in line with Romeo Court. So this would essentially provide a relief out ingress and egress point into the development from the collector road there. So the bigger changes revolving around this new plan have to do with the lot count and the overall acreage of the site area. So they are proposing 107 lots on 52 acres of land. So that's an increase from before, and primarily due to the fact of this road extension and having to pay for it effectively. In addition to that, since this new development access basically runs along a high-density residential site that's been slated for years, we are coming forward, or the developers are coming forward with a conjunctive plan, concept plan here to include a 162-unit apartment. And this is primarily to see how both the new development access and the site for the high-density residential area could still maintain a viable site for an apartment project. So they are showing how it can fit in with both these elements here, but it's not within their immediate plans to move forward with this apartment. It's primarily to understand how both these components can work side by side. Another big change from before is Sophia Drive terminates into a cul-de-sac, so 6 lots would be accessed, or 6 newer lots will be accessed off that cul-de-sac, and then Clover Preserve Lane would extend as another extension into the development. And a reason for that, which you'll hear from the developer as well, is primarily due to the utility connections. So the utility connections are primarily coming from Clover Preserve Lane, so hence why this extension is happening through the development here. Another big change is the tree preservation efforts for the plan. So before, there were 23 lots proposed within this treed area of the plan, and now only 18 lots are proposed within that area. So there is an increase of tree preservation. Up to 51% of those trees will be preserved. And then that will naturally connect into the tree preservation area of the Sagewood Second Edition, just to the east there. There's still concerns with access through the development and kind of how things were oriented with this November 8th submittal. Primarily with kind of this elongated street extension of Clover Preserve Lane. We wanted to kind of highlight that the design of this could be adapted in some to make it a little bit more separate in terms of how people utilize that road access and primarily get people out to the new development access. So wanted to highlight that there's 38 lots off of this road extension, and the developer has since made a modification to that area, which I'll show in a mere moment here, just to help with the traffic flow and concerns about access onto Clover Preserve Lane. And that mainly came out of the neighborhood meeting that they had on November 18th of this year. So again, the concerns raised were pretty true and with the May 2020 concerns that were raised. So they revolved around traffic, access, and also the height of the apartment building being proposed. I will show a couple slides later on, just addressing some of these concerns that they've done since that meeting. So just showing that they're continuing to work with the feedback that they're receiving through this process. Also, concerns were received from neighbors within the development, which was also an attachment in your packet this evening from the names listed on this slide from Ray Lindner, Kevin Wedlin, Stephen Oaxaca, Shan Donabalan, Nick Bruce, and Darnell Cage. Just want to make sure that their concerns were shared in the packet. So to address a couple of the concerns brought about during that neighborhood meeting, a slight change has occurred in the Oak Creek development plan. So as opposed to having one elongated street section off of Clover Preserve Lane, they basically have segmented that to provide a break in between. So now we're only seeing about 20 lots off of this direct extension from Clover Preserve Lane as opposed to 38. So again, this change was primarily due to help influence traffic to utilize that new development access. And then with the Cloverfield apartment building, they also did a slight modification to their section drawings since the neighborhood meeting. Before they were showing 2 levels of underground parking being exposed on that western side, which mainly faces the residents on Sophia Drive, and was able to show a modification in kind of the grading there, where only 1 level of parking level would be exposed. There's other ways that this can continue to be addressed moving forward, but from a concept level, that was a modification in the right direction. And as this relates to comp plan and the Clover Ridge concept plan, the comprehensive plan, which I've included an excerpt of that on the top right of this slide, guides these areas to be both low-density residential, high-density residential, and open space. So the high-density, is proposed in brown here, and the low-density is proposed in yellow, and then open space in that lighter green. The Clover Ridge concept plan is pretty similar. Again, the 2040 is more up to date in terms of what was shown in the year 2000. But either proposals are consistent with both the guidances that are laid out in those documents. So they are asking tonight for a concept plan approval for 107 single-family lots, and then also a 162-unit apartment building. So I'm going to kind of break these by site. For Oak Creek, they have an area that's encompassed by 52 acres, mainly situated in the orderly annexation area of Laketown Township. There is a creek that kind of dissects the treat area from the agricultural area, so there's definitely 2 different areas being proposed. The treed area mainly consists of larger oak trees. There's also a heritage cottonwood tree kind of on the southern border of the Oak Creek site, which plans to remain. Clover Preserve Lane, again, is a part of the Sagewood Second Edition development, so it's an extension up to the point of Laketown Township's border. So that has always been anticipated to be extended. And then with Sophia Drive also stubbing off on the eastern side, there has always had some anticipation to be extended as well. And then with the Cloverfield site, the existing conditions of this, there is a pretty large wetland complex within the site, and they have done wetland delineations on the site. So as you can see in kind of that lighter green colors where the wetland edges were delineated. But the area for the apartment site is mainly kind of on that northeastern portion of the site. It's roughly 10 acres in size. The total acreage of the site owned by Chaska Investments, it's 28 acres. So there will be a portion oriented for the Oak Creek subdivision, but mainly for the apartment site and the new development access. The most up-to-date Oak Creek site plan is shown here, which we've shown in a previous slide. But again, 107 lots. These are 65-foot wide lots, which are consistent with the existing Sagewood development. Again, Clover Preserve Lane is being extended, which would ultimately provide extension into the development and ultimately to the new development access onto Clover Ridge Drive. And then Sophia Drive, again, stubs off into a cul-de-sac. With the railroad there's concerns about screening, so addressing that in the subsequent steps will be important, as well as providing space for private amenities for their residents will be important as well. And this is just in terms of the tree preservation, so it's in addition to what was proposed during May of 2020. With this, the Oak Creek site being in Laketown Township, they will have to be annexed into the city of Chaska in order for them to move forward with the subsequent steps of preliminary plat and rezoning. So they'll need to work with Laketown Township on that. And then also with this being within that area, it's not technically within Jonathan Association area, but the association and the developer have been talking to understand if there's opportunity for that to occur, for them to be a part of Jonathan. So that is a discussion between the developer and Jonathan to figure out if that's the best course of action. Otherwise, it was their intention to make their own HOA kind of separate of the Sagewood developments out there today. And then with the Cloverfield apartment site, so they're proposing access onto Clover Ridge Drive directly, and then a secondary access would come off of the new development access just to the north there. The building they're proposing is 4 stories above grade with 2 stories of underground parking. Again, I think the main concern is what's happening to this western edge, what's being seen from the adjacent residences, and how can that be treated moving forward. So I think there's ways with grading, where they're orienting their outdoor patio, as well as screening and landscaping. There's going to be ways to help provide some buffering to that edge. So to reiterate kind of the main concerns and things to work on for their preliminary application, working on the traffic, they will have to do a traffic study, which would encompass not only the single-family residential, but also the apartment site on the south side of the railroad tracks. In addition to that, the apartment site you'll see next on the north side of the railroad tracks. So looking at more of a comprehensive look at the traffic impacts being proposed. And that goes hand in hand with a construction access plan that makes sense for that area, being able to provide that during the preliminary and provide a route that works. Also providing pedestrian connections and private amenities on both the sites as they connect into the overall systems. Working on the design of the apartment, providing 360-degree architecture, and addressing screening and exposure on that western facade. And then also for both sites, providing buffering to the railroad just to the north of both sites. So in conclusion, we are asking you to make a motion this evening to adopt resolution number 2021-85, which is approving the concept plan for Oak Creek and Cloverfield Apartments, and then based on the conditions that are listed within that. The developer is here. I'm also available to answer questions, so let us know. Thank you.
I have an easy question and then maybe some hard ones. No. On the apartment complex on the diagram, it's kind of shows like a U shape, but in some of the supporting materials, it looks more like an L shape. Is it the U? Or is this just examples of other I'm just trying to clarify.
Correct.
So it is that U shape as we see there.
That's how they're proposing it now. The shape of it could change a little bit into preliminary since they don't really have an end user identified now.
Okay.
So the images.
Sometimes the market study can change it too based on the number of units.
Right.
Because those pictures are really the flats, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's more trying to give a sense of the scale
Right.
of them.
That makes sense. Okay. I told you it was an easy question.
Or it could be a C for Chaska.
Could be. There's some
Right.
crop circles out there I've noticed on the map. I always, it's like maybe a C for Chaska works out there.
All right, anyone else with a real question?
Those few homes that are proposed to be cul-de-sac on Sophia, because Sophia Drive is in the Jonathan HOA, would those homes be included into that by default, or is that?
Not
No?
necessarily. I mean, that
'Cause
happens.
they're not part of the
That
city.
actually happens right now, on Clover Preserve Lane, is there's some homes that are right next to other homes. Some are in the Jonathan Association, some aren't.
Oh, like the new, okay.
So,
All right.
so basically what would end up is that you end up with this group that was the Sagewood, the first phase, that would basically be out of Jonathan, and then on both sides of it, you have, you know, Jonathan, and then what's newly in Jonathan, even though like the homes are pretty much identical, right? I mean, this, for historic reasons, that obviously, at the time, I mean, for those who are new to this, right? You know, at the time that the Sagewood first edition was developed.
And
the
second.
the second, Jonathan HOA did not allow or did not.
They didn't want it.
They did not want it, right? Exactly. And then the Jonathan board turned over since then, and now since this new development, the, you know, the decision, well, now the position is that, yes, we want you into Jonathan, but because the HOA is established now, you can't just unestablish that HOA. I think it would require like a lot of legal stuff. that
You'd
the
have to
HOA
have
would
every
do.
property owner in there agree to do that.
Exactly. So,
Part of Jonathan is mail. Is Sophia Drive, I forget, you have mailboxes.
Sophia has a
On your-
common mailbox.
So what happens with the cul-de-sac then, with the new addition, if they're not under the Jonathan
I think the
Association?
post office is actually requiring now that developments go to boxes.
Cluster
period.
boxes.
Clustered boxes.
Okay.
So they're not allowing new developments to go in with individual boxes anymore.
really,
All right.
just in general anywhere.
Just
not
in
not
general
just-
anywhere, and that's why you see like, well, my neighborhood's a good example, where you see boxes by just sections of the neighborhood. So they're trying to condense the delivery down to certain areas.
Good.
I just had one more question. So when this came before us back in May of 2020, we talked about a traffic study. Was there anything done, or was it just like redrawn?
So I think what the natural progression would be is to see, first of all, does the concept work for people? And then you'd go and you'd do a traffic study based on that before you'd come back for preliminary. So I'm assuming DR Horton is currently in the process of doing a traffic study, because I've seen cameras stuck up on up on stop signs. So I'm assuming it's either that or somebody's spying on us. But I'm assuming that traffic study is going on. But typically what would happen is you'd have the concept go for, we try to encourage people to do a concept without too much detail first, so they don't spend a lot of money, and make sure that everybody's sort of shaking their head like, yeah, if traffic works and if all this, that we can generally support this, it would be the next step in the process before they'd come back for preliminary, that they'd have to have that traffic study.
Right, I just figured, I didn't know, because this had already come through as a concept. Obviously, it's coming back as a concept again. I just didn't know if they took those steps at this point, so.
I think one of the reasons they didn't is because it fundamentally changed so much, especially with that new road going up to the north.
So, one of the things that we talked about when Sagewood phases 1 and 2 were on the table was that there was some concern about use of park resources, because, you know, people in Jonathan felt like, well, we're paying for a park, so we don't want to have people who aren't paying the association using our parks, and then vice versa. And, you know, it was kind of this really messy conversation. But now we have another group that's being built that's, you know, in Jonathan, but then the nearest park to them is the one that's being paid for out of this other Sagewood HOA.
But there'll be one proposed.
There'll be one proposed for this,
There
I'm
is,
sure.
because I'm just wondering where would that be?
Well, again, this is concept, this is high level,
Right,
but
but still concept. I mean, in youth concept, they usually illustrate, like, propose something for a park. I mean,
I'm sure his
Yeah,
question on that.
I'm sure they can probably talk about the areas that they're talking about,
Yeah.
but I would expect that you would see some kind of
Well,
playground here.
exactly. Yeah, because I mean, usually they leave at least some proposed spaces or something, so I'd like to hear about that. Yep.
I will comment that there was a lot of commentary about traffic concerns and, well, when are you gonna do the traffic study, because it's COVID. I do think at some point we just have to accept that we may not never be normal again. And so, I think doing the study, as I know some of that was some of the concerns from some of the residents in the area, was just like, well, it's not normal yet. Well, I don't know, and I don't think anyone now at this point, almost 2 years into this, we know what it is. So you gotta take what you have and kind of go with it at this point, because truth be told, we may not be ever back to normal. I do think there will be work from home that won't, even if COVID magically disappears. I just think you look at financials and cost of office complexes, I think some of that's just gonna stick. It just got us there faster, so.
I think the addition though too is that things aren't mandated shut down anymore,
Correct.
for the most part.
Yep.
From my understanding, activities and things have been kind of resumed, but like you said, that one piece.
It's changing.
So, well, yeah, I mean, at least at this point,
Right.
at least as we speak today.
As we speak today.
So I don't have a crystal ball to look into for that, but, I agree with you on that.
The only other comment I would make, just as a general comment, and I'll make it now, is this one's tricky for me because I understand the conversation about not extending Sophia. I know there were some concerns about the neighbors because, it's the have and has nots, right? It's, I forget what that one's called, Clover Preserve Lane. They would rather have the cul-de-sac, put Sophia, vice versa, right? And I look at it and sometimes go like, well, why wouldn't you just go all the way through? Because it lines up really nice. Now, I know the balance there is that one, that's a big gathering of trees. And some of that tree preservation that we've said that's indicated is important too. So I do get the understanding where, the commentary at the planning commission was, well, sewer and water have to go through, that's already going to be disturbed, so it makes sense to do that. But I do hear the neighbors, because it is a little bit of, if you're on Sophia, you're happy. If you're on, the other one, you're like, well, why can't they go that way? And we'd rather have the cul-de-sac, so.
Do we I know that there's like not technically a traffic study, but I feel like the feeling is people are really gonna go north and use that road out. They're not, I just don't see that much more.
Well,
Obviously, there's
it's-
going to be more traffic on Clover Preserve, obviously. But I just feel like, as far as getting out, which is the goal usually for people, they wanna get out of their neighborhood, they're gonna go towards that north access out onto 100 Market.
And that was a big reason that one of the comments came back to put a cul-de-sac at the end of Clover Preserve Lane. You still want to have an access going up there from a public safety perspective. But, people generally don't like to take more than a couple turns when they're going different directions. One of the weird things in this neighborhood, and I've seen it just because I've lived on the north side of the wetland and the south side of the wetland now. If you live on the north side of the wetland, you use 100 Mark to go down to 41. If you live on the south side of the wetland, you use Clover Ridge Drive to go down to Engler to get to 212. And the nice, one of the things we have to verify from a traffic perspective is, that we sort of see that split. I can tell you just without having the traffic study done, the thing that staff feels good about this new proposal is that you're gonna see more of that split of the traffic in the neighborhood. And this really has nothing to do with Sophia or Clover Preserve Lane. It has more to do with Cloverfield Drive. Because Cloverfield Drive on the south side of the wetland takes a ton of traffic right now. And if we can split some of this new traffic and take it down 100 Mark instead of Cloverfield Drive, it's better for the entire neighborhood. Because the one thing people forget about on Cloverfield Drive is that they have driveway accesses right out to the road, where on 100 Mark, that's where the alleys are, and so people have access through the back of the road, so you don't have that traffic conflict between people backing up and traffic going down the road. But that's what the traffic study is going to verify, all that stuff. But our gut tells us is that by making that a cul-de-sac and just having an indirect connection there, that you're going to see most of that traffic go down that new road connection.
And then my last question, there's no stub streets going west. Is that because that's outside of our territory?
Sort of outside of our sewer boundary.
So so anything that would come that direction, because it's a field and over time fields become developments potentially.
Only if they can get
Liz, will you
sewer.
put that overall slide, so when you say west, I want people to understand what's west?
Yeah.
so that we can, the what?
Show the one with
This
that
one.
one.
Yep.
So that parcel to our left.
Yes.
That is open. We cannot do that because we do not have the sewer capacity. That is correct?
The sewer comes from the south, which comes from Creek Road. So the sewer that's going up Creek Road is what serves that area to the west. So we have to get up through Creek Road, extend over Angler, and then Angler up to this area for that to have sewer. So there's a lot of intervening parcels between here and there.
But is there a possibility that can be developed?
Sure.
But it will not be connected to this?
But it can't be connected to that sewer through the neighborhood.
And it's designed so that it's not connected by transportation either.
So basically,
That's
what
the
you're saying is
question.
you're co-locating sewer with transit. So if you're not locating transit, then you're not going to locate sewer and vice versa. Right. That's what I'm hearing.
So that, this is more of for people watching to understand that that's not going to be part of this.
Correct.
Our utilities won't allow that. What about the piece that I called to the bottom? Isn't that wet?
It's wet, but also, that also goes to the south from a sewer perspective. So whatever isn't wet there would go to the south towards Angler.
Is it buildable?
I don't know. I'm sure
Okay.
some of it's buildable. Yeah. I'm sure some of it's
If you
buildable.
pay the price, you can build anything, right?
How you get to it's a different story.
But it's,
Well, that was-
yeah.
but the big thing to me is utilities. I mean, because, one of the, the first time that this concept came up, the person whose eyes perked up the most were Matt Havner's. Because he wanted to make sure that we could serve this from a sewer perspective. Because, I mean, there is limited capacity going there, and we can, but that's sort of it. Once we get to that point, we really can't serve it through the neighborhood.
So let me ask the question, because I think that one of the concerns was that, was from the neighborhood perspective, there's this equity of traffic, right? And that's what was brought up by some of the neighbors. And so if you look at that Clover Ridge Lane going all the way to the west, right? And you count all the homes on the two cul-de-sacs that come right off the existing, plus all the ones that are adjacent to the southern, east-west route, there's 32 lots there, right? And then, so that means the difference of that 70-something lots is everything to the north of that. Why, so is the reason why we didn't just like stub off that and not have that connecting street, is that because of utilities? Because you're basically, you gotta run sewer up to everybody else in the north?
Are you saying Clover Preserve Lane?
Yeah, so
Why that just didn't stub off like Sophia?
Right, or just, like, even though it's a longer stub, why didn't it?
Well, I think
quite,
there's two practical reasons. One reason is you don't want to have just one access into a neighborhood. Second, and this is the more practical reason, is to make that connection of that new road up along the railroad tracks there. Typically, you have to assume that you would double load a road with houses to be able to afford to put that in there. This is going to be one of the few places in town that we actually have an access road that only has 6 houses on it that serves a neighborhood going back so far. They need that density to be able to pay for that road.
So basically, it's like those extra, like maybe like 2 or 3 lots there that where the street is what's, with the connecting street is what's like paying for it?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is, if you had asked the question, why doesn't Clover Preserve Lane stub off like Sophia?
Well, no, not necessarily that short, but for example, okay, so.
He's saying not make the connector between the
so if
top
you-
and bottom
Yeah, the
row.
north, so.
Between the north?
Yeah, Liz, could you move the mouse pointer over there just so we can make sure we're looking at the same thing? So move it right onto, so move it to the pond. No, move it to the pond below that, down.
You're talking about the north-south
Move
connection.
it to the left a
between-
little bit, yeah. Move it to the left a little bit more.
That one that
No,
connects.
no, north-south.
Left, one street over, to the left.
Right there.
Right there.
Here.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that street right there that goes north-south. why
That's
not?
primarily because, from a public safety standpoint, we don't really want to see there only be one access into a neighborhood.
Trying to avoid single-loaded, dead-end neighborhoods as much as we can.
Because
We
like-
have some, sure.
Yeah, because
But
like,
we try and avoid it.
okay, because mine's got like 84 homes in it, right? And I've only got one access.
But yours is a loop.
So what's the difference between that and this then? I mean, it's like, so it's a street, but it's.
But
it
you,
still
you
ends
can
up
go
going
either
out.
way to get into your neighborhood.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
Your,
you can go-
yours a loop, so you, if you, one side's closed, you can come in the
But-
other. If the other side's closed, you can come that way.
I see what you're saying, but ultimately it's still, I was just thinking it's still constrained at one choke point though, because.
It,
I understand
it
what you're
is,
saying.
but
you can get
here,
around it.
here, if you
It's-
didn't have
It's
it.
an access,
Yeah.
if you have a water main break on the top portion
Yep.
of this, and you only have the one access, that whole neighborhood then
Yeah, I get
is,
it.
with a 28-foot road, you can't do much.
And when we
Yep.
have narrow distances like we have in Bavaria Hills where we made that choice politically,
Yep.
if you go out there like today, you'll see tire tracks.
Tire tracks going
connecting
across
the
an empty lot.
Yep.
Because people want, they have friends and neighbors and kids, and they want to connect.
Yep.
Even though right now, it's like it's strangers, but someday they're going to be neighbors, and they're, they don't want to go all the way back around and come out some other direction. It's like, it's right there. And that's the connection they want to make. And yes, do we have places that exist where we have long dead ends like Weston Ridge Parkway?
Yep.
Where between the freeway and between a bluff? Yeah, we do. And do we have some that have been because of political decisions? Yes.
Yep.
But do we, as staff, do we try and avoid them and try and provide two ways in and out? Yes, we do.
Which is fine. So, but in this case, there's that, and are you dragging the sewer north or dragging it south? Or you're dragging it
East.
north? Sorry, you're dragging it east?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep, so it's basically coming right back into the Clover Ridge neighborhood. And again, that's what's limiting the ability to go to the west of what's being proposed here, because that's as far as you can pull the pipe and still have utilities
So,
there.
no, that means that, so is the sewer for the houses, those 6 houses on that top access road, they're going southbound to connect to what's going east?
No,
Or they're going a different direction?
About the layout, when it comes to utilities, there's really a two-phase plan to this. When you consider where this development is and spotting a lift station, setting up the development for a future conversion to where a lift station would be eliminated and connected to what Kevin had referred to as what our trunk would be.
Yeah.
That's where we're gonna optimize how we set the neighborhood up. How gravity sewer works and those types of things. We still have to work closely with the developer on the grading plan and what does that mean. The creek, if I was to paint a better picture, the creek bifurcates the utilities. There is a serviceability range of where gravity sewer can go today, and it's really up to the creek. That's it.
Okay, got it.
No, I think, again, back to my question, I do help that, because I think the person who looks at this and says, well, why would you not have any connections to the west? That's why I wanted to clarify what that is, because it's a big open field right now. And
To kind of, sorry.
Go ahead. Let me just say, as things are going with development, big open fields tend to attract houses eventually.
So yeah, that's kind of where I want to piggyback. My question is just like, what's the expectation for these people buying these homes? Because I think of like what with Autumn Woods, like they knew they were coming, but they're still upset about backyards butting up to them. Like, what is the expectation, I guess, that obviously anytime you have space, it could be developed. I don't know. That's just my thought is like.
Well, I think it still gets back to, there's a lot of dominoes that would have to fall before you'd even get to a point of talking about this. I mean, the sewer would have to come up Creek Road and go all the way to the north here. And that's a big expense when you don't have a ton of development up here. So I think,
I just would hate for them to be sold as you're never gonna have any backyard neighbors. Like, when they could, it'd be hard, but.
And that's what makes it difficult when you're sort of at the end of the sewer line here. I agree with Kevin, is it impossible for them to develop in the future? No, but it's really difficult.
And access would have to be at Victoria Drive.
Yeah.
Right, and that's.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the other thing to
problematic
consider
as well.
here too, is that, the traffic, once this development goes through like this, you're not gonna be making connections into this neighborhood from here, because otherwise you'd have to take out houses.
Yeah, so that means that, so if any development happened for property to the west, it would have to come from the west, right?
Have to come from the south.
From the south, because of sewer, right? And then the other, and that means that looking at that bigger picture, there's, southeast of this is where the data center properties are. Yeah, and we know that.
But those are actually served by a different sewer.
Right, different sewer, but they're also zoned differently too. The plan and the master plan, they're also served for that or for data centers effectively, right? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I want to be clear, I know the one thing that came up regarding that is those two field access for the Kelsers, which I don't understand that they have to go through the neighborhood, that they just can't drive the land. If they can get to those two spots, why can they not just follow on the red line and go into that? And is the railroad even going to grant them a new access across that railroad tracks? I just don't know why, because I think that scares people, that looks like a stub for a future road. And so those are just a comment that I have on that with the Kelsers, because to me, that makes no sense. That makes zero sense to have to say, we need access through this neighborhood.
Kevin, are they saying that at this point?
I read it somewhere in here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, come on up.
Good evening, Mike Sewell with DR Horton, 20860 Cambridge Court, Lakeville, Minnesota. Thank you for having us back tonight. Just quickly, the Kelsers have been clear since day one that they want to be able to still have farm access to, they own the triangle, which is up along the railroad tracks, and then they own the land just directly south of the property, but they don't own the land that connects between those two parcels.
Oh, they don't have that middle section?
Nope, that's a different landowner. So he just wants to make sure if something happens in the future that he can't cross through that existing rectangle to the south of the triangle, that he still has ways to get into his two fields. And we've purposely, working with city staff, have made them, right now they're showing 30. As soon as we work with the Kelsers some more to understand what equipment he's going to bring through there, maybe they'll get narrowed down to 20. So they're not wide enough for a right-of-way, but if something ever happens, 40, 50, 100 years, whenever, they could be a pedestrian connection, but not a transportation connection. So we're working with the Kelser family today to give them a farm access. If something goes haywire with the land to the south, and he says he's talked to the railroad and he can move his railroad crossing, we'll have to confirm that with the railroad as we go through on the next step, but that's the why we have the two connections, one going west and one going south, and they'll be wide enough for farm, but not wide enough for a road.
So this might be a silly question. Is there gonna be like farm equipment coming through these neighborhoods sometimes? Potentially?
Spring and fall?
Herald Brosey owns that other piece.
Spring and fall, okay, so potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would assume the people buying these houses will be aware of that.
Yeah, we'll have to disclose it.
Okay, okay.
So so that means if it came through the neighborhood, it would go through on the Plat, there's
It would go right
a
here.
connector.
It
Yeah, that
would
little connector right.
Enter here, up that road and out
right
that
there,
way.
right, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yep.
That's what those are for, and it's caused angst that that's gonna be more development, but we're not talking about it.
Correct. Yeah.
And I just, like I said, it's more of a clarity, I read it and I know what they were for, but I wanna be very clear if, for anybody joining us from home, that those are not stubs for future streets.
Yep.
Well, I want to have a conversation about that in regards to that in the green belt. Is that technically the green belt over in that area as far as?
Yeah, Kevin, why don't you explain what the green belt talks about in that comp plan?
Sure, those properties could develop as historic greenbelt properties, which would be 4 units per 40 acres. Or they have an option, like Cheval, to come through as a group and develop at to 1 unit per acre, but only on 1/3 of the property. So you could see them come in and find the most developable piece of that area south of the railroad tracks that's west of here, and go on 1/3 of that area, we'd actually want to build houses, the rest would be open space.
So,
Or they could develop it into 10-acre lots effectively.
There's positives and negatives to both. I mean, the positive of clustering is then you get a publicly owned big piece of green property. Where if you do the 10-acre houses, then everything's privately owned. So it's, you know, that was sort of the discussion when Chevelle went through is, do you prefer to have 10-acre houses, or do you want to have a big area of public space that could be utilized by the public? So that'll be a decision in the future that a council's going to have to make.
right.
At this point, once we finish the Creek Road improvements, we'd still be over a mile away with sewer.
Yeah, and so I'm not saying that this would happen, and I'm not saying that this is part of this, but what I'm trying to make sure is that if something ever were to happen there, it would look very different, right?
That is the plan currently, yes.
So the Creek Road connection, so basically the sewer would come up, it would follow Creek Road, it would cross under Engler, right? And then it would go straight north through the existing properties to feed the, whatever gets built out there. Okay.
So the green belt is that piece prop to the left?
Yes.
Okay.
Left and also to the south.
And to the south.
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as marketing, do you guys put something on there that says that there's a rare chance that something could be built there?
We, on concept plan yet, so we're still not even at our disclosure statement, but we would put something in there that says the land to the west may be future residential of some sort, exactly
But
how.
it wouldn't be accessible through your neighborhood?
Right, there'd be no street connections planned. And as always, we tell them they should check with City Hall just to make sure that the most current information is available to the buyers.
Okay. All right. So we talk about the buffering at the railroad line, but really that's more of them and their marketing. Is that something we require?
Well, I think we like to, we did the same thing up on Romeo Court, over on the other side, is to say, how do you make sure that you're at least providing something that is marketable?
But they wouldn't want to not have buffering and try to sell those lots.
Yeah, it becomes a pretty
It's
easy one.
beneficial to have screening there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I just was kind of wondering about that.
What about screening? No, I saw that in there. There's screening, good screening to the
Yeah.
north. I feel like I saw that, so never mind.
Well, I just want to make a quick comment here before we get into public comment. Is that I really appreciate what you guys created here. You really listened to what we as a council asked for. I do have some little concerns about the Sophia cul-de-sac, being a cul-de-sac and not connecting, but you pretty much gave us what we asked for. And it's not fair to come back and say, no, hook that up. But as I watch the planning commission, and I'm sure I'm gonna hear it tonight, is we're starting to pit neighbors and streets against each other. And that's bothersome to me, that one feels that they got this and the other didn't. But in the same sense, Clover Preserve, is it Clover Ridge Preserve? The street you live on.
Clover Preserve
Clover
Lane.
Ridge, or Clover Preserve Lane.
Clover Preserve.
Anyways, the other street that's connected, before 90% of those homes were built, there was already a plan in place. So if they didn't know that this was being done,
Well, there's a sign down there now. Yeah.
yes, there's been there.
Yeah.
And so, not that that makes it any easier, but this was always proposed even before many of those houses were built. And
You're talking on Clover Preserve Lane.
yes,
And keep in mind that some of the houses that are down on that end of the neighborhood, they just were finished,
right, that's what I mean.
a year ago. So,
Yeah.
it wasn't that long ago.
Well, The one saving grace is that after this is finished, for the neighbors on Sophia and for Clover Ridge Lane, there's nothing else that's going to be built that should feed into those streets after this.
Clover Preserve Lane.
For Clover Preserve Lane and Sophia Drive, right?
Sophia can't.
Well, there's just going to be, well, what I'm saying is.
Same
that
thing on
the same
Clover
thing
Preserve
for
Lane,
both
too.
of them, right? You can't add any more streets
No.
to connect in there. And no more houses because we'll fill up all the lots.
Well, that's why I was asking all those questions about,
Yep.
so it's very clear that none of that is gonna enter into this area.
Yep, and that's like, that saving grace is that this, we're done.
And I
There's no
know,
more infill.
yeah, you don't want to, obviously, yeah, it is a bummer that neighbors are feeling pitted against each other, but I do think that having that green space and that wetlands there, I mean, is really nice to have. Imagine, if there was a road there, obviously it wouldn't take up much of it, but for kids to be able to, I grew up playing in creeks and things, and it was good, and so that gives them just more area, I feel like, to exist and not streets. So I know that it's a bummer and whatever, but I do think it's nice that that wetland's being preserved and the trees there.
Well, they did what we asked for. We asked
Yeah,
for that.
right. I just think, yeah, and I just think of like my childhood and how nice it was, and I see that space that all runs through there where there's not roads or homes, and it's nice, so.
Yeah, I think the reality of, if you were to extend Sophia, like I mentioned earlier, it looks like, oh, well, it just looks very natural to connect it to that cul-de-sac there that goes through. But since it's in the middle, and I guess the question is, if you were connected, would you even do the north side? But no one, if you're in the center of that concept, to the point, you're going north, you're still gonna take the north out.
Right,
You're not gonna go
yeah.
through Sophia.
Even if we connected it, to me, it's not really doing any good.
Correct.
Because they're gonna go.
You're gonna
at
take
that
out
point,
trees and green space
It's just-
for a road that looks good that won't get
It's
traveled.
just, to me, probably should have been connected anyways.
Well, and I
There's
think
no point
about,
in changing it.
I think about the original concept plan, if we go way back to May of last year. It was really dense on the north side, and then you had the two streets that were connections, and you knew that just with no other north exit out, that majority of that traffic was gonna end up going down Sophia Drive. So it wouldn't have been an equal distribution of traffic anyways if we had kept the original concept plan as it stood. Because really, there was a few homes that would have gone. And so I can understand that with the redraw of Clover Preserve Lane, having more houses extended off of it, that is a harder pill to swallow for that. But at the same time, the north exit allows for traffic to have a better way of exiting out of that neighborhood as a whole.
Yeah.
I like this design. When I was looking at, did it get uploaded, re-uploaded?
Yeah, I was actually looking at that afterwards. I was like, I think you have an old plan.
I must have had an
Yeah.
old plan because I called him today and I was like, I mean, I'll be honest, I did not like it. I was like, this is not good. This is not what I saw. Because I checked in on this development back last May or June of 2021 here. And I was shown kind of like, this is kind of what they're working toward, what you guys are working towards. And I thought, wow, this is great. It had cul-de-sac, Sophia, and it had kind of had a little bit of properties that was kind of a little bit more equally. And then I looked at the one that was proposed in the packet, and I was like, this is really dense on the one end, and it just doesn't make any sense. But this redraw is a lot better even from what I saw this weekend when I was looking at things. I feel like it flows a little bit better. Properties are set up a little bit better because it seemed a little discombobulated from what I was looking at, with where things were at. I think, the tree preservation was a big factor. Even with this redraw, I'm assuming we're saving more trees in the long run here, because that was a big advocation for that. And having the, kind of the one crossing at the ravine running through. But those would be some of my comments at this point, at least.
So question, where's, we talked about the park earlier, but where was the proposed park? Or where are some of the ideas for a park, or a park for this neighborhood?
our thoughts on the park, looking at the screen that Liz has up right now, is kind of where the connection street between the south and the north half, somewhere in that area right in there would be the park. So we then also have some trails that would take you back towards Sophia, and a trail maybe down to the south, so there's some walkability of the neighborhood.
So would it be enough to be like a playground set or something like that
Yes.
in there? Okay. And the other question is that because, for the neighbors who are in some of the cul-de-sacs onto the west side, it would be kind of difficult. They'd have, it would be a long way to walk through this and then walk all the way back to the north or south. Would there be like a breakthrough or a walk and like a cutout to let them get through someplace in the middle, or?
Yes, if our engineers can make it work, and I think they can, we'll have a connection between the east and west side of the creek.
Okay.
Engineers can always make it.
Good job. Put them on a spot in front of the council, they can't back down.
Great job of that
We
connection
do that to
you're gonna
Matt
do.
all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a bad engineer.
This is a good one. All right, I'm going to open it up if there's some, someone here that wants to, I know that there are people that have some concerns regarding this, and we'll speak again for anybody listening or anybody that's here. If your item has already been talked about, I hope that you hold that, unless you have something different, then you can please come forward. So if, we'll start with online. Kevin, is there anyone online that would like to speak?
Yes, currently we have 2 people online.
Okay.
Ray, if you would like to unmute. Please also state your address.
Hello, my name's Ray Linder. I live at 1401 Clover Preserve Lane. I'm the first house as you enter from the east end of Clover Preserve Lane. Lived here about 15 years. I guess there's a couple of things that I would like to address with the city council based on your comments that you've been making tonight on behalf of the neighbors that live on Clover Preserve Lane. When you look back to the original concept plan, people have talked about, we had 2 connections, one on Sophia and we had one on Clover Preserve Lane. I don't disagree that the way the setup was on the first one would have pushed more traffic down Sophia. But what you have done now with this concept plan has flipped that to be pretty much everything's gonna go down Clover Preserve Lane. I know you folks, some of the folks on the commission feel that, or on the council feel that people are gonna use that northern exit, and some of them will. But when you look at the main reason people are going through the Clover Preserve neighborhood, it's to get to the elementary school, and it's to get to 212, and it's to get to the high school. All of those folks, the majority of them, will not go up north and then come back down south to get to Hunter Mark Road. Most of the folks that will go to 212 will probably come down Clover Preserve Lane and go south and out on Clover Preserve Drive. So the fact that we have decided to cap off Sophia, and this is not about neighbor against neighbor, this is about fairness in the planning process here. You've decided to cap off Sophia. In Sagewood 1, you capped off, I can't remember the street to our south, you capped off that one and made it a cul-de-sac. And now you're coming through and saying the only place we can do a connection is through Clover Preserve Lane. And I think that's a short-sighted planning move. I understand the need for utilities to be connected. Utilities can be connected without having those connections there. There's a solve for the single entrance. If you want, you have many developments, and I documented them in the materials I sent to you, that have more houses than would be in this if you capped off Clover Preserve Lane in the city of Chaska. You could put a loop in there in the design if a loop was important. So I think there's options for the council to consider related to this solution and related to creating basically this runway down Clover Preserve Lane that you're about to create. And trust me, when I moved in 15 years ago, I knew Clover Preserve, or what is called Sagewood now, was going to get built someday. I got a lot of time at our location with a dead-end street with 3 houses. I raised 2 kids on that, and it was great. And we talk about tree preservation up on Sophia. What about tree preservation at the end of Clover Preserve Lane? There's definitely trees there too. They're not going to be preserved. And what about the tree preservation we didn't do when we improved Sagewood? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trees were cut down to make Sagewood work, which would have been a beautiful park area for people to use. And I'm not saying the people that live there don't have a right to live there. You guys decided it, or the council before decided it, and I got a great group of neighbors now, which is fine. But when we talk about we're going to make this decision because we're going to save a couple trees, I think you need to really be honest with yourself. Is that really what this is about? And the neighborhood here feels like when the plan was reset, you basically took a maybe unfair to Sophia position and made it a totally unfair to Clover Preserve Lane position. And I think you really need to think long and hard about what you're doing in that kind of a scenario. Because you're creating an environment that you don't need to create. And, you know, I have friends on Sophia. That's fine. I think it's great that they got what they wanted. I think all we're asking is to be treated the same way you treated them. We would like to keep the trees at the end of Clover Preserve Lane too. We would like to have that creek be a natural barrier between the 2 sides of the development. It could be a beautiful barrier. It'll grow up with more trees if you don't disturb. So there's options here. As you talk about the traffic, there was a study done prior to Sagewood 1 being built, and that study stated that Clover Preserve Drive was already at a 1.0 capacity on the study. Traffic study has been executed. They had signs in front of my house and at multiple points within Clover Preserve Lane, so they've gathered their data. They gathered it for a total of about 5 days, I think it was. Maybe 7, if I can figure out. I don't know exactly when the trackers went up, but they went down this weekend. So they were only there for a week at most. And so that's already been, they've already gathered the data. So when you ask, have they started the study, they've already got their data. So I'll be interested to see what it is and what it says about the traffic volume that's going to end up going down Hunter Mark Road. It's going to end up going past the elementary school. And for the people that were on the council that said about Hunter Mark and trying to push more traffic down Hunter Mark, I would argue with you that that's maybe one of the last things you want to do. I think you have a lot of traffic that's already going down Hunter Mark in the mornings. It's backed up all the way from the stoplight at 41, all the way back up, practically going back up the hill after you come down the hill, past the Montessori school in the morning. It's not for a long time, but that light is not set right. It is always backed up, and it's not a very, very good position to be in from that traffic volume already. So driving more traffic down there doesn't seem like it's a very good solution overall. Not to mention, which would be more concerning to me, are the parks that relate there. We also raised, when we went through, is the access point that you're driving all this traffic down Clover Preserve Lane tees into a roundabout where you end up pushing this traffic down to a 3-way intersection, basically. Not a lot of houses on the other side of it, but there are houses there. and there are multiple crossings that kids have to deal with to get on the bus, get off the bus, etc. So those types of things should be considered too, as you look at it from a safety standpoint. And I know what we were told at the planning commission meeting was that those would be looked at as part of the traffic study, and I sure hope they are. But right now, what I would ask is I don't think we should be approving this concept plan, because you have a situation that you've now created where you've moved from 2 accesses going into this neighborhood to keeping it at 2, but driving one to the north, which is a long roundabout route for people to go. And even when they exit to the north, if they're going to the elementary school or they're going to the high school, they're gonna turn right, and they're gonna go south, and they're gonna go either through the apartment complexes there, or they're gonna come down and turn on right, take a left-hand turn at Clover Preserve, or at Hunter Mark Road, off of Clover Preserve Drive. Very few people are gonna go north across the railroad track, up to Pioneer Trail, take a left, go back out to County Road 11, go back down to Engler, go to 212. They're just not going to do it. And very few people will probably go up and go right, either and go through the double roundabouts and take Pioneer down, and then take a right on 41 and go to 212. They're going to come down Clover Preserve Lane, they're going to go down Clover Preserve Drive, and they're going to take the left and get on the freeway. That's where they're going to go. And hopefully your traffic studies show that. But I can tell you, living here, that's what you do. That's the route you're going to take. I can watch my neighbors that now live down on Clover Preserve Lane come down past my house. They take a right or they take a left. Either way. But they're usually going out to 212. And all that traffic's going to route through these neighborhoods. So I would ask that you look at it. I'm not sure routing it to the north really is going to help 100% with that. But when you talk about the broader access to the neighborhood and how you're going to handle the traffic through the existing neighborhood, I'm not sure blocking off our street necessarily solves that problem. But blocking it, if you were to take and put a cul-de-sac at the end of Clover Preserve Lane, there would be 2 things accomplished. One, you would treat us the same as everybody else that you have, where you've teed them off with cul-de-sacs. If you don't decide to do that, I would ask that you think about what a fair look would be, where you have connections on both Sophia and Clover Preserve Lane to suck some of the volume off of Clover Preserve Lane. And I know you think that little stub is going to cause people to go north, but everybody that's straight down that lane, the 30, I think somebody said it was 32, I counted like 36 lots, they're going to come down Clover Preserve Lane pretty much for sure. And then people north and up to the west of that stub probably will take that right-hand turn when they come down and come down Clover Preserve Lane too. So there's more houses, there's more traffic, and there's more infrastructure. I do worry about the sewer system connection. I'm not an engineer. I'm definitely not a sewage engineer, sewage system engineer. But I hope they're looking long and hard at what it takes to keep that lift station that we have right down here by the wetlands, if it can handle that volume too. I'm sure they are, and I'm sure that's part of the design as well. And I guess lastly, I do have a comment for the council. We had our community meeting with the planning commission. I don't think it was more than 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 3.5 weeks ago. And I know I didn't have notice that this was going to be on the council agenda tonight. I know I would have been there in person. And I know I would have had neighbors that would have been there in person. But no one here got notice that this was going to be on the agenda. And with the topic, with the feedback we had at the planning council meeting, it seems like it would have been fair to make sure that people were going to be available and not do this discussion on the week before Christmas when people are on vacations and traveling and not same topic from the folks at the dance studio today on Facebook, and was able to jump on and realize that you guys were also approving this development. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for the comments, or the ability to give comments. So if you have any questions for me, I would be happy to take them.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple comments, because a couple things again, I think we do the traffic study, and that's important, and we'll see what it says. I don't drive this space a lot. Truthfully, when I get back in that area, I get lost and confused, I'll just be honest. I do think I don't necessarily, and this is why you do a traffic study, because you have an opinion who live there, I have an opinion who doesn't live there. I do think people going to the high school will take a left to go to Pioneer and go north. I don't think you would weave through to go. I mean, I'm trying to find a way, if I took Clover Preserve Lane to get to the high school. Now, the elementary school, I can buy that. I think that makes some sense. So but again, that is why we do a traffic study, because we all look at it and we try to figure out where it's going to go, and then we do the study and we see if we learn anything or if it confirms anything. The other comment, just because I think this is good just in general, because I actually talked to Nate this week and had asked this question, that our typical process is that 350 feet, right? Feet, not miles? Yep. Feet. We make that notice for the Planning Commission. It isn't another notice for the City Council. And so I think that's some of that understanding. And typically, not always, but typically, if it's on and correct me, staff, if I'm wrong saying this, if it's on the Planning Commission, generally speaking, the next general meeting, it will come to the council, unless they pull it, they change it, or like this meeting, it's fully loaded and we decide we have to move something, otherwise we won't go home. So I think that's just important, not just for this specific plan, for just people to understand in general, because I understand that you want to be concerned, you want to be informed and that information. I also have to recognize that it takes effort and time and cost to notify. And so there's that balance, right? So again, that's not saying that we couldn't have done a better job communicating. I just want to make sure, because I'll just be honest, I wanted to clarify, like, what is our communication?
Well, I think it's also important to recognize that the Planning Commission happens the week before council. Yeah. And so our ability to turn around and do a mailing between the two is just, we wouldn't be getting things out. And so it's always been a practice that, like in the concept plan phase, there's a neighborhood meeting that occurs before. At the neighborhood meeting, they're informed that this planning commission meeting is going to be on this night. This is an opportunity to come. At the planning commission, they say, okay, we're making a recommendation to council, where it's, and then what we send the actual notice on then would be when we get to the actual preliminary of actually saying there's a public hearing, and that's not, the public hearing is before any kind of zoning would occur. Whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent, it is something that we're actually, these two have been talking about it, but we're going to have a work session with the Planning Commission coming up in January to talk about, is there different procedures that we could use to do that? Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's the way it has been done, and so it's not been done inconsistently from development to development. It's been done the same way from development to development. And what they're going to be looking at is, have times changed enough where there's different things we could do to, like put a sign up to say, even if you're not within a development area, that you could see a sign say, oh, I'm interested in finding out more about that. Take them to our website where they
I
can
do
sign.
like that Chanhassen does.
Yeah.
It's one of the few things.
Yeah, no, but no, we talk about it all the time, they do a good job with that. Yep. So I just want to make it clear that is something that we've heard from you guys, that's something that you'd like to see looked at. But I don't want people to think that that we treat every development differently. Every development is treated exactly the same, and is there potential we should change our processes and ordinance? Yeah, potentially that's something we can look at. But I don't want people to think that we treat developments differently.
And I wanted to say that because I didn't want people to think that our intent is to not inform people, right? I've on the record saying many times, I'd much rather get emails and phone calls ahead of conversations like this than after conversations like this, because I can't do anything with it after, right? Yep. So I just, like I said, I want to state that because it's not in any intent to like not inform people so we don't have anyone here and we can conduct our business, because it's much more fun when there's people to look at out there, truthfully. But, you know, like I said, I think that's just a good clarification, and I appreciate that. And I do, like I said, I do applaud kind of looking at, you know, just because we've done it one way for so long, does it make sense to do something different? So, but again, I appreciate your comments. I do.
You had, I mean, just to be transparent though, you guys had, or the planning commission had my email, they had emails of other members that had presented. There was no reach out to say, hey, just so you know, this is gonna be done and presented at the next city council meeting. It wasn't stated, at least that I recall, I'd have to go back and look at the tape, that it was gonna be at the next city council meeting. I get it, it's your process, I get the process, and I think you do need to look at providing a little bit more time, especially on a holiday period, to give people a chance to do exactly what you asked for, which was, I'm sorry, I don't know I can't read the commissioner name, or the council member names, but exactly what you asked for, which is provide feedback, which is what I was planning to do this weekend, is to reach out and email every one of you with comments from that meeting. You know, I've got a busy life too, just like you guys do. I appreciate you being a part of the city council and taking this on as extra time too. But everybody's got a busy life, and we would like to be able to put comments in to the council ahead of the meeting and be there to support those comments in the public comment space.
Chip.
And just another comment about high schoolers not going down Undermark Road to go to, they absolutely go down Undermark Road. Just go park down there at the World Learner School any morning, and you'll see a ton of high school kids driving down Undermark Road that live in this neighborhood.
And I'll just comment that road is not in place at this point, so that could change that, and that's why traffic studies are there for.
Yeah, I think everything that was brought up as far as, you know, things to look at are all things that should and it will be looked at in the traffic study, and you know, the advantage of having the concept that, you know, having a concept that they're actually doing the traffic study off of is now that traffic study can speak specifically to the concept. Otherwise, it's making big generalities about, you know, number of units and all that type of stuff. But now with a concept, it allows the traffic study to speak specifically to what do we expect the number of cars to be this road, you know, based on these lots, this road. So that's sort of the intent of doing the traffic study after a concept has been adopted.
Can I just comment on that though? We had a concept before. We had concept 1, which had 2 connections. And there was, I don't think, any traffic study ever done about how that would impact both of these streets.
There was not. You're correct. There was not, and I think primarily it was because I think the developer was hearing comments from the council that wasn't a, you know, they wanted. I think the council was pretty clear to say that we don't think this plan is sufficient. We want to see you go back and look at these different things. And so, you know, a lot of times what will happen through that is the concept did get approved that night. And a lot of times what you'll see is developers will come back with the preliminary after that, and they'll speak to those changes. And as I give a lot of credit to D.R. Horton to say, we're going to come back to the concept plan first to really sort of start over this process, because this is a big enough change that we think you should look at the concept level first before we go to the preliminary.
I also think too, it speaks to your Sagewood 2 growing, being developed and now established, and hearing feedback and wanting to engage and work with them. And not only you, Mr. Linder, you know, that you lived there for over a decade, but also neighbors that have lived there for a year, because input matters. And I appreciate that when it comes to that.
Well, the input has come loud and clear from the people that live on Clover Preserve Lane at the Planning Commission meeting. We would have been there in force tonight if we had known it was going to be tonight. I'm not an expert on your schedule, so maybe I should have caught that.
I do appreciate your feedback with that,
I think
too.
there would have been additional commentary there too. So. But I still go back to, I still ask the council, or commission, city council, I guess, sorry. I still ask, so where is the difference in why Clover Preserve Sophia is being capped and we're not looking at capping Clover Preserve Lane? It just doesn't seem fair. You took their feedback, they were loud and vocal, very loud and vocal, in their planning commission meeting, and you took their feedback, you made adjustments, you closed off their cul-de-sac, and now you've shifted it over here and made our road the only impacted road. I'm not gonna say the only exit, because it's not, but it's the only impacted road now, that out of the existing development. So it just doesn't seem like you're treating this as a fair and equitable process at this point.
Okay, you're loud and clear on that, and, you know, we asked for a different plan, that's what was given to us. We're looking at that now, we're making that determination, and I look at it, a big part of me wants connected as well, but I'm not sure that the traffic's gonna still flow that way.
Well, I think one thing that, if the traffic study is going to be done, I mean, one thing that could be looked at is, you know.
If that was open?
Is to say, what would it look like if that was open? I mean, that's completely up to the council, whether you want to have that included in the traffic study or not, but, you know, that could be something that's actually looked at.
Yeah, I think to me it's not, I mean, obviously we try to be as fair as possible, which is, I mean, pretty hard to say what's fair on something like this, but I think what makes sense and, you know, the flow of traffic and things. So I agree, like, if it made a lot more sense to put that Sophia through, then maybe that'd be a consideration. And if the traffic study said that, but to me, why put a street through where we could have more green space if we don't have to? So I realize that doesn't sound fair, but to me, it's about what makes sense for traffic flow and making sure that there's enough ins and outs of communities and things like that. So, but I do think it's good, like traffic study, if it said, you know, so yes, it would make there'd be a ton of traffic relief if Sophia went through. Okay.
So what do we do if the traffic study comes back and says, you know what, you know, most of the traffic is going to go out Clover Preserve Lane because of just whatever the flow patterns are? I mean, what do we do if that's what the results are?
I think then you have to look at, if there's too much traffic burden put on one street, then you have to look at how you redesign the configuration of the neighborhood to address that.
So, I mean, yeah, just throwing ideas out, right? Like, if that were the case, could you take that north?
You might take the north connection out.
North-south out, and then you connect Sophia, so this neighborhood comes in this way, and that neighborhood comes in.
Right, but I think that just want to make sure it's
Yeah,
fair,
so,
right?
I mean, they're not as smart as Matt is, he's not even a traffic engineer. And so, I mean, the reality is that we have to go through that process to get that information. What we look at is really up to you guys. And, you know, but I think it's important, though, to understand that if it comes back and it says that Sophia creates a big relief to that neighborhood, there's a certain expectation that's been created with the Sophia neighborhood too already. And, you know, sometimes one of those that, I mean, you have to be sort of prepared for that information that comes back.
I mean, either way, both of these streets should have been prepared for those to go through, from my understanding, right?
What's that?
Sophia and Clover Preserve were both,
They were
at one
both
point, going to go through.
They were both planned to go
So,
through.
right.
Yes, and they were both planned to go through. That's the point. They're both planned to go through. I think if you have 3 exits, I would love to see what the traffic study looks like if you can offload and have the 3 exits, right? I would love to understand what that does to the traffic volume that would potentially come down Clover Preserve Lane. I think that's the right thing to do, as a citizen who lives here. And I think I would have a bunch of my neighbors agreeing with me on that. I'm not trying to make Sophia, trust me, so for the folks that live on Sophia, I don't want Sophia to be on cul-de-sac either. What I want is fair and equitable for Clover Preserve Lane. We would already pick up more houses than Sophia has with the cul-de-sac at the end of ours, given the number of houses that are on those two stub cul-de-sacs that are down there. So we'll already be more traffic than what Sophia has to deal with every day.
Okay, all right. I think we're clear on that, and when we make a motion to do whatever we're gonna do, that can be something that we can add in if that's what council feels is best at that point. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next, if there's someone else. There was a second person, I believe. So who, you wanna bring that up? And thanks again, I appreciate your comments.
Yes, next person is Cade. Cade, you can unmute.
Hi, yeah, my name is Cade Kochemeyer. I live at 2279 Cloverfield Drive. There's been a lot of talk on this about traffic, and one thing that I think is odd, no one has brought up actual public transit infrastructure. There is a transit station that technically exists nearby that could potentially help offload some of this traffic, but I don't think it's even running anymore. I took it, I used to take it for a bit a long time ago, and it was literally one bus at 5-something a.m., and it didn't return to that bus stop in the afternoon. It returned to the transit station. And I think there's a lot of developments that are coming up, and there seems to be no thought into like an actual, like real, like public transit kind of station. And I guess I guess I've been like looking into these a bit more just to the top level, because I'm just kind of looking at these new developments, and just there's really only one option to go to get most places, and just the only way to get anywhere is by car. So it seems inevitable that you'll be running into these traffic issues when, like, I don't know, this new development, I don't know, if you want to buy a gallon of milk, it's a 3-mile drive. So I'm just interested if there are any plans for actually setting up an actual public transit, like bring back that transit station to help offload kind of some of these trips.
So I can touch base on that real quick. When Cloverfield neighborhood was developed back in 2001, we received a grant from the Met Council for Livable Communities. And as part of that, there was a transit station that was put up behind the Clover condo building, as well as a parking lot. That did run for probably about 10 years, and the demand was just not there. There was a few people that used it, but it was just not enough. There was not enough for Southwest Transit to justify from an economic standpoint to continue service there. And with the flip side of that is they also started to offer Prime, which then people can take the bus to the main transit station at East Creek, and then they can take a Prime and they'll bring it right to their house. And so, they really sort of took care of the market side of that, saying, okay, we do have options now, and we don't have to send a bus down to a spot that people just aren't using.
Just to expand on that, Southwest Prime is basically a public transit version of Uber. So you basically download a free app to your phone, and then you can have an on-demand ride using Southwest Prime to anywhere within the Prime service area, which includes Chaska, Chanhassen, Eden Prairie, from point to point for a fixed fee. In addition to that, we still do run express bus services from East Creek Station as well as the other stations in Eden Prairie and Chanhassen to downtown, and those are still active. And Prime also services the airport as well as Bloomington and Mall of America too, or parts of Bloomington and Edina and Mall of America. So, there are public transit options that are currently available, and, part of it's that, marketing is tough and ridership has been down lately. So, we're, certainly pass the word along that it is a viable option that is out there. And if you or someone else may have challenges with being able to afford a ride, there are assistance services to help offset those costs.
I guess my point was it's hard for those things to be successful when, like, I don't know, the bulk of in these kinds of, I don't know, the majority of the developments that have been going in have been like very large single-family developments. So I don't know.
Well, it just, the most thing that you would see would be a bus stop. There wouldn't be a transit station if, once the ridership demanded that. We're getting light rail out to Eden Prairie now, and, things are starting to spin, but right now there's just not the demand for transit to have buses running around, I'll just say our school district area at this point. So public transit is a real challenge at this point in our community. Even though as big as they're getting, it's still very challenging. Our bus numbers from pre-COVID are still are we even back to 50%?
Not even, yep.
We're probably lucky to be back at 30% at this point, and the demand is not there at this point. We're just accustomed, and we've grown to get in our car and go where we got to go and not rely on that. And that's it's a generational thing. It's going to take time, but it's certainly not anything we're going to solve here tonight. And we're not going to be building transit stations. The most that you'll see would be buses. Transit stations would be built around large areas of density or commercial or something like that, but it just would not be built in a neighborhood area. So I hope that answers your question. Okay, thank you. All right, that's it. Kevin, online?
Yes, that's everyone online.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak? I would need name and address, and hopefully it's not anything that we've already talked about.
Travis Olson, 1439 Sophia Drive. First of all, thank you. I know it's a long night. It's going to be longer as well, too. Traffic, it's already been hit on. The one thing that hasn't had enough airplay is trees, tree preservation. They talk about they're saving 50% of the trees with this new version. What they fail to say is in phase one, or specifically phase two, they took out 70% of the trees that were in that lot, and the council allowed that to happen. This is the opportunity to actually make a change and actually save as many trees as possible by doing whatever the city can do to not even put cul-de-sacs in, just stub them off and save the trees. Yes, there's going to have to be the path to be able to get the sewer line, get the utilities through Sophia or, Clover Preserve Lane. Figure out the best way to save as many trees as possible. That's all I can ask for. It was in my backyard, and I saw the clear cut go through, and it kills me every time I see that. And we have that grove at the west end that we have the opportunity to preserve. This is the time, this is the time. And yes, Horton has done a great job of trying to redesign, but this is the part where I put the stipulations in. And part of it could be twofold with the traffic side of things. Figure out how to do a loop in the field, kill off both, stub off without even cul-de-sacking into the grove, and create that loop in the field. You still have your public safety side of things. It's a win-win for both the trees and the traffic. A little comment on the short-sightedness of the continuing to the west or to the south. the comp plan changes every 10 years. Every 10 years, it changes. You're going to hear that in the last one today as well, too. It changes. You're making assumptions today for something that's going to be 15, 20 years from now. Sooner or later, the sewer's going to get there. And how is that going to connect up? This is the time. I mean, you have the ability to still create the stub so that there can be some connections. Yes, there's going to be time for sewer and utilities to come up from the south, but don't look at it short-sightedly. Because by just creating its own community, you're creating this own little pocket. Just like what happened in phase one, where you cul-de-saced, the end of, say, phase one, it didn't allow the opportunity for it to loop back around and exit out, the south side of Clover Ridge. So don't look at it short-sightedly. And things do change. So this is the part where it's like, keep that in consideration. Let's take our lessons learned from phase one and phase two and not like phase three continue on. So thank you.
I think it's important to point out about trees and what actual authority we have the only authority we have by ordinance to preserve trees is in wooded steep slopes. Anything that goes beyond that, we have to be able to negotiate to come up with best solutions and stuff. So I think, I think sometimes people have the impression that cities can just say, no, we're not going to develop a property. We guide and provide utilities to properties, private properties, to be able to develop, and we have limitations on what authority we're given in ordinances to actually go through and do things. And so through a development process, we work really hard with developers to try to preserve as many trees as possible that we don't have the statutory or ordinance authority to do, but we try to find ways that make sense to be able to preserve them. Now, wooded steep slopes are completely different. They can't touch those. But I think it's important to at least put it out there that we don't have unlimited authority when it comes to being able to deal with private property like that.
Because the Kelsers could go in there and cut every tree down.
They could go down and cut every tree down right now, and we couldn't do anything about it.
Right. From the original agreement that Kelzer had back when Clover Ridge came and put in Sophia Drive was to preserve as many trees as possible. And that's the part where it's like going back to the original intent of the agreement from Kelzer. What is the intent? And is the intent is to save
but it's still their property. Correct. And it's their ability. If they want to go and cut down every tree right now, they could.
Correct.
And so what we try to do through a development process is to say, okay, we can't force you to do this, but there's things that we can do to help incent developers to be able to look at how do we preserve as many trees as possible. I think it's important to put it out there because, a lot of times I hear people say, well, the city should just stop that and just not allow that to happen. It's not within our purview. It's not within our authority. We just have to make sure that people are clear about what authority we have.
That's fair. I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah. And I think we can certainly not have as much in the cul-de-sac. We'll just make the connection. And that'll eliminate 4 or 5 lots. That'll take a lot of trees down where it's a 28-foot road going through.
Right.
That would probably preserve more trees there.
Right. And I get the fact that they've got to make the design to make money and, make it profitable for them, for the whole plan. We're talking about the balance between the financial side of things as well as I'll say the social piece of it, which is obviously it's going to take quite a few decades for those trees to be replaced somewhere else, not necessarily in that grove. So it's like, this is the opportunity to be able to save as many as possible. So, but like I said, I do commend Horton on what they have done. They have listened. The council has listened as well too from the citizens. And yet again, it's concept. So, we'll see where things go. And this is the opportunity for things to be, voices to be heard. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, not hearing anyone or seeing anyone moving. We are at a point where we need to make a decision on 2021-85. concept plan for Oak Creek.
I want to say something real quick, if that's okay.
Well, let's get a motion and a second.
Okay.
And then we can have discussion, and if it's not the right motion, it can get voted on, we do it again. But let's get into motion in a second. Yeah, let's go there. What are your thoughts? Anyone? Anyone?
So, well,
Anyone?
I'll put the motion on the floor.
I like that.
Adopt resolution 2021-85.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
Second.
Second by Councilmember McGraw. Again, motion 2021-85, recommending approval concept plan for Oak Creek and Cloverfield Apartments. Now discussion, sir.
Sure. And so I'm going to, while I fully, well, okay, first, I want to thank D.R. Horton for all the work you guys put into this, because I know this was not easy, nor was it cheap to like go through and do this work. There's still some things that need to be ironed out, especially with the traffic situation and doing that traffic study. Now, I also fully expect that this is going to pass, because I expect that, you know, in order for us to do the traffic study, we need to move this forward. But as a sign for the residents out there that there is someone that we are listening, I'll cast a vote of nay, just as a representatory vote, that there's still some things to be ironed out, especially with the traffic side of things. That said, the other thing I do have concern with is that a few years back when Sagewood was originally done, you know, we had conversations on Planning Commission about tree preservation. And we specifically did not put something into the conditions on good faith that D.R. Horton said that D.R. Horton would preserve more trees in the lots, as many as they could. When we actually went out and saw what happened, they, you know, D.R. Horton or the contractor, whoever, basically clear cut everything on all the lots right up to the property lines of all the lots, which was not what the understanding was at that time from Planning Commission. And to me, it feels like, you know, like, well, we may not have statutory authority there. I certainly would like to see, you know, D.R. Horton come back in an act of good faith and a tree preservation plan that represents in good faith what will be done, that will be in alignment with some of the discussion that happened today. That said, it's not going to be a condition in anything that's here, but that would be my expectation, or my hope. But the most important thing that needs to be addressed is this traffic situation, because, you know, this is something that's creating a point of contention with a lot of people, and we need to make sure we do it right, because whatever we do, most of us here are not going to have to live with it, but there are a lot of people who will have to live with it day in and day out for a very long time, so we want to make sure this is done right. That said, I am generally in support of this, but I want to make sure that those residents are represented, so I will cast a no vote tonight.
Are you saying that the provision in here for a traffic study needs to be stronger? Could you just clarify what you're saying with that?
No, it's just the results. It's really pending the results of that traffic study, depending on what we see.
Okay.
But a concept and a traffic study is just normal.
No,
I'm not sure where you're taking us here, but that's what we have, a concept, and it comes back after, in the traffic study, make sure that the concept's gonna work.
Do we need to specify the Sophia Drive piece?
Yeah, that's one thing I asked, you know, from your perspective as council. I think we need, as staff, to get some direction on, do you want us to include the Sophia connection in the traffic study or not? You know, again, I mean, it's going to come back with some result that, I mean, it may not meet up with expectations that were already created on Sophia. Right. And that, again, that's why I caution it. You know, because otherwise what they're going to do is they're going to look at a traffic study that looks at the existing development that they're proposing here, and I'm confident they'll come up with a way to make what they're proposing here work in some fashion based on a traffic study. And that's why I think it's really important that we get some direction on what to do, because there are consequences, I think, of looking into that.
Yep.
Thoughts?
My thoughts are, this concept plan is vastly different from the one that was presented to us in a lot of ways back in May of 2020. I'm okay with that. Because I think that that traffic study would have definitely have shown that most of the traffic would have flowed down Sophia just based on the layout of that development. Are we suggesting that there then be 3 exit points
Well,
with this?
I mean, I don't think it would be out of the realm for a traffic study to come back and say 3 connections is better than 2.
Right?
Yep. I mean, I think that's not an unreasonable answer to expect from it. And I guess, to me, I ask the question because, if we're going to follow the direction of the traffic study, do we want to use the traffic study trying to make what we're seeing tonight work best? Or if we sort of assume that the traffic study is going to go in the direction of saying that 3 connections is better than 2, do we really want to open that can of worms again?
I'm hearing preserve trees, but I'm also hearing tear down trees, put a road. So I guess that's where it's the concept plan that was presented tonight, like Councilmember Hubbard said, is vastly different and I think way better. To me, I think that traffic study based on the current concept plan would be important to see how that traffic is going to flow. And that's what I would say.
So basically use just the concept we're using tonight and do a traffic study
My
on that.
personal opinion is
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
I would echo that opinion, just because I think to the question that I threw out there about, okay, if it comes back and we find out that it's all gonna go down Clover Preserve Lane, what does that mean? And I don't think it means, it doesn't necessarily immediately mean, oh, we gotta open Sophia up through. It may mean, like we said, we just.
You have to rejigger things.
We might just north-south
Yeah,
it, and that, that road, that north-south road goes away. So you have not half, but some go north, some go south. And so I think there's still an option out of that. My personal opinion on the Sophia thing, and I just look at it as, it doesn't, you have a north exit and you kind of have a south exit, and there's really no need for that central exit. Now, again, I say that knowing that if we discover, because I'm not a traffic expert, that, we're gonna really stress Clover Preserve Lane, then I think we need to figure out how you limit some of that traffic going all that direction. And I don't think that has to be just by connecting Sophia, because I don't actually think that's actually gonna solve anything. Again, my opinion, I could be wrong, not a traffic study. I think you're gonna get it regardless. So that's kind of where my opinion is on that. And that's why we do these, as much as, I'll comment toward your recognizable no vote that you described. I know I just have a different opinion in that perspective. To me, and I've talked to individuals, and this will come up on the next one as well. To me, concept plan, it would have to be, I did this exercise earlier this week. I can't think of a concept plan that I probably wouldn't vote yes for, because it's a concept plan, and I believe we give strong feedbacks. It could be crazy, not inconsistent, and there's the obvious ones, but then I don't necessarily know if staff would let it even get to us for the concept plan, right? I viewed my role up here as on a concept plan as a legal the developer and the landowner have a legal right to develop a land. And in a concept plan, we provide feedback, we provide commentary, sometimes strongly worded, right? I think we've done that in the past where it's like, this needs to change, otherwise at preliminary, it's gonna be, it might not get passed. But I've just always taken the aspect of, and it's worked. Now, it may not work, and there's, I could get burned in the future. I've generally seen developers take that to heart and make changes and make in good faith. Because the reality is it comes back to preliminary, and if they ignored everything to do, I will not hesitate to vote no at that point. But that's, like I said, I'm just stating my opinion. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm in love with everything on here. But personally, I view concept plans as, does it fit, does it fit the land use? Does it fit the need of the community? And, are we providing the right feedback to the developer? Those are my thoughts.
Okay. What else?
I'll give a little bit. I echo the thoughts of both Councilmember Grah in terms of wanting to kind of see where this is going to go. don't know if it was in the busyness of everything. I thought we were, I was fully expecting that this was a preliminary plan.
Well, typically it would be.
And I was ready to vote no. Earlier today, I really was, because I looked at, and then it was the old plan, and so getting caught up to speed here. I want to see where this is going. I think we're in the steps in the right direction. Granted, I think based on neighborhood feedback from the Planning Commission and tonight, they've, they have raised some good points. I want to see where this is going, so I'll vote yes, but I think there's more work to do in regards to kind of, and I am eagerly awaiting the traffic study to see how it will affect Clover Preserve Lane.
Is your thought just with the
Yeah, I
existing
mean,
concept, not Sophia?
Yeah, I mean, a part of me says, well, but then, like you said, it's, this is kind of a decision that we've looked at, and would a third exit is probably always gonna be best, right? I mean, really in the regards of things, but I really honestly think that this plan is so different from what was originally presented back not last May, but May of 2020, that the north exit will serve a purpose, and I think because it goes out to Pioneer and 100 Mark, and those being more collector roads, it is a very different plan from what was proposed originally. So I'm okay with the traffic study being on the concept plan as it stands.
Anyone else? All right, I'll just throw my 2 cents worth in. Me personally, I think Sophia should go through, but I think I'm gonna wait and watch the traffic study. I'm already outvoted, so it really doesn't matter. And I'll support it, just that I want to see what the traffic study is, but I do have some issues about Sophia, and I would never stub the road, then I'd build it through. The cul-de-sac, we just can't put stub roads for emergency services, it just doesn't work. Plow works, everything. So like I said, it's either connected or leave it as it is, but let's see what the traffic study does, and if it shows that there's an overload, then we have an opportunity to look at that and change that when that time comes. So, because like I said, it's sometimes you open Pandora's box, you never know what you're going to get out of that. And, DR Horton's, they pretty much did what we asked to do, to change and find another way to make traffic flow, and they have, and I think we got to give it a fair opportunity to see if it's going to work the way we're assuming it does. So. Right.
Okay, so we'll do the traffic study based on this concept. Okay. I appreciate the feedback, because I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page before we move forward.
Right, because like I said, I have a personal opinion, but then we'll just leave it at that, and the rest is spoken. So, all right, anything else? Otherwise, we have a motion by Hubert, second by Gra, again adopting resolution 2021-85, which is approval of concept plan for Oak Creek and Clover Ridge Apartments. And before I call the vote, now, aren't we approving the apartments in here? What is the next one for?
That's a separate project.
That's the other one.
That's north of the railroad.
It's north of the railroad.
It's on the other
It's a
side of it.
larger
Oh,
apartment complex.
okay, I was goofed up. All right. Again, we're out there with a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Okay, we move, do we need 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
Please.
We're gonna just take a quick 5-minute recess, get up, move, use the restrooms.
Take the vote.
I think we needed 4.
Vikings won.
I know,
Big one?
They did.
Instead of ugly win 17-9, it just popped up on my screen.
don't worry.
You've seen Pee-wee's. I watched the planning commission meeting.
one of
so
my
I didn't look
favorite.
that closely at that, I guess.
All right, you're live.
All right. Thank you, welcome back. Needed that little stretch break, so. All right, we are back to 8C, adopt resolution 2021-86, recommended approval of the concept plan for Clover Ridge Apartments. I don't know who's handling it. Liz?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank
Is
you,
it you?
Mayor. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Matt, I didn't know if you were going to do it. Okay. Didn't want to steal your thunder.
You just go for it, Liz.
Sounds good. Thank you.
11.
It's 11.
Just run with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at midnight,
My
you know,
over-under
the rules
was
change.
I predicted 10:53.
So we have another concept plan in front of us this evening for the Clover Ridge Apartments project being proposed by AV Development. And just to kind of clarify, there's two apartment projects that are on the agenda tonight. One we already approved, which is kind of holding off for a year or more until they're ready to develop. But this project that's being moved forward this evening are ready to go. They've got an investor in mind to move forward with the project. So just want to clarify that point. So the subject property is highlighted in blue on this aerial. It's just north of the railroad, west of Clover Ridge Drive. The Kelzer property abuts it on its western edge. Pioneer Vista by Lennar is kind of on its northeastern side.
Is that, Liz, can you back up?
Yep.
Is that small farm, that's part of the big Kelzer property to the north then?
Correct, yep.
That's just, is it like a farmhouse or something?
Yeah,
That's their
that
old
was
farmstead.
a previous farmstead that they bought and purchased.
Okay, and that's where Kelzer's trying to get to when he crosses the railroad tracks?
Right, yeah, you can kind of see
All
the
right.
pathway there now.
Thank you.
Yep. So in terms of the comp plan and land use being proposed, the comprehensive plan guides this area to be high-density residential and open space. So the proposal is consistent with that. It will need to be rezoned to stay consistent with that. The overall site is 12 acres in size, although only about 6 acres are developable, as they did do a wetland delineation out here. So that wetland edge is highlighted in light blue. So really, they're looking at the development of the area unencumbered by wetlands. There's also 2 stormwater ponds on kind of the northern side, which were put in when Clover Ridge Drive came through to Pioneer Trail. Those will remain as this project moves forward. So they're asking for concept plan approval for market rate apartment totaling 120 units. They also did conduct a neighborhood meeting on December 2nd of this year. Only a couple people showed up, just general questions towards the project. This is the proposed site plan and overall layout. So again, the building is kind of set back with the parking lot in between the roadway and the access point there. This will also be a 4-story apartment building like the one to the south, as it was shown. Access will come directly off of Clover Ridge Drive there. They're showing parking, both surface and underground parking for this site. They're a little bit under our 2 parking stall count per dwelling unit. So they'll have that to work on as they prepare for preliminary and show how that works. The overall style, they've also included a rendering of the building that they're looking at, which is kind of more of a bent L-shaped type layout. But the look of it will be generally kind of what you're seeing in this rendering here, a little bit more modern in terms of look, something similar to what's seen at Lake Jonathan Flats that's already in town. Being a multifamily building, they'll have to provide for amenities, which they're showing kind of an overlook patio area on the western side there to overlook the wetland complex. So they'll just need to show how they meet the usable open space requirement for this type of use. So we've also indicated or advised looking at some rooftop options, again, much like the Lake Jonathan Flats building, to provide kind of a mix of good amenities on the site. They'll also need to do a 360-degree architecture, given the exposure of the building, and then with the railroad there, being able to provide some sufficient landscaping and screening towards that edge. So to recap some of the big ticket pieces to work on as they prepare for preliminary, they will also be conducting a traffic study, which would go hand in hand with the one that's being done for Oak Creek and the Cloverfield Apartments. So looking at that collectively on the overall roadway system, working on the parking count out there, amenities and usable open space, buffering from the railroad, and then the overall design and fitting into Chaska. So in conclusion, we are asking you to make a motion this evening to adopt resolution number 2021-86, which is approving the concept plan for the Clover Ridge Apartments, and then based on the conditions that are listed within that. The developer is here, and I'm also here to answer questions, so feel free to ask away. Thank you.
All right, questions for Liz, or any questions about the project?
I'm just thinking to myself, but I'll think out loud because then people can answer for me. Other buildings are four height, right? So the apartment on Engler Boulevard is 4. Jonathan Flats.
The two that are in Clover Ridge, just south of this, are both
So
4
is that,
stories.
and that's the tallest that we have, is that kind of 4 level?
I thought Jonathan Flats was
It's about there
taller.
because of building codes.
Yeah.
Got it, okay.
I think Jonathan Flats is 5. Isn't it?
Yeah, I thought from the notes
They
it
built
was
their first
taller.
store out of concrete and then did 4 stories of stick.
Yeah, I think 4 stories is the highest you can do with a stick
I think
build.
they're up to
And
5
that's,
now.
is it up to 5 now? That's traditionally though why we've seen 4-story buildings, is because that in the past has been the highest you can go with stick built construction.
Although 212 Medical Center is metal, but it's a 4-story currently.
Yeah.
That's commercial.
Yeah.
It's commercial, right.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
Yeah, I'm
it's
just
still
thinking of, people get visuals and how they fit in the city, so that was, okay, see, it does help to think out loud
Yeah,
when you get
there you go.
answers.
Is the developers here? You want to come on up, please?
Thank you. Vishal Dutt, AV Development, 200 Oak Hill Drive, Shoreview.
Is this now something you're looking at right away, spring, moving dirt?
Yeah, I mean, if I could do it, I'd be ready in March, but I'm not kidding. So May 1st is our goal date, just going through the city process right now. We're going to submit our preliminary plan February 1st and then go through that.
Okay. I just never know sometimes, especially at the last one. So there's obviously the market there, if
Yep.
you're chomping at the bit to go.
Yeah, there's a market study that we just forwarded. I think Mike Benson, the land seller, forwarded to Liz and Kevin here today.
Or are you part of, with Mike Benson then?
He's a fee owner.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm buying the land from him.
Okay.
Yep, there's a market for it, so that's why we're ready to go.
So Jonathan Flats was more of like an upscale apartment. I know they're shooting for the high range, and this is kind of that mid-scale.
No,
right?
this is also
It's
going to be Class A.
Class A?
Yep,
Okay.
similar to Lake Jonathan.
Okay.
With the amenities and everything.
Okay.
There's been a real market for that level of apartment. I mean, I think people's lifestyles have changed enough where you see enough of that baby boom population coming through that, they want to live maybe down south in the winter, it's easier to rent, and so it does not surprise me that there's a high demand for this.
Wouldn't that be in direct competition with the other one that we just did a?
They're not going to move forward with that one yet. They're going to wait a couple of years. This is their priority project and
Okay.
move forward with this. And then you know, probably in 18 months, 24 months, 36 months, you'd probably see them come through with that property to the south by Sophia.
They just wanted to make sure when they did that, because they had to sell the land for that road to go through, they wanted to make sure that that whole concept was dealt with before they just sold the property.
Okay, makes sense.
Otherwise, they find out that they sold the property and they couldn't build, and now they're left holding the bag.
Then they're just like, whoa.
Or if they could only build a smaller building, then that would change their sale price.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know, it just seems like staff's good with it. I mean, they don't seem to have any.
Yeah, and this is one that, quite frankly, is helping accomplish a vision that's been out there for 20 years for adding more of that type of housing in the neighborhood. So it's really nice, I think, to see this coming forward.
It's next to a collector road, so.
Yeah.
Traffic.
And really nice townhomes, owner-occupied townhomes across the street. So I think it's really making that area really nice up there.
All right. Anybody help up here? Otherwise, I'm just gonna make sure there's nobody here that's got a comment or a question. No? All good. Kevin, is there anybody online?
Ray, you want to speak?
If I could, I just had a question regarding the traffic studies, all three of these areas being mixed together. Who's paying for the traffic studies?
The developer.
Yeah.
Who's charged with picking the traffic study consultant or whatever?
Yeah, so the developers are responsible for actually doing the traffic study. Then we have our engineers actually review to make sure that there aren't things that stick out to us that just don't seem right.
Okay. So I think these two apartment developments both have an opportunity to send a lot of traffic down Clover Preserve Drive towards 212. And I think it's just important that that's fully considered, so I'm glad they're doing them all at the same time. And I hope they do I hope they do the right evaluation on it.
Are they being done as like one big traffic study with
No.
everything, or they're done?
They're doing two separate traffic
Two
studies.
separate ones, so one big.
No, I think they're planning to do a collective one.
Oh, are they planning?
Yep.
Okay.
At
Yeah,
this
because
time
didn't,
there.
I was gonna say, didn't you say they're taking in consideration that of Oakwood being built, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understand the whole system, how it will work with all the projects, yep.
That's Sagewood 3.
I thought that traffic study covered the other apartment. I thought this was a separate, as far as.
That's how
traffic study.
that's how I thought it was.
No, they're coordinating.
Okay.
It makes
well,
sense that they
even
would
better.
consider one
Yeah, I was just
another,
gonna
that's
say,
a better
they're just
product,
considering
yeah.
it.
I mean, they would always consider one another regardless.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's in the overall master plan, is that
Yep.
there's apartments in all these spots, so they have to look at that, so. So yes, so there will be a traffic study and the developers pay for that, so. Does that answer your question, Ray?
It does. Just on the last topic, I think the council's missing an opportunity that you had on the prior approval to go back and ask for the study to be broadened, to have multiple options. It seems like operating with more information is better than less, regardless of where those facts take you. So I would ask if you could just reconsider that as part of this overall traffic study, that we look for the best information we can get versus just the information that is in front of us right now and what is on, the current plans that are here.
I mean, to me, it's up to council, but you guys already made that decision in the last motion.
We've already voted on it.
You've already
so.
voted on that.
So, I mean, the traffic study might even have those answers for us. I mean.
Well, I think what he's referring to is adding Sophia in.
Yeah,
Right.
I think
No, I know that, but I'm thinking that even the traffic studies might help us enough to know whether or not that's a good option.
Well, no, based on what I heard from you guys, that's
No,
not
no,
gonna
but
be
I'm saying the
included.
overall plan might tell us enough too.
But it's not going to get specific.
No,
into
it
that
won't get
question.
specific, but
Yeah.
we may get that information out.
Yeah, I mean, can I clarify? The reason why I didn't add Sophia Drive was my thought process is if it's going to say that the traffic is going to be heavy on Clover Preserve Lane, then we do need to do some retooling. So I didn't think it was really necessary to add Sophia Lane to it, because if it was going to show that, then we got to figure that piece of it out, so.
And I think that was pretty clear when
I agree,
it was
that's the
discussed.
my thoughts to it. I'm
So-
not saying that I'm opposed to not doing anything if the traffic study says on that. so,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yep, so.
I would just add, you'll be doing your retooling without some pieces of information that would be helpful to do the retooling. So if they're gonna go through the pain of the traffic study, seems like you would get the most information you could. Just in the idea of making a good, solid decision, which includes all of these other developments that are going on. So, thank you for your time.
Okay, appreciate it.
Consider Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else, Kevin?
That is currently it.
Okay, anybody here in the audience regarding this project? Not seeing anything. Again, we're voting on a concept plan. What are your thoughts? We're be adopting resolution 2021-86, recommend approval of a concept plan for Clover Ridge Apartments. What are your thoughts?
I move to adopt resolution 2021-86, approving Clover Ridge Apartments.
All right, I got a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Again, 2021-86, recommend approval of concept plan for Clover Ridge. Discussion. Seeing and hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same side. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
When do you think you're going to be coming back to for preliminary? When do you think you'll be back for preliminary?
In March.
It'd be March.
March,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah. Okay. That was good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, 15 minutes, pretty good. All right,
the others in
8D,
five.
adopt resolution 2021-87, recommended approval of a concept plan for Chaska Creek Industrial, Phase 3.
Mayor and council, this is another item come from the last council meeting. This is Oppidan Development looking at a third building. So if you remember, they do have a building that's under construction right now. They have a building just to the north of that that's been approved, that's just to the south of like the eye clinic, Southwest Eye Clinic. And this would be a third site that's guided for industrial that's directly across Creek Road from where they're currently building their existing building. Liz will present this. This is a motion or an action item come from the Planning Commission recommending adoption.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Last and final concept plan of the evening for Chaska Creek Industrial Phase 3 being proposed by Oppidan. So the site they're looking at is primarily highlighted in blue here. So it's south of Creek Road, east of Wetzel Lane, north of some open agricultural field and wooded steep slope and ravine area. And then you also have the Chaska Creek Business Park just to the north on Chaska Creek Boulevard. Those two other industrial buildings that Matt mentioned are on the two parcels of land that I'm highlighting with my cursor. So one's off of Chaska Creek Way and the other one's off of Chaska Creek Boulevard and Creek Road. So this would be a third addition to kind of that setup out there. So it was back in March of 2021 when the final approvals occurred for both those two buildings that I just highlighted previously. So one for 133,000 square feet and then a second one for 168,000 square feet. And again, both of those were proposed by Oppidan. They also conducted a neighborhood meeting on November 22nd of this year. Some questions and concerns all related to lighting, screening, height of the building, utilities, future development, hours of operation, and construction timeline. In terms of how this site is guided, the comprehensive plan guides this area to be business park use. The proposal is consistent with that. That's the same use that was to the north, where the other two industrial buildings and other uses in Chaska Creek Business Park were guided to be. The current zoning out here is rural residential, RR2, and then open as it's situated below. So I pulled an excerpt out of our land use plan just on the bottom right here, and am circling the subject area that we're looking at this evening. So the property itself total is 38 acres in size. However, they're only primarily looking at kind of the open agricultural area of the site, approximately 13 acres of that 38 acres. There's, again, a large ravine system that kind of traverses through the property, along with some wooded areas as well. Again, the boundaries of their site stay outside of that wooded area. And then one wetland was delineated as well. So they're asking for concept plan approval for an industrial office building of 177,000 square feet in size. So much like the other two buildings that are being constructed right now, they did not have end users identified. These were primarily spec buildings to be marketed once gone through the approvals. They are not designed to be distribution centers, which was kind of a concern during the first two phases. Rather, these are buildings that are set up for flex users who specialize mainly in manufacturing, warehousing, and science and medical. So again, the program of this building will be set up the same as the first two buildings. Again, the size of this building is 177,000 square feet, 34 to 38 feet in height at its highest point, which is consistent to the other two buildings built. The kind of conceptual drawing is included on the top left here, which is the same design as the other two buildings across the road. In terms of access, they're showing an access to line up with the building to the north on Creek Road here. With the improvements happening at Chaska Creek Boulevard and Creek Road, there will be a roundabout being put in, which is occurring at this time. Ultimately, there will be a road extension happening to the south that will extend southerly to hook up to the southerly area. However, that will be development driven as development to the south of the ravine exists and provides demand for that. So at this time, the development or project site will propose kind of a temporary access off that intersection there, which would provide their truck access into the site. So their loading dock is situated on the south side of the building. The front more pedestrian areas oriented to the north there. So this driveway access, again, would provide the direct access for trucks into the back there. In terms of parking, they're showing parking that would meet a warehouse and office type use. However, we do require that these sites still show a 1 per 350 square foot requirement in the event that the warehousing switches over to manufacturing, which requires a greater need for parking due to the job demands that typically comes out of that. So as a part of the preliminary, they'll just need to show a plan that would meet that requirement. We wouldn't ask that they would construct that, just show that it could work on site. And then with residential on Wetzel Lane to the southwest here, screening will be a huge item of addressing during their preliminary, specifically along that south edge with the parking and the loading dock there. They'll need to show how this edge gets treated so that screening is being optimized to its greatest extent.
Will the road go completely around the building, or with that screening, will it not be able to?
So they are showing drive aisle space behind the building there.
But
So-
I'm thinking on that, whatever you call it, northwest side, would the road, other side?
Over
That
here?
side of the building, would a road go around it, or would that not be able to because of screening?
They're gonna have to look at that and figure out their
Right.
screening and then figure out what they can do, whether they shorten the building up a little bit or reroute the road somehow. They, as a concept plan, you know, trying to figure out that screening along that edge is gonna be critical, and then they need to respond from there, so.
Okay.
I would assume.
Because they can't shift that building
They
to
can't
my
really
right
shift it
because
that
of the
way,
road.
So either the road gets separated, the building gets a little shorter that direction, or something needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to accommodate some, you know, sufficient screening along that side with berming and trees to separate the uses there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tight there as far as allowing screening and stuff like that, so that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, so we'll leave it up to the engineer to be creative and come up with a solution that, you know, can get the screening in there, and we'll review that when they have that available.
This is just a more zoomed-in, simplified drawing, so if we need to refer to that for any reason. So I think the big ticket items as they're working towards preliminary is lighting, screening, and then the overall parking being fit on site. So they'll have to work through those details as they submit for preliminary. So we are asking you to make a motion this evening to adopt resolution number 2021-87, which is approving the concept plan for Chaska Creek Industrial Phase 3, and then based on the conditions that are listed within that document. The developers are here, and I can help answer questions as well.
So there's a it looks like there's a pond in that southwest corner under that. So would that remain as a pond for this property, or was it just something that happens, I mean, it seems like it's incidental that it just happens to be there. So I'm just kind of.
Wetland or this
The
pond right
wetland
here?
that's there, it looks like we'd probably create some stormwater retention that's on that south side, that triangle there, on the center south.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where like a stormwater retention would end up being. Okay.
Yeah, that's where they're identifying it now. It could change depending on their needs and what they'll be doing for screening, so that could very well change.
Which way would the water, which would be like the next pond that would have flown to, like, you know, because we have that, you know, have a system where we kind of like go from.
Say the site generally drains, if you're considering Creek Road east-west, naturally, kind of the western edge would be the higher ground, and everything kind of naturally flows to the east down to the creek.
Okay.
So it ultimately ends up in the creek, but the road, you know, the future access and things would kind of bifurcate how the drainage needs to be set up.
Yeah.
But traditionally, you would see potentially ponding on this site. One of the things as we're looking at this particular piece is trying to understand what the future needs will be for the collector road, should it ever be needed in the future. So there's some things we need to work out in terms of, you know, what do they need, what do we need, you know, how does that all fit into the context of development.
Okay.
Anyone else, questions? Kevin, anybody online?
There's no one online.
Okay. I know that we have, Mr. Panning is here tonight, so I know you wanted to speak, so, come on up and just say your name and address, please.
Bob Panning, 11315 Wetzel Lane, just the property, I'm the second house in on Wetzel Lane there from the property. And I have spoke with my neighbors. My understanding is they sent some emails also, but I am the only one here tonight speaking. So I kind of have three separate points, if you will. First of all, when I bought the property in 95, actually, I bought the property, built in 96, and you had some earlier discussion about green zone. We are in the middle of the green zone right here. This is green zone. And according to the city, the green zone is a permanent land use protection tool put in place on the property to be preserved such that permanent and continued utilization of the land is ensured. What you're proposing here is, let's move the green zone. We're going to move it to the west, and we're going to designate all of this property as industrial and leave the homeowners where? We built there under a set of rules, and now it's all changing, and that's why I'm here. And I'm not even, for myself, I'm not even dead set against the industrial building being proposed right here in a neighboring property. If proper screening of lighting and all of that is taken into account, but also part of the big picture, what is the plan? What happens to our property? What happens if the plan continues? I will be completely surrounded by concrete buildings of industrial, because it goes even beyond the west of us to the Glock farm, which the plan is to annex that into the city and make it industrial also. So we will be completely surrounded by industrial park. It has been said, well, maybe they could buy your property too. Our property has no value to a business park. Where the houses are, they would gain very little buildable property because of setbacks to the woods and everything else. You know, basically our front yard is of value to them and nothing else. Why would they buy our properties, our houses, and instead they'll just buy the field in front of us and put up a big building right in front of me? I will literally be surrounded by concrete buildings if you approve this zoning change. So, again, when I talked to the city planning committee, when I described this to them, some of their quotes is, well, nobody can tell you what we're going to do. They don't know. Another quote was, they're asking, what is the plan? We need to understand that. I agree there needs to be more understanding of what is to come. I suggest we look at all the impact of this. 5 minutes later, they voted to approve it and send it to you. You know, that's my frustration. Everybody throws up their hands and goes, well, we really don't know what to tell you, but we're going to approve it anyway. As far as the property itself is concerned, you know, it's the berm height, you know, there was talked about, originally it was just a small berm with some trees on it. Well, that's not going to cut it to screen from residential. It needs to be a substantial berm so that the light, you know, is screened. Anything coming from that building is really screened out of there. Then light and noise is what I'm looking for. Hours of operation was brought up, and not even just the operation once it's there, but the construction hours. Building number 1 that currently is up in summer when they were doing dirt work, sunrise to sunset, heavy construction equipment going. I'm assuming that's not allowed downtown Chaska. Why is it allowed in my neighborhood? I'm assuming there can be limits set on construction periods. I'm asking for that. So as I said, if this is what is number 3, building number 3, it's being called, or phase 3, in my world, in my mind, likely number 4 request will go to the Cal Haskins property just north of Creek Road. It seems like the logical one. There's no plan, there's no sewer, there's nothing in place for that. And then number 5 comes on the south of Creek Road, right in front of my property. If I was a business developer, I'd look at that and go, I can buy out Ryan Shook's property, he's got like 12 acres there, and I can buy the field right in front of me, and now I have about 20 acres to build on, and I'm not going to touch the houses, but I'm going to build them in. And I mean, that's just what it looks obvious to me. That was what happened. So my ask of the city council is come up with a comprehensive, I hate the word comprehensive plan because that means something else around here. a overall plan for the area. And I'm asking to postpone this approval of this number 3 until there is a plan for the area. I'm not saying let's stop everything forever here. I'm trying to be realistic, but what is the plan? Let's take a pause here. What I would like to see is, even if the number 3 goes in, that our neighborhood and the property just around us there remain in the green zone. Exclude that from future development of business park. Put your road through it to the south, like is shown under there as a proposal, and you've got the entire property behind us all the way to Fleet Farm to build your industrial parks. My understanding, I don't speak for them, I believe they're waiting for that. Razor property back there, they'd love to sell it to a developer and have it developed. Go south, that is part of the plan also. Carve out a small piece right where we are, and it's not even carving it out, it's asking to remain within the green zone. That's where we were zoned originally. That was why we bought there. That's why we spent the money there. That's our value. If all of this goes around me, I don't know what will happen to the value of my property and my neighbor's property. I'll be sitting in the middle of an industrial park, zoned industrial. How can I sell my property? Who would want to buy it? And what is the value of it then? And I mean, we're talking substantial value, depreciation by that decision. I'm kind of looking at this as a compromise plan. I'm not looking to halt all development. I'm not here up there expecting that. But let's work with the landowners. I personally spoke to the landowner that owns the majority of the field right in front of me. He's not in favor of business park, and I know he sent in an email. He couldn't be here tonight. So, the landowners aren't eager to sell, but the city is looking to develop all the way around me. So, again, my ask is postpone building number 3 until there is a plan for the area. When that gets approved, number 3 gets approved, looking for higher berm, more screening, things like that. Also, one item that was brought up is sewer system. Right now, the city sewer is stubbed out at the new roundabout that was just put in. My concern also is the city will decide to mandate that we are hooked up to city sewer. And they will push city sewer all the way from that roundabout out to the west to the properties and then assess that to us. That's a huge assessment for, there'd be 7 landowners there. Again, I would like to see that as part of the plan. Somebody write it down. What is the plan for the area? That is what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Can somebody help out with some of these answers?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different things going on here,
Right.
but I think maybe, Kevin, maybe you could talk about maybe I'll start with just sort of an overall overview of, the comp plan gets approved every 10 years. And when this changed out here was when the freeway went through. And so that would have been back in what would have that been, the 2030?
Yeah, the last.
The last comp plan before this one. When the freeway went through and there was an interchange put at that development, that's when the council at that point decided, hey, this is an interchange on a major freeway. This is a major job growth center for us because of the interchange, and that's when the comp plan changed. So that's the overall sort of picture of why this area got looked at differently. And basically everything from, in the comp plan, everything from Inglewood Boulevard on the west side of the freeway all the way down to Carver in Mills Fleet Farm got designated as, or guided, it's not zoned, guided as industrial. That doesn't mean it has to be that. It could stay exactly the way it is. These particular properties here, and I think Kevin will be able to explain this more, got some influence from the Met Council as far as how they wanted to see it in the comp plan, and I think he's able to better explain this.
Yeah, well, first, when this developed, it wasn't in Chaska. This was Chaska Township. That this area developed originally in 95. It wasn't annexed at that point, so this was Chaska Township at that point. So the Wetzel Farm, which is right along Creek Road, subdivided off the land on Wetzel Lane to create the lots that are back along West Chaska Creek. When that was annexed into the city in 2005, I believe it was.
Yeah, 5.
That's when the zoning was put in place, which was rural residential 2, which is our green belt zoning. It was guided in the comp plan at that point as green belt. It was later on with the sewers in this area that really the Met Council is pushing us to include this with the other industrial parks. And honestly, we could look at this area again and say, you know, west of this proposed building, you could have it as residential. I think that did give us opportunities, and I think it's worth a discussion with the property owners to figure out what do they see happening there? What do they want to see happen? They have some flexibility right now. If it was residential, trying to go up to industrial actually
It's a lot easier to go from industrial to residential than
On
it
the
is from
comp.
residential to industrial on a comp plan. So Kevin's right, there's a lot of flexibility of what we
We
can
have
do here.
flexibility, and so if that isn't their desire and they're like, we don't really see that happening, then we should have an honest conversation about that at this point.
And it might be that, you know, maybe there's industrial on the north side of Creek Road, but there's not on the south side. You know, because they might desire to do that, and maybe on the south side they don't. Yeah, I think that's an entirely fair conversation to have. Now, one thing we have to be cognizant of is that we have a statutory time limit that we have to process applications in. So we can't, I mean, this is going to take some time to go through the process of actually, you know, coming to a consensus, because there's multiple properties owners out here, and we haven't talked with all of them. So, and I know you have, but we haven't had a chance to talk to them to know, is that exactly how everybody feels? But, I mean, one thing that could come out of this discussion is to say, okay, we get that this is industrial, but we ask staff to go meet with the property owners there on that south side on the west and talk about what would be a more desired outcome for them in the future. And I think that could definitely be a part of this. I wouldn't tie it to this concept plan though, because I seriously doubt we'd be able to get it done in the time period that we have. We have to process these applications within 60 days, or else it gets automatically approved. So, I mean, so I think both can be accomplished. Just if you provide us direction to say, if that's the direction you want to see us go, we can certainly do that.
And we can make that work. And I think the property owners there have some flexibility, and it would be great to talk to them about that and say, you know, here's the positives and here's the negatives, and hear what they have to say, and we can report back and say, here's what as a group, where they want to go with this, and then be able to move forward and then provide the clarity that they want, which is understandable.
So I think that's a good plan, because I mean, as I'm looking at the interactive comp plan and the Carver County GIS that we have out there, is public for anyone, right? You know, I'm looking at it right now. You know, I see like where the green space is now is very circuitous and kind of flows around properties and kind of a quasi haphazard fashion, right? I mean, I know that there was some thought put into it at the time.
It usually followed where wetland complexes were, and that's why it sort of wound around.
Right. But at the same token, I think it you know, from like someone who purchases a property, says, I'm going to set my homestead, this is my forever home, and I assume this is your plan. You know, right now, if I looking at what's on the interactive comp plan, his property and all the properties in front of his, including his neighbors, are all set up to be business park.
Yep.
Right. To me, it seems like
No,
really,
no.
well, I mean, I'm just
Yeah,
looking
they're
at what it is.
guided.
They're guided. Sorry, they're guided. They're guided. Yeah,
So,
sorry, yeah.
well,
Yeah, so they're guided.
there's where the
Yeah.
confusion lies.
Right, yes.
And
they're
we gotta
not-
be
sorry,
clear.
They're not zoned for it yet, right? But that said, they're guided for it based on the comp plan, for the 2040 comp plan. that said, you know, if someone came in and said, hey, do I want to buy your house today? It's like, why would I want to buy that house? Because it's, you know, everything in front of it's going to give them someone an office park. I don't want to be landlocked in an office park with only green space behind me, right? I mean, it seems like it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I think it's very fair what he's bringing
Yeah,
up.
so I
I mean, to me, there's a real opportunity to talk about what's, you know, how do we create some certainty, and how do we create sort of a plan that everybody out there who are landowners can look at and shake their head and say, yeah, this is a direction we want to move.
Yeah, would we look at it, I mean, because the other one is that there's a swath, this weird diagonal swath that's south of this, where it's rural residential, and then it's surrounded by business park on both sides.
Yeah, keep in mind though that one of the things that really separates this property from everything to the south is there's a huge ravine. So it looks like it looks flat from a photo, but there's like a 30-foot ravine that's
There's
just,
more than a 30-foot, but
yeah.
yeah.
Right, no, agreed, yeah.
It's a significant
I walked
separation.
up that hill.
I think, let us have some discussion with them and come up with a logical conclusion on, I think that's a great direction to provide to us, and say, go meet with them, and we want you to report back and figure out, you know, how that should happen based on their input, but also based on, so they understand what the opportunities are, what the negatives, what the positives are, and they can come back and talk to you themselves about that, and we can provide some context and have a plan that moves forward with that.
Yeah, because I think there's going to be some interesting conversations, because there's going to be people who want to protect their land, and there's going to be landowners say, hey, this is my retirement too, so I'm looking to sell at some point. So I know there's going to be there could be tension, but.
Well,
that's
but
part of the-
I mean,
part of the
if
process.
there's people who are out there now that own the property that, like you said, might be more developable, and they're not looking to do that now, this might be the perfect time. This is the time to have that conversation when those people are still.
Before they're willing.
Yeah,
Before
exactly.
they're looking to cash out and say,
So,
well, you know.
I just think to have that conversation, that's fairly straightforward, and we can do that. And then it does take some time to make the change, and I think that's what Matt's alluding to, that even if you were to come to conclusion, it takes some processing time to get things changed. But we can certainly get that moving.
Yeah, I support that direction too. I mean, I don't think there's any intent for any city to develop to put up some housing and then build all around it and be inconsistent with that. That's not good for the developer of those complexes, it's not good for the homeowners. You know, so I definitely, you know, I appreciate, we had a good conversation with him on Friday. You know, I appreciate the emails that come in. I do think, you know, it is worth that conversation because those houses exist. You know, from my understanding, some of those owners are new within the last couple of years even, so there's like a very recent change. And it does seem weird to say that, well, this is guided for this light industrial. And we may talk, and again, that's why they have the conversation. We may end up same place we are today. That's a possible outcome. We may end up somewhere else, but at least it provides that clarity, that conversation. Because again, it does, if I put myself in that house, in that theory of now I'm going to build all these things around me, and here I am on this island of round concrete, that's nobody's intent. Right? But, you know, I do, you know, I support the idea of making sure, now back to the concept plan, making sure we get the screening right, making sure that conversation.
Screening, lighting, noise, those issues.
All those things have to be addressed because there still needs to be that separation. And so I'm, you know, like I told him when I talked to him, I'm going to support the concept plan. I already made my conversation here about what I feel about concept plans in general, but I definitely support figuring out if that's what this area does in the future and what that plan, and in some aspects we're asking for some faith in the of the community and that those landowners to believe that we're going to do that in good faith and look at that conversation, because it does seem weird. It's not every day. I don't think I've ever seen a development like this where all of a sudden we're like potentially, as I said, we're just going to build you could just build around it.
Right.
Well, it shows one of the challenges when you bring in a township area. It's one of the challenges you have in areas where there's not planning. Where there's not really a thought to, okay, what if a freeway does come through here someday? What is this going to be?
The city specifically wrote letters in opposition to the subdivision, exactly for this future reason.
There, I mean, I was part of that, because I was one of the initial, so there was a negotiation between the township and the city, and as part of the annexation agreement, that development was allowed to go. Not saying the city approved it, but it was part of the overall agreement. When we talk about 212 coming through and changing everything, when I bought, I knew exactly where 212 was going. I knew that impact, but it was zoned residential green belt.
Well, it wasn't zoned, the area was guided for certain.
And zoned
future.
low-density residential.
Yes.
And open space,
Yep.
or whatever the,
Yep.
I don't know the terminology, sorry.
Yep.
So, yes, you know, and then 212 came through, but I grew up in this area. I knew 212 was going to go through there before I was born, basically. There was a plan for that path. So this isn't a shock to the city that, hey, now a freeway came through here and changed everything. That was a well-known path for decades.
It was a well-known path, but no one, it had been there since the 1950s and hadn't been built until the 2000s, and no one even knew if it ever would be built. And when it did happen rather quickly.
Absolutely, I lived it. I heard the construction of it.
Yeah.
And there was, but I knew that was potential when I bought it.
Right.
So I'm not arguing that. That's, you know, it's, now I feel like the rug's been pulled out. We're going to change everything.
I do think there is a pathway that can accomplish.
Well, I think it's very important, and we talked before the meeting, and I strongly advise him to get with Kevin and talk, and it's pretty clear now, but I think it's important that all of the landowners are there at one and hear it at one time, and not, I can't make that meeting, and then they hear a different story, and I think it's very important. I think that this is really important, that this south side of Creek Road gets together and has this meeting and talk about it. Because like it says, we have the flexibility and can change how it's guided, but in the long run, it might not be the best option for you. But that's where Kevin can spell that out for everyone, and then you guys can make that decision.
That's great. Just to that effect, one thing that was mentioned earlier is the notification. The only reason I'm here tonight talking about it is because I was personally making phone calls, and council member said, yeah, we're talking about this on Monday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. It would have all gone through again, just nobody knowing. So look at your process.
Keep in mind, though, again, this is what's defined in our ordinances right now, is that it's provided with a public hearing notice. I'm not saying that's right, wrong, or indifferent, but that's how we do it now, and we consistently do it that way. We're looking at whether we can change it, but we can't use different rules for every development that comes through.
I agree.
Yeah.
Look at your process.
No, I completely concur with that, so.
This is the third event tonight,
Yeah.
and we've all had the same,
Yep.
so we
On
definitely
the
do.
18th this year, that is something.
So we do have
That
to
was
look
an
at something,
exaggeration.
so.
So it feels like it, yeah.
Are you gonna be the contact that you and Kevin are gonna try to put something together?
I can help facilitate, certainly. I
Right,
have
I mean,
contacts, I know.
Just that you know all the people. It's just
I know the
makes it-
people, everyone involved. I mean, I don't know that I'm supposed to set up the meeting, or we can work together on it.
Just, yes.
It's fine. So, yeah. Okay.
Again, I appreciate the way you approach this and the conversations, because, you know, I think it's a fair question to ask, and as you can see, you know, there's support to continue to ask that question, and, you know, I appreciate your sticking with us until 10 to 12 at this point. So, thank you.
And I just want to touch on a couple things. The construction times, I believe 7 to 7 is our noise
I was
ordinance.
gonna say, downtown Chaska, it did happen there too. I mean, it was not
And it's-
pleasant, I agree.
It's,
But
when Highway 41 goes in, it's going to be the same thing. They're going as long as they possibly can. So, and then I think Saturdays, it's like 8 or 9 o'clock before they can start. They probably push that. I won't even debate that, but they maybe push that. I don't know. But that is our normal construction times. And as far as your comment about the sewer going down Creek Road, we're not gonna put sewer in that until development draws it. And then generally, don't we just give them an option?
Yeah, I'll give you an example, is Creek Road on the very south end by VFW down there. So we put sewer to go up there and then up Kuski's property. So there's a number of single-family homes that are along there. We gave them the option of when they wanted to connect. So the sewer was there for them to connect. When they decided to make a connection, then they have to pay the connection fees. But it's a decision for them of when they want to do that.
So the assessment is merely connection fees and not to put in a line?
Well, I can't remember exactly how it's set, but basically everything was deferred until they decide to actually hook up.
It's just
There would be a typical process, which you'd have an area fee and a connection fee, which happens with any new development or things like that.
I would just like that to be part of the discussion that we have going forward.
Yep, and Kevin will explain that with you. And the other part I want to touch on is I did talk to Kevin about that 20 acres in the front of yours, that could be developed as residential, but it depends on what year, how you base that, and that, again, that's a
If it's
Kevin.
green belt, then no, you're already maxed out. If it's residential, and I think that's part of the discussion.
And as far as Haskins' property, it is probably still guided as light residential. But you know Cal as well as anybody does, if you can get it to sell it for commercial, they're gonna sell it for commercial. I mean, again, he's the landowner.
Yep.
So,
And I've had a discussion with the family, and I believe that they were looking at
microphone.
yeah, you gotta come up, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
sorry.
Kevin.
Sorry. I've had just a brief discussion with the Haskins family, and, they bought it as an investment property.
Yep.
They're looking to develop it either residential or commercial, and I can't speak for them, but, yeah, they're looking to develop, but if they could, potentially develop residential, which is what they specialize in more so than commercial, they may be happy with that. I don't know.
Yeah.
You have to
See,
talk to
that's
them.
our, as far as the big plan of all that, until they really come forward with something,
They've asked to be included in anything we talk about. They asked me that.
Yeah, we'll include Cal.
I mean, we talk to those guys pretty regular, I
Yeah.
would think, so.
They just want to know what's going on also.
All right, perfect. All right, thanks. All right, anybody else regarding this? Jay, you got anything?
Maybe. It's late, so I'll keep it brief. Hi, Jay Moore, Oppidan Investment Company, 400 Water Street, Excelsior, Minnesota. Just wanted to say that, we did conduct our neighborhood meeting. We are sensitive for the surrounding neighborhood and those people that are, they've spent a lot of years in their homes, or those homes have been there for a long time, and we want to just work with them and give them the best screening options that we can.
Yep.
Brady is here from Samba Tech, and, we can get into maybe in the next round, if this goes forward, the grades and how that works. But basically, that farm field goes up a hill, and we're going to cut into that back and bring it down. And so the finished floor elevation is going to be at least 15 feet, maybe more than that. The loading dock will be below where those homes sit. So we haven't gotten into all that yet with design, but it's not an even, level set deal where it's the same elevation. So hopefully that loading area is, sunken down a little bit. So it's
that'll
also a little
soften that going into that neighborhood.
And we can look at, bigger caliper trees or a higher berm or
Yep.
maybe a fence, we're open to all that. We don't want to, push people out of their comfort zone in their houses. So I wanted to say that. And then, I do want to push for a vote tonight. We have contracts in place, land contracts, and, we're trying to follow a schedule as well. And so we understand that everyone is trying to get to an end goal here. So I just wanted to voice that, and I'm open for any more questions.
We will have a vote one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
However it goes is another thing.
Any more questions? I'm available, otherwise, what you have.
I don't,
We'll just put Liz in for more trees.
more landscape, more landscape. I will say, your timetable on the building across the street, you have been like right on. You said I'm gonna start at the end of November, and steel comes first part of December, and the roof comes January, I think.
Yep.
I've never seen anybody say that, and it really happened, so I will say that I'm impressed on your construction schedule,
Thank you.
for whatever that's worth.
He's like, how I'm
Yeah,
supposed to answer.
whatever that's worth.
Been a challenge, but we got materials there.
Yeah, you got materials, all right. Okay, any other questions here tonight? Okay, what's your thoughts? We're looking at whether or not we want to adopt resolution 2021-87, recommending approval of concept plan, Chaska Creek Industrial Phase 3.
Yep. I think it's just like, looks good, thank you for, choosing to develop in Chaska. I know that, we've talked about this a bunch of times, that, it's like the market's hot right now, and, we've done a lot of work together for these other projects, and, you guys are really thoughtful about what you guys do, so very much appreciate that. So I'll make a motion in favor of resolution 2021-87.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hubbard to adopt resolution 2021, recommend approval of concept plan for Chaska Creek Industrial Phase 3. Discussion. I'm happy that Mr. Panning came here, and I think that we've got a workable solution here. What the outcome will be based on what the residents decide. And you and Kevin can get contacts, so you have those ability to do that when this phase is done here. And I believe what Mr. Moore just told us about, that he wants to work with the residential and he wants to do everything in his power to do that. I trust him. And it kind of just goes what he said about a schedule, and he follows through, and I feel the same way. So I feel confident that we're going to get the proper screening that we need that will make that. Today's lighting really is downward directed. It's not like it was in the past. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that shouldn't be an issue. You're going to see it because it's new, but the lighting nowadays is really pretty good. That we've done some other work around residential, and we really haven't had any complaints. So I think we're going to come out of here hopefully with a real strong win-win out of this, and then you folks in that south side can really kind of look at what your future looks like, how you want to handle things. So, and in the same sense, I'm thinking we're going to move forward, and then Mr. Moore can move forward with his project, and we can go from there. So.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was gonna say, is just that, there are some developers that I'd be like, we maybe need to work some more stuff out, but I really do, Mr. Moore has been a great partner, and we've seen him do great with these other developments, so I'm confident that we can make sure that it's something the residents are comfortable with too. And just like the mayor said, I trust that Oppidan will do that, so those are my thoughts.
He does have to get his head through the door to get out.
I know.
Wow.
All right, anyone else? All right, again, back to the motion, resolution 2021-87, concept plan for Chaska Creek Industrial. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, folks. Appreciate you being here. Thanks, Mr. Panning. You can hook up with Kevin and get numbers and get all that. I don't want you to leave without those numbers. All right. That's right. We got another item.
Oh, and we also have EDA.
Yeah, and we got EDA. So adopt resolution 2021-92, budget and tax levy adoption for 2022.
I was going to make this a real short one, but Julie talked me into giving the whole presentation, so it's like 2 hours. So
well, everything else has been 2 hours. Why not?
I know.
I got nothing to do.
I will make this quick since we just went through this at the last council meeting. Obviously, the last council meeting was the truth and taxation hearing where we put out the budget and what we're proposing for the budget and tax levy for the general fund. You know, the big discussion items for 2022 was continued utilization of our tax levy policy, continuing the full implementation of our camp program, restarting our staffing gap study after a year hiatus, and then our public safety staffing needs, which included a police officer and moving a fire position and leadership up to a full-time position. The bottom line impact of all those changes on the median value home is $84 for the year, or $7 per month. And with that, allows us to remain within the, well, we're number 72 out of 84 cities as far as the lowest tax levies per capita. We're the lowest in Carver County. I'm not sure if anybody had a chance to see the Star Tribune article yesterday, but they always do, every year the day before we have our meeting, they always do an article on sort of what all cities are doing for taxes. And the thing that really stood out to me is if you look at the median value home and the taxes that people pay in Chaska, it was significantly cheaper than every other community in Carver County. Watertown was the only one that was sort of really close to it. So I mean, we're a very full service city. I think we give extremely good value for the dollars.
And Watertown doesn't have near the services we offer.
Yep. So it's always sort of nice. I do a different comparison. I do a tax levy per capita. Because to me, it gives a better apples to apples comparison. The Star Tribune looks at, you know, the median value of a house in Chanhassen is more expensive than the median value of a house in Chaska, so their taxes obviously are going to be higher. But I think any way you look at it, I think what we provide is a really good value for service. So the recommendation for the is to adopt the general fund budget along with the total tax levy for the general fund. So in the council meeting, we'll be establishing the tax levy for the general fund, our equipment acquisition, our tax abatement, and then our Mount Pleasant Cemetery. We also have to establish a separate EDA levy at our EDA meeting afterwards, but the comparison that you guys look at includes all of those together. So we don't just look at the city's general fund, we look at all of our tax levies together to compare ourselves. From the enterprise fund perspective, I think, you know, just to summarize real quickly, the community center, you know, obviously we're trying still to get back on track through COVID. We're going to be making some changes, especially with how we lay out our equipment so we can start opening up bigger areas of the community center again to help drive that revenue up. We've based our budget based on 2019 numbers to really set that as a goal to get back up to. And we have our master plan that we have budgeted in there. Town course, we continue with our plan to get ourselves to 20% discount for weekend residents from a regular rate, 25% discount from weekday resident rates. This is the third year of our plan, and it brings us to 27% discount for our weekdays for residents and 23%. So we still got a little bit ways to go, but we're definitely making progress in that and still remain a very good value to other courses that are out there. So that's that's sort of the major initiative that we're still working with in town course. And as far as the big things that people are going to see out there this year, they're going to see that in our driving range, we're going to put a cement pad going across the top part so that when we have group activities or rain days, that we can keep people off of the turf and keep that in better condition over time. And then we're also doing basically the whole like holes 11, 12, 13 back there for where the cart path is really in bad condition. We're going to be repaving that this year. Utility funds, basically, the bottom line, we talked about, we actually set our rates at the last meeting, and just a reminder, the rates, the overall increase for the average resident out there was 4.08%, which is a $6.32 increase per month. Our water fund, the big things we're going to be working on this year will be continuing to work on our new water treatment plant, and then also repainting of the Clover Ridge Water Tower, which I took a look at that today, and
Looks worse.
it looks worse today than it did like 2 days ago.
I was there.
I was just asking. Symphony Hills, that's terrible too.
I'm
I
up
was
there
just
in the
asking
middle of the night
Kevin
spraying
during the
red
break
on
what
it.
it was, because I was there Saturday, and I was like, that's worse than it was this summer.
Yeah, I looked up at it the other day, or 2 days ago, and I'm like, man, this is worse than it was before.
So that is gonna get done this
That
year?
gets done this year, so.
If you gave the mayor's speech, you would have known that, but. Fine, not a big deal.
Right.
Excuse me.
Wow.
Jeez.
Sewer fund, basically, it's our items
have
as
to
far
do it
as
every year
inflow and infiltration, continue to do things to keep clean water coming out of our pipes, and then, key areas of where we're replacing, so that we keep that in good condition. Stormwater, the big project that you'll see us continue to work on next year, and actually was your question from the bills tonight, was McKnight Park. North of McKnight Park is the wetland. There's about a 2.5-year project, but it's a major wetland complex that we're doing. We did a portion of it this year, putting in an outlet. The major portions of the project are going to be done next year and then going into next summer. So that's going to be the major work that occurs there, along with our normal maintenance of ponds and our waterways. The Curling and Event Center, we are seeing a increase. In fact, it's been great to see, especially in December, we've really seen corporate events come back pretty strong. And our event center has been very busy too. So we really feel like we're turning the corner on that. So we're moving in a very positive direction there. And that's all the funds. So we are recommending approval of the final operational tax levy for 2022, which would be $12,672,429. That includes all of the funds: the general fund, Mount Pleasant Cemetery, EDA, tax abatement and equipment acquisition. The resolution that you'd be approving would actually just have that property tax levy that's associated with the general fund, or with everything but the EDA. And then also approving the budgets for our general fund and all the enterprise funds as well. And, I mean, you guys have been hearing this since July, so, and I don't know, I didn't really get any questions after the Truth and Taxation hearing, so. Any questions or
Questions
concerns?
for Matt? Again, if there's anybody that still would be watching us tonight, I don't know if that's the case. Good morning, Noel. Glad you joined us. Glad you joined us this morning.
Wait, he just came to work this
I
morning.
know. Yeah. You don't get to go home now.
Is this your numerous start time normally?
Yeah. But not to make light of this, and I do want to say, and I say this every time we talk budget, we have seen this time and time and time. So none of this is really new, but we do like to make sure that we recap it if there's anybody new watching or anybody's got a question. So again, we're not taking any of this lightly. This is very serious and important an item for us, but it's 12:10 and we're probably getting a little slap happy here, but I do want to say that we have seen this many, many times. So with that, I'll open it up to questions for council. Anyone? Kevin, anyone online?
No, but Noel is also on too, so he's in 2 places at once.
He's amazing.
Incredible.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak about budget?
He defies the ability to to be in 2 places at once.
Omniscient, is that what that word means?
No one here. All right. Okay, there's no one here that wishes to speak, so with that, is there
Maybe that too.
anyone like to make a motion on adopting resolution 2021-92, budget and tax levy adoption for 2022?
I so move.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Grah. Again, adopting resolution 2021-92, budget and tax levy adoption for 2022. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We passed the budget, 5-0. All right, we're gonna keep moving here rather quickly. Bills, anyone have a question on a bill?
Matt stole my thunder.
I did.
I figured
had,
I'd just jump right in there.
Whoa,
It's
hold
okay.
up. I had one, and not really a question, more of a comment on the bill for the photo display downstairs.
Oh.
Well, it looks wonderful.
It looks-
Shameless plug over there.
It looks very,
It's on
very good.
page 3. It's by CD Products, but that's the acrylic display.
If you haven't noticed our photo display
They're awesome.
downstairs, it looks fantastic, I think.
How much was it? It was $18.35, which with the size of that, that's
they're very
it's very appropriate.
But it's, I think it looks awesome.
So
I think we
just
need
thought
that
it'd
at
be funny
the
to.
curling center on all them empty walls and.
I do have a picture of it.
It's a good, until I saw that, I'd never seen something like that, and I think it looks
I didn't
great.
either.
Oh,
And all the
You
pictures
chose
that,
it, didn't you?
all the pictures that I picked.
all the
Got
architecturals
chosen.
that could be taken.
Denise.
All right, let's keep moving. Bills, anyone on a bill? Anyone on a bill?
He's like,
No.
forgave.
Hello? Anyone on a bill?
Oh, that was it.
All right, I gotta make sure. All right, motion to pay the bills.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. To pay the bills. Discussion. Nate, call roll.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grah.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes, all right, moves us to Councilmember Grah.
I'm just gonna point out that Kevin walked out, and it was technically his last meeting.
He got away with it.
And then he got away. I just wanna get that on
I
record.
saw that too.
You told him to exchange numbers.
No, he
and
came back, but I thought he was gonna sit down, and then he grabbed his stuff and
And
ran.
then he just left. So, I will just echo your messages 5 hours ago about happy holidays and wishing everyone well wishes for that, but.
You just, all you did is tell us. You realize that.
Someone will watch this back in the future, or, yes, in the future, so I'll leave it as that.
There are 2 people watching on YouTube, so.
Well, those
Is it one Noel?
Yeah.
Probably my mom.
Those on Zoom, so you're doing
Okay.
And I will just thank everyone here that this now sets my record for the longest meeting at this point, so just.
Your record.
And that's all I have.
This isn't my record.
I don't want to get your records, but in my years of service,
Miss Hatfield.
this now sets my record.
I guess
so.
that makes mine.
Is it my turn?
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Wow.
Like
Sorry, my Instagram's going. Did you say the Santa Parade?
No.
The Santa Parade's on Wednesday, and I love the route. It's more in and
Zigzaggy?
out. There's like, it goes into neighborhoods more, so I thought that was nice. And then, yeah, it was just Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year. Whatever you're celebrating this year, happy that.
Okay.
I'll keep it quick. This is the Santa Parade. Yeah, this is Wednesday, 4:30 to 9, right? Happy.
4:30 to end.
So
Yeah,
4:30
to end.
sorry.
We're not gonna leave a neighborhood out of
When
that.
somebody gets off the back of the truck, then it's over.
So some kids may be waiting a while for Santa.
They have a tracker, they can be.
There's a
we're
tracker.
tra-
The weather looks nicer
Which is
than
good.
last
I
year.
saw that.
The weather
We're-
looks
We're saying
promising.
30 now.
Yeah.
Is the squad car gonna wear a mask again?
So the only thing is just a Southwest Transit thing, just a few things just to mention.
Thank you. All right.
Gee, thanks.
That's right,
I
you
feel
were
like,
gonna talk yet.
I feel like
Let's
the
go.
Rod,
All
I
right,
feel like
go.
the Rodney Dangerfield
All
up
right,
here. Okay, so the first thing is that Len's retiring at the end of February, so if those of you who don't know, he's actually going to be still with the commission, or so still with the transit agency until like May or so, but he'll officially, his last day actually in the office will be end of February. But just want to let you know, so in case any of you know him, congratulate him, and hope he gets in a lot of rounds of golf afterwards. So he'll be still around for a while through the legislative stuff, but for the most part, just burning some PTO. There was a study that was talking about the 73 park and ride lots, and Southwest Transit was ranked number 4 for usage in terms of the lots themselves, which is really good. And suburban transit accounted for 73% of the usage volume of park and rides, which is actually a really good thing. It shows that, and of course that was against like a really small volume of users across the metro, but because everything's so down, but it basically shows overall compared to other park and rides throughout the metro and even in closer to Minneapolis, that that suburban riders actually do use those facilities and do use them strongly. The last thing is that we're seeing some good operational upticks in commuter ridership. They're still small though. Local prime service is almost at pre-pandemic levels, which is really good. The downside is that the senior riders have still not come back, so it's basically new riders that are basically coming in and using Prime, but all the senior riders, or almost all the senior riders, are still, have not come back yet. So hopefully when things get to a better place, we'll see that volume increase. One of the challenges is that as we're pushing funding into Prime, if without more funding to support transit coming from like Invest and the federal funding, if we get a surge in demand for Express, we may not have enough money for both. And so that will be kind of a challenge. Right now, we can afford to put more into Prime because we're not supporting Express right now because there's just not that much demand. So something to keep in mind, but we'll have to see how things pan out. The last thing is that special events have been really, really strong. So, for example, Vikings games have been really strong because people are still going back to the Vikings games. And the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum is using the park and ride at East Creek. And so a week ago Saturday, we hauled 1,000 people for their buses. And then that following Sunday was over 800 people. So 1,800 people in a weekend using our buses from the park and ride in East Creek going up to.
This may be a dumb question. Do people pay to do that?
No, well, if you're a member, it's free.
Right.
But like to use the bus?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think it's like, I believe it's
To the Arboretum?
The Arboretum, yeah.
And for their light show,
Yeah.
you
No,
pre-buy
but
your ticket.
I thought the bus.
I was just wondering, like, do they get any money
charge
for
for
all
this,
that?
but not
Well,
much.
not
it was-
historically, because I've done it.
Oh, okay.
And it was free when you were a member.
Yeah, because
And I
But
Does
maybe-
the
depends
Arboretum
if you're-
maybe kick back some money to
I think it's like Arboretum funds
Yeah,
that,
okay.
Yeah, with
But
their
because the
ticket.
problem was is that the Arboretum doesn't have enough space for all the parking.
Right.
Because especially they're trying to avoid some of the issues with that, so that way they can bring the buses through and just have a shuttle running there, yeah.
Oh, it's so much better
Yeah.
to do it that way.
So, yeah, and so that's been like really popular. People love it. The Arboretum really likes it too. So, I mean, it's a win-win for everybody there. So just wanted to, give a shout out to the agency for, for really helping out. And this is one of those things that we gain a lot of value out from them being part of our community. But, so that's all I have. Just want to wish everyone out there Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy Holidays to anyone I might have missed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor?
Everyone have a safe and wonderful holiday season, celebrating
That's it?
the end.
The end. Nathan?
Oh, is that your real name?
Nathan is my real name.
Oh, okay.
I had no clue, I just said it.
Wow.
Nathan, anything?
Other than that, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. That's all I have.
Jake?
No report, Mayor Winchell.
What?
Happy holidays.
Noel?
Oh, yeah, Mercedes is adorable.
Oh, my
Julie?
Actually,
God.
okay.
All right, I just have one or two things, if that even. First off, if you haven't noticed, our Diaz is free of cords, so I want to give a big shout out
I
to,
was gonna say, see if you noticed that.
oh, I noticed it immediately.
So where?
Oh, thank you to our building maintenance department. We have put them to a lot of use since we developed a building maintenance, IT, and Mr. Wright for organizing and getting it done. It looks much better. So, thank you for that. And the last thing I'm gonna say, I already said it, well, we got Santa Parade, I think that's always fun, a lot of fun last year. Might have a couple new additions this year, is that what I'm hearing?
Got the Grinch coming. That's what I heard.
How about the Park and
Are
Rec
you
guy, did he
serious?
find something?
I'll be outside.
We got maybe Buddy the Elf coming too.
And maybe Buddy the
I
Elf.
think Buddy and Grinch might be coming along this year.
Okay. Did you get lights?
Gotta get the Grinch song.
I have some, yeah.
For the truck though?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and lastly, just again, I said it earlier, but Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. If you're out enjoying and having a lot of fun, make sure you have a sober ride, please, and be responsible. With that, I am gonna ask, we have a quick EDA meeting to approve the budget, and
one other item too.
oh yeah, that's right, that purchase agreement too, so.
Right, Elise?
With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. We are adjourned for the last year of 2020.
By the way,
One
did you-
more meeting.
Did you guys coordinate, by the way?
For Pete's sake.
Well, no, you got the same logo.
No, you have blue on. I have black on.
Yeah, that's what I meant. All right, EDA meeting. Can I start, Kevin?
Yep.
Or do you want a little pause?
No, go.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, I'm with you, he normally makes me pause. We'll call the meeting to order at 12:21. It just flipped. Roll call.
Commissioner Hatfield.
Here.
Commissioner Hubbard. Commissioner Wong. Commissioner Gra.
Here.
President Winchell.
Yes. Item 3 is adopting the agenda. Corrections or additions? If not, I'd entertain a motion. Motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hatfield.
No, Hubbard, but I'll
Hubbard.
second.
Second by Commissioner Hatfield. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. Approve previous meeting minutes from October 4th EDA meeting. Again, if there are no corrections or additions, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Gra.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hubbard. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Moves to item 5. Authorize President and Executive Director to sign a purchase and redevelopment agreement with the Carver County Community Development Agency for Ernst House project.
So I'm going to turn this over to Nate, since this is his last night as Assistant Administrator, Economic Development Coordinator. But I also want to just quickly recognize Elise Durbin for being such a patient person tonight. So with that,
I
I'll
was
turn it
trying
over.
to figure out when this bomb is gonna drop, what she's here for.
Oh, just wait. You think we're done.
Another 2 hours later.
Yeah.
I feel much better now.
Well, President, Commissioners, this is an item that was also on the consent agenda item for the council meeting this evening. This is a purchase and development agreement for the redevelopment of the Ernst and S House, which is located at 211 and 217 Walnut Street. The Ernst House stands today and would be redeveloped by the CDA into a single-family home. The S House no longer exists and is a vacant lot, and the CDA is proposing to put 3 homes onto that location, and you will see that concept plan in January. Yes, come in front of the Planning Commission and in front of you as well. But for tonight, we want to get the purchase and development agreement in place so that they can indicate, site control ahead of their entering into the planning process. There is a TIF district that was approved and put into place by the city. When was that? last year. And so there would be a TIF contribution into that project. We're also talking about putting into, on the cities and the EDA side, contribution from the Housing Trust Fund. And then also dollars that have been obtained through the CDA's Growth Partnership Initiative grant. So that ends up being the city's contribution to the project. The CDA would be agreeing to purchase the property for $400,000 from the city. And then contributing funds that were received through MHFA and Met Council grant application that we jointly worked on. The property would be placed in the Carver County Community Land Trust, so it would be owner-occupied housing, basically in perpetuity through the land trust and having the property there. The CDA is also agreeing to contribute some of its own funds into the project, and then also intending to sell the properties, and those proceeds would go towards development costs as well. So with that, I guess I would open it up to any questions from the commission.
So, question about the land trust. So so someone enters into agreement for occupancy of the unit in the land trust, they would basically be paying into the land trust for use of the property, but at some point, the money understands the structure is designed so that they get some percentage of the equity back that would be useful for, that they would be able to take and apply to some other. How much of that would they expect to gain from that?
There's actual percentage that's applied to that, but.
Yes, good evening, Mr. President, Commissioners. Elise Durbin with the Carver County CDA. Your question, Commissioner, in the ground lease, the homeowner receives 25% of the appreciation. The remaining 75% stays with the property itself in order to maintain that affordability for future buyers.
So that means that, so if we play it out and say that, let's say that if you, we'll use simple numbers, right? So if someone said that, okay, the house was $100,000 when they first occupied it, so it appreciates, let's say it doubles in value over like a certain term, doesn't really matter what the term is, but it doubles in value. So that appreciation is another $100,000, and they would retain 25,000 of the 100,000, but all throughout that period, they're paying in a certain amount as part into that trust agreement.
Right, they pay a $25 ground lease fee per month into that agreement.
Okay, and then from there, then they would get back to 25% when, they basically give up the lease and move on to the next property. What about the maintenance costs and stuff that go into that too? And because, who's responsible for the cost of the maintenance and for the upkeep?
For the maintenance and upkeep, they are responsible to maintain their home as any other homeowner would. They are also responsible for paying property taxes on that, not only the building, but also the land itself. And additionally, when they go to sell, they would recoup any money that they've paid down on their mortgage, just as any other home buyer would.
I think that's an important point to put. It's not just the 25%, it's what they've actually paid plus the 25%.
Oh, so basically they would get that back.
They get that back
Right.
plus 25% appreciation.
Okay, plus appreciation.
Yeah.
And so, and the only thing they couldn't do is they couldn't make any necessarily improvements to the property because the idea is to keep the property like stable.
They can, but they have to be approved by the Land Trust Board.
Okay.
And there's some things you want them to make improvements on. There's some things like, you probably wouldn't want to add a swimming pool to an affordable house because, that's.
Kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, it sort of defeats the purpose.
Yeah,
But-
yeah, good.
But what happens if they're not doing the routine maintenance that they need, then?
That's one of the advantages of having the land trust involved through the ground lease, is it sort of keeps that connection with them to make sure that they're actually taking care of their property.
So what happens if they're not taking care of the property?
We do have the ability to go in and to do regular kind of maintenance checks and make sure that they are keeping up on it. And the ground lease spells out what we can do and what we can ask them to maintain.
I think one of the big differences with this, though, is that unlike a rental situation, they own this, and they're getting 100% plus 25% of the appreciation, so, they have skin in the game.
Yeah, because like the mortgage is in their name, right?
Yes.
Right. Because, and, it's Well, let's say, I mean, in the big scheme of things, I think, it's a really good program to try to, as kind of almost a Kickstarter for people who don't have the ability to save up for, a down payment on a home, to get them in that first home, so that way they can actually get going with that. What's the typical duration of, like, how long someone stays in a land trust?
Yeah, typically it's about 5 to 7 years. That's what we've seen in land trusts throughout the Twin Cities.
And so how much would they typically, like, what have we typically been seeing them, like, walk away with?
It just depends. It depends on when they actually sell, and what they bought it for.
Yeah, it depends on the property too, and what the valuation is, so, yeah, okay. So, I mean, at some point we could have a conversation offline about, just because I'd be interested just to understand the valuation, because I think overall the model is a good model, but I've heard some not so good stories from other communities that maybe manage their land trust differently than we do. And I'd just like to understand more about ours, because some of those, it seemed like I've heard some frustration from people who live in land trust, where they feel like, like I'm paying a lot of money and if I sell it, I'm walking away with almost nothing still compared to my neighbor next door, right?
I think the real key with the land trust is that it is for people who would not own a house, but
Right, that's what I thought, that's what's getting them into.
Well, but this is, even then it still refers to like people who wouldn't afford a house, and then their perspective is that even going to a land trust, they still can't afford a house because now they lost that, because of the way the trust was structured, they lost equity. But I think it's maybe a different land trust.
Well, and every land trust sets up their trust document differently.
Yeah.
And so I think, first of all, I think it's that the people that are going in really wouldn't have a home that they own but for that. And then I think that the other part is real clear communication, with the home buyer. And the reason that this works so well in the CDA is one of their bread and butter items is housing education. And so, that's something that they provide to people in the community, regardless if they're in a land trust home or not, is this sort of, how does somebody that's never owned a home, how do they go about, what do they have to be concerned about? What do they have to be educated on? So they sort of tie that together with the education about what makes a land trust different than any other type of housing.
But because this land trust has been around long enough and we really haven't had any issues,
No,
correct?
actually, it was Kevin and I were part of the original board. It was started back in 2002. So it's been around for almost 20 years, and how many properties now in town are?
We have 36 properties total throughout the county.
And so this would bring it up to 40 then?
This would be 40, and then there's another 6 new units anticipated to come on with the Habitat project at Jumpers.
Yep.
Do these properties pay real estate taxes then?
Yep.
Yes, they do.
They do.
The full property tax.
Okay.
Yep.
As long as you're here, is this gonna be like, that other part would be like a triplex? I mean, to get 3 homes in that single lot,
They're attached townhomes.
Has it like,
That's-
has the
so
plan changed since it went before the
you'll see
preservation?
it in front of you in January. Previous thought was to do townhomes. What the CDA is looking at are actually individual standalone homes scattered throughout that
in a
site.
single lot?
On the single lot, yep. Yep.
I remember when
So-
it came before on the Heritage Preservation meeting, and like looking at it, that was a couple of years ago.
Smaller footprint.
That might have been the old house.
It's almost like the
No,
row
but the
houses in
townhomes
Chicago
were-
or something.
Yeah, there
They
was
put-
something.
But there was something about the snow
But anyway,
plowing.
we'll see it in January, so.
Yeah, yep, you'll see it in January. I think, I would encourage
Let's
you to
talk about it.
reserve your judgment until you see it. But I do think that what you'll find is that the way that they're on the site does allow for some good outdoor space that can be shared amongst the users, and also, I think, may interplay a little bit better with the Paseo improvements that would go on behind it than what the townhomes would have, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I really want to thank Elise. This project wouldn't be happening but for her and Nate. So I'll thank you too, Nate. But, I mean.
Mostly to Elise.
Yeah, but I mean, I only say that because this has been, what, 5-6 years in the making. I mean, this has been.
I'm surprised we don't get more noise about it, the railing's falling off.
Yeah, I mean, it is, I always say that small.
Downtown people are different. You don't get it. We don't mind a little railing falling off its character.
It's the smaller the project sometimes, the harder they are to do. And they've done a great job of coming in and providing a model for us to be able to move forward, and I think create something that'll be really nice here.
Are we getting most of our return back?
Yep, that's part of the structure of the deal, is that we get our return back for what we put
There are
into
some
it.
people that said it cost us $3 million to move that house. We're getting $3 million?
If that were true, then we are not getting our return.
Yeah, if that's true, we're not getting our money back.
That's not true.
I'm not making it up, but that's okay. I know better.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I thank you for this painstaking meeting to sit through the whole
Yeah.
thing, so.
Oh. Do you want a cookie?
Have a cookie.
All right, any other questions regarding authorizing the president and executive director to sign a purchase agreement with Carver County Community Land Trust over the Ernst House? Hearing none, is there someone that's willing to make a motion to do something?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong, Commissioner Wong.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hubbard. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Moves us to B, adopt resolution EDA 2021-4, adopting the 2022 EDA budget and property tax levy payable 2022.
President, Commissioners, item in front of you tonight is just the EDA portion of the tax levy. You'll see that the total 2022 proposed budget or tax levy is $182,989. That's the 6.6% increase, which represents just the new market growth and inflation. We don't include the new program growth that we saw in the general fund because those were all general fund programs. So we just do those two components. So that's where the 6.6% comes from. Again, that was included in the whole number for a comparison with other cities. So we are recommending adoption of the EDA budget as well as the tax levy for 2022.
Is there anyone that would like more information from Matt?
I can give like another hour.
Yeah, why don't you go stand at the podium and give your presentation again?
Is
I
there
tell you,
someone
Julie
that's-
wanted me to, but.
Is there somebody willing to make a motion regarding resolution EDA 2021-4?
I move to adopt resolution EDA 2021-4.
Motion by Commissioner Hubbard.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Graw, adopting EDA 2021-4, adopting the 2022 EDA budget and property tax levy payable 22. Discussion. Again, this is really approving same thing that we've seen since July. So, all right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes. Anyone have anything other business? And I don't want to hear Kentucky Fried Chicken.
What was the pagoda?
Kentucky Fried Chicken sounds sort of good right now.
I know.
Yeah.
We're slap happy.
But it's in Shakopee though.
All right.
I know.
If there's nothing, do you want to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by
I don't know.
Commissioner Wong.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gra to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned for 2021.
Last
We'll see you in 22. Thank you all.
Minutes person.
I'm
Last
80%
meeting